So welcome to the IPA Masters here in Glasgow, the award-winning McGoldricks Pool Hall, Sports Bar. Lots going on here. There's already matches in play from 1 o'clock. The first stream match of the day is between Scott Gillespie and Maqsood. Just introducing you to our team for the weekend. We have Stevie the Talker Walker in commentary. He's going to be taking over from me just shortly. He's just away to get a refreshment from the bar at the moment. And our referees for the weekend are IPA ref Kevin Chalmers. We also have Miss Yvonne Ewing, who is a very established player in the ladies' pro ranks of the IPA. And we have John Reid coming later on this evening as well. So a very experienced refereeing team. We've got the best commentator on the planet at the moment, Stevie the Talker Walker. So be feeding and interacting with him. And there should be some magic matches over the weekend. This is all matches that's going on in the outer tables just now before we commence on the stream table. In the corner there, that's former European champion Dave Rooney. We've got 3 stream matches. The commentary match will be table 10. But we've also got like Ewan Waddle and Sean McMahon at table 8 and Vincent Kenny and Jack Park. So all Scots on these tables. So for the stream, it's the normal 30-second shot clock with 1 extension. That's all the formalities done. Bash has won the leg and he's breaking off our first stream match of the weekend. Lots of great players coming up and it's a successful one. I don't know an awful lot about Bash. I do know an awful lot about his opponent. Great to see Scott Gillespie joining the pro ranks of the IPA for next season. So the first finish of the afternoon is presented to Bash. He's got a good chance on reds. And as I was saying, probably the most important member of our team for this weekend has just sat himself down next to me with a couple of bars of chocolate and a nice coffee.
That's my breakfast.
And he's claiming it's his breakfast. Good afternoon, and I'll hand straight over to the brilliant Stevie the Talker Walker.
Thank you very much, Alan. Much appreciated, and looking forward to this. What a weekend of pool we have ahead, guys. And a bit of a boost having Mr. Scott Gillespie, the man back on the IPA tour for next year. Delighted to have him back, and he's against Bash Maqsood, who's a handy operator himself. So really looking forward to this match. Never mind all the other ones we've got throughout the day and the weekend ahead. As I say, guys, that is my breakfast, running about after a couple of young kids who are actually off school sick. So it's been a tough morning for the talker, but I'm here and ready to go. What has Bash got in store here? Does the long red go? I think it does. It's just the one closest to the right middle that looks a little bit iffy. However, I'm sure if he's right behind it, he can drop it in, or the likelihood is he might decide to play a double. I'm sure over the weekend the numbers will fly really high watching this fantastic array of pool and the talent on show. He has left a double. Is he going to play 2 doubles? Because I don't know if he can get away from the yellow on the right-hand cushion. It looks likely to me he's maybe going to run straight Straight into it. Is it double-double, or can he somehow get himself a shot on that black ball into a clean pocket? He has tried to pull it away, I think. Probably the reason he's missed it is concentrating solely on the cue ball. And on the other stream tables, Ewan Waddle and Sean McMahon. Sean, one of the local lads, working his way through Glasgow Pool. I have to give him a shout out. He is one of the up-and-comers, we want to say. A bit of a story similar to myself. Started playing the game a bit late. Handy with a cue in his hand. Doing very well. Just won the Scottish Super 15s counties with Glasgow. And then you get Ewan Waddle flying high in the Scotland A team. Just won the World Championships. So two guys that have recently won titles in the team game. Guys, just trying to fix myself with the wire in there. Mr. Reynolds was in, tangled some of them up, had things crossing over each other, but we're back now. Looking at some of the outside tables, which is fantastic. It's all goal. Davy Rooney in the background there. I think that's Scott Anderson and Eddie McVeigh watching at the side, so there's a lot of talent on show this weekend. Even on the outskirts of the tables. Yes, Morgan, we do have the shot clock in play on your screen. Which is a great addition. I remember Craig adding it to the World Championships. What was maybe the World Championships or one of the events last year. Maybe not the Worlds. But he added it to one of the events and it did make a big difference. So I know he's been working behind the scenes to make sure that he can get that spot on. So it's linked up totally to the referees and the time scale. And it does a little bit of an added viewing pleasure. Nice one, Fraser. So Bash, one of many talented players over this weekend, but he did falter in that first frame. And I think he'll feel a bit aggrieved that he didn't manage to take out the finish. And he's given Scott Gillespie an opportunity that you don't want to give a man of that talent. And it is 1-0 to Scott Gillespie. But this is another chance for Bash. is a great addition. Getting to see the 30-second shot clock, getting to see the extension, whether it's been taken by the player or not. So good additions by the main man behind the camera. A guy that not many people get to see, and he is getting better and better all the time. And that's a massive help to all of us, everyone involved at the IPA. So the IPA Masters and McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, we are in the outskirts of Glasgow. I am Stevie. Nearly forgot my second name there. Walker the Talker. So Mark Johnson asking, do I know much about Bash? Well, he's played on the IPA Tour for years. I don't know if he plays any other form, if he plays in other tours and stuff like that. I'm going to assume he plays in at least some of the local ones to him. Whether he plays on any of the major tours, good finish there. But Bash he's a good player. He's had numerous good runs in the IPA amateurs. Quite a handy guy. I think one of the guys that knows him very well, he's played him a few times. Kit Kat, Kevin Ray, he's managed to play him on a number of occasions and had some good matches with him, but Bash has had some good runs in the IPA amateurs. He's definitely a handy player. So a tough match here for Scott. Scott will be looking forward to trying to get over the line in his first big match back on the IPA Tour. And there is all the partners on the screen. Supreme, Smart Rack, On Board, Aramat and Strachan 861. Without these people, well, the tour just wouldn't be what it is. And we are in one hell of a pool hall. Fantastic setup, tables all reclothed, ready to go, brand new balls as expected. And all we needed after that was all the players. If you build it, they will come. And they have all came in their droves. So what a weekend we have. Yeah, I know he's played a lot of pool and obviously the different disciplines. So Ryan Hopkinson, see you soon, my man. But he's definitely a good player. You can rest assured he wouldn't be travelling up here if he didn't think he could do some kind of damage. Yeah, it's looking like a total snooker here. You would think he can play the... Gibbs on reds here. You think he could play the red on the left-hand side. Well, fair enough. Kevin Chalmers is the referee for this match and he has given a total snooker. Sometimes the camera angle can be deceiving. Half a chance for Bash here. And that's a bad miss because all the reds now have somewhere to go. And yeah, Tiger, if you build it, they will come. Kevin Costner, Field of Dreams. It's never been more true since the now famous McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar has been built, because he has built it. And boy, do they come in their droves. So, one of the things, every now and again, that just comes to life. Ross Ewan, something about patch there. I don't know what he's talking about, but how are you, my friend? I hope you are very, very well. And I hope you're tuning in all weekend, if you're not going to show up to watch some of it live. So the black looks to me like it flies in. Doesn't look like there's any problems with that, so it's just a case of Scott taking out the reds in the order he prefers. There was a slightly wrong side here. What if the red in the middle of the two passes to the top left, which I think it does. He should still be okay here. He's going to want to get the right angle on his last red, whether it be over the middle or the one to the top left. He's got a couple of options here. So deciding to run that in with rakes and rakes of side, getting himself a chance here, just wants to cushion it off the top. It's gone too far. I think Scott's actually okay here. I think he can screw off the side cushion. Or does he take his medicine? He maybe can run off too. If he can just miss the yellow, even if he flicks the yellow, he should be okay. You see the angle here. Black definitely goes clean. And a good finish, Scott. And it is 2 frames to 1. As I say, guys, Bash had a half chance there. Could have maybe, and probably should have done more. And you won't get too many big chances against Scott Gillespie, so Bash is going to have to raise the bar a little bit more if he wants to take Scott out today. Remember, guys, it is a double elimination tournament. A lot of pool over the weekend. And some massive matches. Richard Clark, we will see if we can somehow get that sorted then. Looking at your first comment, the draw on the website is for last year's tournament. Okay. Well, all I did was go on to Q-Score and type in IPA Masters, and the first one that popped up to me was IPA Masters 2024. So if you give that a try, mate, that might work for you. As I say, that's all I've done, and it seems to have gone swimmingly any time I've put it in, so hopefully that does help. Yeah, the D-O-double-G in the background, Tiger. And he's playing again. Is it Patrick McConville? Am I right? Yes, it is. David Rooney is 2-0 up. And I will give you some scores, guys, as this frame just gets underway. Gary McLaughlin, 9. Graham Hardy, 6. That match heading towards its conclusion. Shyam Hindoka, I hope I'm not pronouncing that badly wrong. 1-1 against Andrew Betts. Grant Snow is 1-0 down to Damien Williamson. Davy Gillis 6, Michael Bissett. Oh, sorry, Davy Gillis 7, Michael Bissett 6. And by the way, guys, that's a big result. Davy, a guy that he tries his best against all the best players. He loves playing the best players. He enters any tournament he can. And Michael Bissett is one that's came through the snooker kind of background over the last while, doing really well. And he is 7-6 down to Davy Gillis. So some would say that's a slight upset, but as I say, Davy Gillis always willing to try his hand against the best players. And Ewan Waddle 1 up on the other stream table against Sean McMahon. Vince Kenny 1, Jack Park 1 on the other stream table. We've got 3 tables on the go. This is the live one with commentary, guys. But if you want to watch something on Netflix whilst having a look at the quiet phone, there is 2 other matches on the go. So, and Liam Pedley, Brian Cumming. Brian Cumming is 2-1 up in that match. As I say, I will keep you posted on all the results as they come in. He is on the bottom one here. Has he landed? Has he landed in trouble here? I don't know if Scott's on this. Certainly not to the middle. Oh, he's on. Whilst I was giving the results, guys, I'm looking at the wrong balls. What a brilliant, absolutely brilliant Walker. Walker the talker, talking too much nonsense. Yeah, the shot clock. It looks to be running at my end, Tiger. I might be missing something. What we will do, I can only think that's what happened because, as I say, guys, when I was looking at the scores and giving some of the scores, I looked back round. Obviously, Scott plays the red, open things up, and then next thing he's potting yellow. So I can only imagine that that's what happened. This is a good shot from Scott Gillespie. Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. And over the weekend, guys, I will pull one or two of the characters that will be on in this tournament. I'll get them in, do some commentary duty with me. I'm sure Morgan will come in at some point. Scott Anderson is just on the outside of the booth right now. Scott is not shy of coming in and doing some commentary duty. Let's see if we can get some of the big boys over the weekend to come and help out. But as you know, I have got no issues sitting here just talking away on my own. That's probably why I got the nickname Walker the Talker. And guys, I got a latte from the bar, and I am not joking when I say it's like rocket fuel. I don't know what they put in the coffee beans in this place. I might start to talk a little bit faster as the day goes on. But it is 3-1 Scott Gillespie, and good value for that lead right now. I don't think he did, Tiger. I think he just played a very good shot. And when this cloth is brand new, I have to be honest, I've obviously had Hainsworth match on my cloth, on my table, sorry. That was a cloth on my table for a long time, and I've no issue with any cloth when it's brand new. They all play great. It's when they start to wear that you start to find certain cloths just kind of lose their way. And I think there's not much difference in all the cloths when they're brand new. They all skid, they've all got that slide, they've all got that dead feeling off the cushions. They all kind of play like a sheet of glass. So I think when they're brand new, they're all very, very similar. It's just once they start to lose that kind of silicon type polish that they've got through the cloth, I think that's when it becomes quite apparent, the differences in the cloth. But yeah, I know. I don't exactly need a coffee for me to keep talking. You have to feel, even though these are long races, that Bash will not, he'll not want to be letting Scott gather any type of momentum. Because one thing about Mr. Gillespie, he's a hard man to pull back when he's in the mood, and when he gathers a head of steam. It will be a long, long day for Bash, or a very quick day. Scott opting for yellows here. And there is two yellows, as you can see them close together. Scott just going to open them up right now. That will give every single yellow the pocket. That's exactly what he's done. It's just the two yellows on the right hand side. he could elect to leave those two to last. And it's just a case of where he decides to put the black ball. I don't think he can get to them from where he is. I think it will be this one to the bottom right. And then the one to the top left. But he could opt to go upstairs right now and then leave this one to the bottom left for last. And I can confirm for the question that has been asked about the amateur series for 2025, it has been posted on the IPA Facebook page, and it is on the website. I'm sure there is an amateur series for 2025. We are looking for clubs up and down the UK to get involved, and I think once all the clubs are finalised, that series will go ahead. It is going to be slight, I think there's a few differences in it from last year. I don't know what they are yet. I know they're still ironing out some of the details, but there is a 2025 amateur series going ahead, so that should be fantastic. And remember, guys, there is a fantastic top prize, but the big carrot that is being dangled at the end of it is professional status. The winner will be a pro the following year. And our 2024 winner was Keith Robertson. He's in the draw this weekend, and he will be, as far as I'm aware, on the IPA Tour professional. I can't believe I've just seen Scott miss that. Yeah, he'll be on the professional tour next year, Keith Robertson. So look forward to seeing him taking up that place and going head to head with all the guys. And that's a big mistake from Scott. And it was the one before it. I think the one on the cushion, he's just got a little bit too much into it. Kind of dragged the cue ball back ever so slightly. I think if he maybe just dropped through a bit, he would have been perfect. For me, Bash has either got a monster kick-out shot, or he's going to have to lay a really good snooker. He's looking aggressive here. And this might be the shot. And you know, he's got two shots in one here. If he misses the yellow on the right-hand side, he might kick the red out. So he's got two shots in one here. He's got options. Oh, wow. Now, this is very thin. But I have to say, I do not see Scott missing the yellow. It's just a case of, does he get a shot in the black? Does he have to play it with rakes? See just now, he is putting a little bit of side on it. Not as much as you would have thought. Oh, it's okay. That'll do nicely, Scott Gillespie. And this black away from going 4-1 up. And another big mistake from Bash. Not having the best of times out there just now. Maybe the shot clock just catching him out slightly. Or maybe it's just one of those days, but there is a long, long way to go in this match. See the outside tables, absolutely buzzing. Brian coming at the table. Looks like he's on reds. I always wonder when you're playing in the guys, you guys watching, I'm going to guess 99.9% of you play the game. When you're at the table and it's you playing your shot, and your opponent stands up, either behind you, to the left of you, to the right of you. I've never understood that. It's something that I do not understand. I don't get it. You can't affect it unless that's exactly what you're trying to do. Are you trying to affect it? Are you trying to put your opponent off? Are you trying to get in his peripheral vision? Are you trying to create a shot? I don't know what it is. I've never understood it. I know Brian at that moment there would not have even known that his opponent stood up. I don't understand it. I've never understood it. I've had an opponent stand up basically right on my right hand side as I'm queuing, and being right-handed, meaning that open part of my body is facing my opponent, and he stands up just as I'm about to queue and starts chalking his cue in such a way like he was trying to dust all the floor with the cue, with the chalk. I mean, it was just the maddest thing. So I've never understood that, guys. Are any of you watching guys that do that? Or have you had opponents do that and find it absolutely irritating? It does irritate me, I will admit. I just can't figure that out. But good shot there from Bash, opening up that red. He is on the same red. Can he run round past the yellow, or can he go one cushion? I think he has to go around two cushions here. He can pass the yellow indeed. Now he's in good shape here. He's gonna have to take these. Yeah, well, Ross, one of the guys that does do it, and my opponent that day, is from out the area, or round about that area, and plays in where you play a lot of pool. So, no doubting you know a few of them. I think if Bash uses his head here, he'll just take the red in the top. There's no need to try and get on it in the middle unless he's perfectly angled. Something tells me he's going to try. Now the problem is, can he hold it? And the answer's yes. I think he's quite fortunate there, but it is a good finish. Well done, Bash. Needed that. There is no doubt about it. He needed that there. But yeah, guys, I mean, it is bad pool etiquette. A lot of the guys that play in the pool world didn't come through playing snooker. Although I didn't play competitive snooker. Snooker was the only game I played when I was young. It was a weekend or a day out with the father every single Saturday, sometimes on a Sunday, and we would go and play snooker week after week. And then I started playing after school, heading home. Used to walk past the snooker club, which was ran at the time by Martin Shades, and I didn't even know that until I started playing pool years later. So, and watching snooker on TV and stuff, but I just think a lot of the pool guys just do not know the right etiquette, and that jumping up and down behind people or to the right and left of them, I can't understand it. Or even when you've played a shot and the balls haven't even come to rest, and they're already walking to the table and they're looking to see if you've got an angle on your next shot, and you're thinking, why are you even standing up? It just does not make sense. A big break for Bash. Can he get a ball? Oh, there was one going towards that right middle there, but it's going to be dry. Gibbs is going to have a chance on these yellows.
4, Davy-Davison versus Edgar.
Another visit there, guys, from none other than Fast Eddie. Eddie McVeigh, who fancied his chances at this tournament this weekend. He said, Stevie, I just thought it's the last tournament of the year, so I fancy giving it a go. Well played. Well played, Eddie boy. Fire in there, give it a go. Do what you've got to do. But right now, Scott Gillespie 5, Bash Maqsood 2. Brummy. Cheers, my friend. Much appreciated. It's going to be some weekend. And I've actually put on my Walker the Talker Facebook page. If you've not already liked it, jump on and like it, guys. And if you pick an underdog that maybe goes all the way or even to the final for this weekend, I am already looking into giving some kind of prize out. Could be a cash prize, could be something else, I don't know. But I am going to do that. But go like the page, comment on the post. There's a couple of comments so far. A couple of them aren't really underdogs, but I suppose we can still sort something out if you pick the one up. Landed slightly awkward here. Cut this back to the top right. I think he's got it, you know. Still chasing the cue ball. But the one thing about Scott, again, another Scottish player that's got a young background in the game of snooker. A massively talented pool player. Came through in the generation. I had Paddy McMillan, Jason Shaw, eventually the likes of Bossman and stuff like that. Scott Ross, so a lot of talented players. Scott Gillespie still banging away at the top end of the game. Jason, excuse me. Jason is overdoing his thing in America. Just recently won the Moscone Cup with Team Europe. MVP, Jason Shaw. And we've also got Paddy McMillan, who looks like he's maybe thinking about getting back on the horse. He's won a couple of local events over the last while. And he's asked me to try and get a bit of time, go for a practice session. I'm sure we'll do that in 2025, Paddy, if you're watching. A few guys that have disappeared, but Scott Gillespie still clanging and banging. He is still at the top end of the game. It doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. The favourite to win this tournament, that is a tough question. I'm sure a lot of the viewers will have something to say about who the favourite is, but you know what it's like when these events come up and it's normally the usual suspects that get kind of thrown out there, but previous winner. What's the previous winner of this event? Was that the one Gav won? I think the Masters was what Gav won. Sure, the Grand Prix earlier in the year, as Mark Farnsworth beat Christian Phillips, so I think it's the one Gav Robinson won. And I know he's here this weekend. He'll be wanting to keep that crown. You've got the usual suspects, and Mark Boyle is never too far away from anyone's mouth. And you talk about favourites for a tournament, but Bash Maqsood right now having some problems against another guy who's well in the mix for this title, Scott Gillespie. 2 stream tables. Ewan Waddle 2, Sean McMahon 2, Vince Kenny 1, Jack Park 3. Another talented player is Jack Park. Always seems to have a go at the big tournaments. We don't see him very often playing much league pool or in the Scottish individual membership and stuff like that. Maybe over the coming years, Jack might get that bug and start playing in everything, because I think he could be a very dangerous player. I think Scott tried to take that in off the yellow. He didn't even get close to it. I don't know if it was one he had to just shave it in. So AJ, you're probably mistaking the name Masters for old players. If you were to be playing on the snooker tour and you go and play in the Masters, does that mean that you are of a certain age? It is just the name of the tournament. Obviously in international and in local events and stuff like that, people will have what they call the over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, and they will have a name for them, whether it be seniors, masters, grandmasters, which is totally fine. But this is just the IPA Masters. It is the name of the event. It has nothing to do with age or anything like that. So I hope that helps, my friend. Delicate little shot from Scott. What is his decision here? Is he going to run 2 cushions, take the black to the bottom left, play it a bit heavier? He's decided to check down off 1 cushion. It's not a bad shot. I think he could have probably played something pretty similar off 2 cushions. He's made the mistake of missing. And Bash Maqsood could get within 2 frames here. And there is no doubt in my mind that he is gonna. Yeah, Tiger, for the chat function purposes only, I would love to know what that B2 Scotland team was when yourself and Scott Gillespie made your debuts 21 years ago. Don't even think, did I play pool then? Don't think so. I think I was closer, maybe 19 years, 18, 19 years ago, when I walked into the pub and you were playing Tiger. You gave me a frame of pool, I knocked the black the length of the table with a pub cue, and that day you said, whoa, 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 where are you going? Do that again. I did it again, and then we started talking about playing pool. 1 year later, we started the Roadhouse B team, and then if you remember, they sacked me. They got rid of Walker the Talker because I was too vocal in my criticism of the guys that didn't play the game. And Tiger took me under his wing, and the rest is history. But the fact of the matter is, guys, there's a guy on the chat function, and if it wasn't for him, I have no doubts whatsoever I would never ever be involved in this world of pool. Never. I knew people played pool, I knew there was teams. I did not realise how big the game was and how vast across the UK and the world for that matter. And it all led to me sitting here right now. And it all started with that frame of pool in the Roadhouse pub. So cheers, Tiger. What a chance this is. What a chance. Bash Maqsood with a chance to get within one, then I am very sorry, but these are the chances in any walk of life in the game of pool you have to take. Back in those days when you guys played in the beginning, and my own first Scotland team kind of things was best of 33 frames, 11-man teams, and I know the teams could take up to 15. So that might help you if there was 13, 14, 15 in the team. Paul McCutcheon, Scott Ross, Paddy McMahon, Kenny Donald, Danny Turner, Dave Beresford. Some talent there, guys. Bash needs us to slow a touch. I think he's okay. I think he could just treacle this home. Big pun in the ball. Just needs to treacle it in. Doesn't want to go too far. He's done well there. Now it's all about the right angle because he doesn't want to go too wide here or he's going to lose the cue ball. So he's looking at where he wants to be. He's going to have to put it in with rakes a right-hand side to try and hold it. God bless Gavin Phillips. What a guy. Good shot, Bash. Good shot. That's one of them. That is a risk-reward thing. Bash sorted it out. Oh no, oh no. Oh, Mr. Maqsood Dyson with the in-off. But it is 5 frames to 4, Scott Gillespie. Wow. Back to the outer tables. David Rooney is 4-0 up on Patrick McConville. Andrew Betts 5. Shyam Hindoka. As I say, I hope I'm saying that right. Andrew Betts is 5-2 up in that one. Grant Snow 0. Damien Williamson 5. And Eddie McVeigh has gone 1 frame in front of Dharmesh Putney. Putney, whatever. Again, I hope that I am not upsetting anyone with my attempted pronunciations of these names. Brian Cumming, 5-3 in front of Liam Pedley. And we're back on the main table. Gibbsy, who was 5-2 in front, is now only 1 frame to the good. A lot of pool to be played this weekend, guys. What a buzz this is going to be. And without all of you guys at home, whether you're in your car or sitting on an iPad somewhere, sneaking away at work with the phone in the pocket and earphones in, thanks to you guys, we can do what we are doing. Craig can put on a fantastic stream. The talker can come in here, have a bit of interaction with the guys on the function, and more importantly, talk about guys like Scott Gillespie, who it is great to see back on the IPA. He's not having a great time right now. But this will be one of the matches he'll just want to try and just scrape through it, no matter what way. The result is the key here. I tell you what, man, if Scott does get through, he'll dust himself down and he'll go again. And he will be a different animal. It's just right now, he's not finding anything too easy. And that is a shot I prefer at this moment. There's no point in forcing the issue. Just go back to basics. Do Scott Gillespie things. Scott plays the game of pool. He's grown up knowing all the guys he's played with, some of the guys that's just been mentioned there on the function. And there's no doubting he might have too much in the tank for most players. Bash, he's not messing about here. The best event I've ever played in? Wow, that's a tough question, because you know there's a lot of things that people talk about, their first big event, their first major event, all that kind of stuff. I remember my first time walking into county pool in Scotland, and I remember walking through the doors with no idea. I'll be honest, I had no idea what pool was at the time. I just played local pool, and one of the guys said, "Listen, Stevie, well, we're quite fortunate here to make up the 32 teams. Glasgow has been given a B team, and we'd love it if you were in that team." I was ecstatic. A bit of recognition for putting the time in and stuff like that. And then I walked through the door and I seen all the teams with all their shirts on. They was singing, dancing, people were going out. The atmosphere was electric. It's probably one of the memories that'll stick with me. I mean, when anybody asked me when I realised how big pool was, that was probably the day. But the best event, the biggest event that I've ever played in, I mean, probably my first ever time going to play for Scotland was not the way I thought it was going to be. I went over to Isle of Man, there was a few issues, and I kind of thought to myself, I would rather be playing county pool. But then my first time in Bridlington was absolutely electric. And I would probably say that week in Bridlington, playing for Scotland in the B team level, was probably the greatest pool week that I've ever had. I played phenomenal on the table. The atmosphere was electric off it. So probably international pool. Scott Gillespie gets 2 in front again. It's probably the best event I've played in from a personal point of view, because I played so well, did so well for the team. But over the last number of years, some of the events that we're getting to play in now with the players, the Saltire events are first class. The IPA World Championships was mega, absolutely loved that. Yeah, I mean, the tournaments are just getting bigger and better, but I'm a massive advocate for team pool, so for me, loved that first day walking in at the counties, but that week at Bridlington, when I played my first time down there, was just something that I could not have expected. It was unbelievable. The atmosphere was electric, and it's even better when you're playing well. So yeah, probably the team element is one of the big things for me. Brian coming 5-4 in front of Liam Pedley. You see Brian at the table right now. Oh, he's snookered. Just a touch on that would be good. Jack Park 4-1 in front of Vince Kenny. Vince, a good friend of Brian's. And Ewan Waddle has found himself 4 frames to 2 down against the homeboy, Sean McMahon. Sean plays his pool in McGoldricks these days. And as I say, guys, cracking player. Only been playing the game seriously probably the last 4 or 5 years. And he's definitely one to watch. Is this another chance for Bash here? Big Jazz. I remember walking into the Inglenook. We were playing against Renzi's team in there. Pretty sure it was for your team, Tiger, that I was in. And I'm thinking, I've got this guy. He's got 4 balls on cushions and another couple of balls that just, they were in all kinds of trouble. Just played that a bit too hard, Bash. And then next thing you know, 2 pot kicks and 3 doubles later, and I'm shaking Jim McIntosh's hand, and I actually walked out the building and said, that's the best player I've ever seen in my life. I could not believe the finish he took. And the only other person that took a finish like that against me that I can remember was Andy Lucas in the singles at Bridlington. I think it was the one he went on to, did they play Rooney or something in the final? I think it was. Yeah, unbelievable. What a talent. It's going to be a foul. Has he got away with that? Well, the yellow. The yellow went in. Did he hit the red first there? I've missed that. He's hit the red. Yeah, he's knocked Gibbs' yellow in. That's the problem there. I wasn't sure what Bash had done. It was the early shot when he played the red off the top cushion, knocked the yellow down over the bottom bag. Yeah, thinking back to some of those international days, some of the teams, some of the players, absolutely exceptional talent. Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales, and all the other nations. It was absolutely frightening, some of the players that were on show. And there's a new bunch now. Look at the Scotland team. Nobody gave them a chance last year in Bridlington, and they won it. Nobody gave them a chance again in Malta, and they won it. And this new batch of internationals in all nations, it's definitely an exciting time for the world of pool. And a very exciting time for the IPA. Guys like Scott Gillespie back on the tour. It's good to have Morgan McKinnis back as well. You know, we've got Mark Fleming and Stuart McCulloch and guys like that, all the Scotland team that won there in Malta, coming to join us, as well as many more. David McNamara back on the scene as well. Loads and loads of talent for next year. And the main man will be in the commentary booth and on your TV screens as much as possible. But I am going to be playing some pool at the same time, so it should be an exciting year. It just goes to show, guys, I was absolutely hopeless this year. I mean, I had a tough time. I lost my best friend, all that kind of stuff. That would knock you for 6. And I've ended up finishing 25, I think, in the IPA rankings. And I'm looking at it and thinking, you were awful. And you've chapped the door. Even if I went, I think, 2 more rounds, and I would have probably ended up sneaking in the top 16, which would have been absurd for the year I had. Jazz, you're spot on. My knowledge at that, I mean, I am not joking. At that time, it was one of the best finishes I've ever seen. But it was the way you took them. You just went down and as if they were all hanging over pockets. And I remember looking down and saying, can't mind who was all, maybe Stevie Capaldi, and that was in the team, I think, and saying he's the best player I've ever seen in my life. And they kind of had a little laugh at me and a chuckle, as if that's just normal for the Jazz man. It was absolutely exceptional. And I think you should patent that practice drill that you used to do. You had to knock all the balls to one end of the table or something, play a snooker, then you could pop one of your opponent's balls. I can't remember the details of it, but I think we should get a video on the Walker the Talker page, as I think that is a brilliant safety type drill for the world of pool. Not a perfect cue ball here for Scott. Is he thinking about just touching? He's going to have to watch his time. Looks like the timer has gone from our screens as well. It's still in play because there is our 10-second beep. Good afternoon, Joe Herring. The statistician, from what he was saying the other day. So, as 2025 comes in, there will be some Walker the Talker live, kind of, I don't know what you call them, live streams or whatever, and then there's going to be some podcasts, there's going to be loads and loads of stuff happening. And Joe might just be the man to sit and give the stats for whatever we're talking about and whatever we need them for. So you might get Joe on your screens in 25, guys. So this is a fantastic chance here for Bash. Just a little jab inside the yellow. And does he decide to get a little bit straight, screw back for it in the middle, which is tough. Trying to leave the right angle. Oh, I think he's overcooked that, and he knows it. So he's going to be going 2 cushions. Red to the bottom right, black to the bottom right. He's got it. He is very, very lucky that it's brand new cloth and brand new balls, or that might not have dropped in there. I'm not so sure. It's easy to get on this black. Oh, his knowledge of the knuckles is absolutely sublime. Seven frames to 5. We've now had 2 finishes from Bash where he has he's used the knuckle unbelievably. Let's be serious, guys. He's not meant it, but wow. Yeah, Joe, that would be good. There is so much happening. So much happening in the world of pool that we all love. The IPA getting stronger and better. Big plans for next year. And also in Scotland, we've got the Saltire Tour and all the Scottish pool events. There is so much to go at. The hardest thing to do is to give yourself a bit of time and a break in between. Spanner Austin watching from a wet and windy island. Glad you are tuning in, mate. It is wet and windy over here as well. It is that time of year. Generally, we do not get a break in the weather. And we keep hearing about how it's going to get worse and worse. Yeah, Jim, young Gio is in this event. Oh, my word. Brian Cumming has just gifted a frame. And I don't know why. Do you know what I remembered years ago, guys? And it was actually at Bridlington, it was in the singles. and I played a black very similar to what Brian just did there. And Renzi, I looked round and shook my head like I was in disbelief that I've missed it, and Renzi was running through the table screaming at me, get that pumped in, get that banged in, you never treacle it in like that. He was fuming. And when I'm on those kind of shots now, that sticks with me. Even though you might not want to hammer at 100 miles an hour, you've still got to make sure that you play it confident. And young Brian did not do that. I did have a list on one of my screens in here of all the matches to come and all the matches picked for TV, but after this match I will get Craig to come in and get it back on, because I don't want to mess with anything in here but the draw screen that I had. I don't know what that is, it's on it now, but I have got the results, the 10 matches that are on the go on my left hand side, so I can keep going with that. I just can't really check who is on. Saying that, guys, I can maybe have a look at my phone just now and see who's on the TV next. I'll check Q score on my home device. So coming up for you guys, we have a real treat for everyone. We have a man who's going to be a 2025 professional in the IPA, Keith Robertson against Chris Bowron. That'll be the next match on stream. And after that match, a mammoth tie between Morgan McKinnis and the new... Well, let's not do a disservice here. 2023 Scottish champion and current Scotland #1 Morgan McKinnis will go head to head with my 2024 Player of the Year under 23 Scottish champ, multiple IPA tour wins, Scottish doubles champ, and the 2024 Ross McKinnis Scottish singles champ Gio Edgar. So Morgan McKinnis, Gio Edgar, 7 PM guys, and Keith Robertson and Chris Bowron at 5 PM. So we have an unbelievable array of talent coming your way over the course of the next few hours. And Scott Gillespie, 8-5 to the good here. Needed that one. Jazz, I would go as far as to say in the 18-19 years, well, I had almost 10 years away from the game where I was only playing the odd Tuesday night because I was working away from home. But from I started playing the game 18-19 years ago, I would have to say, on your day, doing the things that you would do on a table, you're hard pushed to find people, many that are more gifted with the ideas and the way you would play shots, the way you would make a shot out of nothing. I mean, we've been lucky to have someone like Jason, who Goobsy actually said on the chat function at the weekend that if Jason didn't leave, he would probably have gone on to be the greatest player Scotland's ever seen, and he might still be the best guy in the world of pool that lifted a cue, natural wise. Like, he's like a Ronnie O'Sullivan type, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice on the chat by saying you were only decent for a couple of years, because I think talent wise there wasn't many better, mate, and you were on your day. Pretty special. And that's something I've said to people out with talking on this. People ask you about certain talents, and I still talk about that practice session that we did. That game that you I don't know if you made it up or someone taught you it, but it was absolutely phenomenal. I think it was only fair that you would beat me every single time at it, but it was good. Jim McIntosh, what a talent you were, mate. Oh, the main man is coming to Team G on Sunday. Give me a wee message, mate. Let me know what time you get in at. These are still awkward here for Bash. Is he going to have to maybe play the red down into the bottom right? So take the one to the bottom left, take the one to the top left, drop on the one down the cushion to the bottom right. He's opted to go the opposite way. Can he get out and give himself a shot? I think if he pops it in, he'll come out off the black and should give himself some kind of opportunity on the red to the top left. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. Little trickle of left-hand side just to miss the black. And he just has to drop this in. And it's going to be 8 frames to 6 here. Bash hanging on to the coattails of Scott here. Or 7-5 by the looks of it. So we've just seen Liam walk to the scoreboard. And he is gathering some momentum now against Brime. David Rooney 6-1 in front of Patrick McConville. Andrew Betts 6-4 in front of Shyam Hindoka. Davian Williamson 7-2 in front of Grant Snow. Eddie McVeigh, he's up against Dharmesh Patney, and Eddie McVeigh is 6 frames to 1 in front. So Fast Eddie is definitely doing a fast job there. I'll tell you what, guys, it is now a massive chance here. If Bash can just get a decent break off, and if he does, oh man, wow, a decent break it was, keeping the cue ball on the table. He did not do it, and this could be the writing on the wall. A chance to get on the hill for Scott Gillespie here. Yeah, Jazz, talking about Jason playing snooker, he actually got off. Now, he played in the Masters. He used to do the tables in there, brushing iron the tables for free play. And I think he used to play with guys like Higgins and McManus and that at one point. So he was on the table with these guys quite a lot. And I know that Mark Williams had spoken to him about maybe backing him onto the snooker tour. after playing Chinese 8-ball with him. So he walked off a plane and onto a snooker table with his 9-ball cue and knocked in a ton like it was absolutely nothing. So I think some of the guys were speaking about it the other day, saying if Jason was to go onto the snooker tour right now, the only way he would be making more money than what he is doing playing American pool and stuff like that would be as if he was like at the top end, top 16, stuff like that. So I don't think it even interests him, but you never know. But I think he's just in his element playing American pool, making a lot of money. And I think he's getting to travel the world and do the things that he's wanted to do in that discipline. So slightly overrun there from Scott. Yeah, I think when you lose an element of flow when you're playing the game, when it becomes more like a quiz show, when you're walking around the table with no clue what the answer is to every question presented to you, not knowing what to do, 2 shots off the break, balls hanging over pockets, and you're all over the place. And I think that's a lack of sharpness when you start to drift away from the game. Maybe don't get the hours in that you would like to get, but likes of Scott here. Scott works so hard in family life. I've thrown him a few curveballs over the last while, and he still manages to pick himself up and keep going. But it's definitely not easy, and Scott would be the first to say that. Great shot there from Scott Gillespie. He's just giving himself a chance here to get on the hill. Yeah, Charlie Shaw was I think he was a PPPO professional. Absolute top end of the game player as well. Scott Gillespie about to go 9 frames to 6 in front of Bash Maqsood. As mentioned a moment ago, one massive break away from getting right back in the match, and instead it goes in off, and wow, it is 9 frames to 6. Yeah, I mean, I think Jason was a very good captain, a very vocal captain, the kind of captain that I think the players bought into the way he did things, because the atmosphere looked absolutely phenomenal in the team. But I did see a few people talking about the micromanagement of certain players, and these guys are obviously playing at the top end of the game, so they maybe don't need to be told every single shot. However, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. This is a visit from our local, I don't know what to call him, razor blade seller. Don't worry guys, I'm not planning on doing anything untoward. He just seems to have a knack of getting the good razor blades. So if you're here over the weekend and you're looking for some, give me a shout and I will put you onto this guy. I don't know if he's got a contract with Gillette or what it is, but Scott Gillespie drop onto the yellow. And the man known as Goobsy. 3 reds. And not a very easy black to get on. It does go in the bottom left. It obviously goes into the 2 top pockets. And a tough drop into the right middle. It will go to the left middle if and when Scott takes that red out of the equation, but doesn't like it. I think he might have to leave some kind of double on this. Yeah, Ants Morrison. I'm sure Ants won quite a few tournaments. Am I right in saying he won 2 or 3 in a row after he won his first one? I think that was a common theme in Scottish pool. And I think it still is to this day. Oh, what a shot. What a fantastic shot from Scott Gillespie. Can he make it count and get over the line? And the answer's no. That is a resounding no. It wasn't easy. He was bridging over the yellow. Can Bash prolong this match at least for one more frame? An unbelievable last red from Scott. Just didn't land absolutely perfect on the black. I think Scott would be the first to say that he would have expected himself to get that. Bash with a great chance to go back within 2. Scott is only 1 away. And you've got one positional shot to play here. Does he come round the back of it for the same bag? Does he run it with side plate in the bottom left? Does he drop it and play it to the middle left, middle right? He's got so many options here. You see him screwing. Yeah, I don't mind that. Don't mind it at all. Keeping it simple. Just a delicate little screw to the left-hand side. Thin nick. The cue ball's going to be travelling, but I think it's just going to go up and down the middle of the table. And that's exactly what happened, and it is 9 frames to 7 here. One that got away from Scott. Brian Cumming, who's always at the table. There is 7 frames apiece with Liam Pedley now. So he's managed to draw himself back into that match. As I say, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. However, he's still in there fighting 7-all in that match. Not the big one. Ewan Waddle on the other stream table, 7-3 behind of local lad Sean McMahon. What the result that is so far. Just had a little visit there to let me know that we're going to have the winner of this match in for a couple of minutes. Quick chat about how the match has gone, whether that be Bash with a phenomenal comeback or whether it is Mr. Gillespie who gets over the line. We will have one of these two guys in after this match. A little 2-minute conversation. Who knows, maybe one of them will join us for the next match. As we go forward, obviously at the main IPA tour events, these interviews will be done at the table side or in the studio. And on Sunday, we will have a bit of TV, I think, before the show gets started, especially at the business end, and there will be a chat during the presentations later on the TV, so just so everyone doesn't switch off too early on Sunday. We will have either Scott or Bash in for a chat after this match. And I think it's really tough to get to that red at the bottom left. Scott might leave a double here, or he might force this around 2 cushions. What a shot. But I think what Scott... Listen, Scott's going to know better than anyone. You can't hold this. The brand new cloth, the brand new balls. Just use a skid. Nice and easy. Just drop it in, it will die. Exactly as pointed out by yours truly. And Scott Gillespie, this time, has won the match. So Roger Devine, McGoldricks is in the outskirts of Glasgow. It is just on the edge of a place that used to be under the Glasgow banner, but now Rutherglen is a town on its own, just on the outside. And it is right on the edge of Glasgow. Just a few moments from Hampden Park in Tory Glen. We are in the Rutherglen area of Bonnie, Scotland, in the Central Belt, as I say, outskirts of Glasgow. And we are, at some point in the next couple of moments, going to have Scott Gillespie in for a wee 2-minute chat. I'm pretty sure he won't want to talk too much about how the game went. It wasn't pretty, but it was always, I think it was always good value there. Eddie McVeigh, 9-1 in front of Darmesh Patney. Some of the guys in here were winding Eddie up, telling him that he is a champion who goes around with security and stuff with him because he's got that many titles. And I think Eddie's raised his game so much, he's blown Darmesh away. It's 9-1. David Rooney 7-1 in front of Patrick McConville. And young Sean McMahon 8-3 in front of Scotland 18 world champion Ewan Waddle. Young Sean is one of the Glasgow A team that just won the Super 15s for the second time in a row. Yeah, you should get yourself up, Roger. If there's ever a time that you're in and around the Glasgow area, it's definitely worth popping in. Good food, live sports on all day on the massive screen. It is fantastic, and we are going to be joined by Scott Gillespie after what was a phenomenal performance, Scott. You need to turn it on, mate.
We're used to this, mate. No, I wouldn't go as far as that, Stevie. I mean, I think the game was kind of decided on dry breaks. We both had a couple of dry breaks. I was getting frustrated as anything. And I'm not a big fan of these cloths, but the only thing is, when they're brand new, they do play similar to a nap cloth, so that's the only thing. But no, listen, it's good to get a win under my belt, and I was nervous before that match, to be honest.
Right, I'd actually said, some of the guys were talking, Tiger was one of them talking about the cloth, and I says, well, for me, whether it's Hainsworth match or Grey Superfine, when these are all brand new, they're very similar. There was a couple of shots you played when you were swinging round two, and he said he's played that like a 9-ball shot because of the cloth, but I think it's just more the fact that it's when it's new, you can play that shot.
Aye, definitely. But see, after this weekend, you'll struggle to play the shots on this table. The cushions become a bit pingier. It's just these cloths. But no, listen, the table played great, and you know as well as I do, Stevie, the break's the biggest game and the biggest shot in the game. So see, if you break like that, you can't compete with the top boys. You know what I mean? And that's why it gets frustrating. But obviously, Bash had a couple of dry breaks there as well. But I just felt as if his dry breaks weren't maybe not as easy as mine. My first 6 breaks, I had 3 dry and 1 tight behind a red, and it's so frustrating. But listen, it's the nature of the beast when you're breaking.
Well, he's ended up getting to 7-6, and I've said here, was it maybe 7-5 and he's breaking? And I've said, well, this is a big chance. If he gets a good break here, the next thing his white flies in off, and I'm looking at that time thinking, that's probably the final nail. I know there's still a few frames to go, but you're sitting in your seat saying, right, I think I've got him here. Chance to go 8-5, and then
I think I had a couple of times where I had the chance where it was my break to go 4 clear, where that would win 2 breaks of service, we call it. But see that frame where he had 2 shots, and he always missed the yellows, which he went to go on and flicked the red and then took the finish. I thought, it's just sometimes not meant to be. But as much as I'm shaking my head and stuff, you're still always trying to win. And as I said, first game back in the IPA, I was nervous going into the match, and because you want to play well, you know what I mean, and because I'm here to win the tournament, always.
No, exactly. I think you were maybe always good value for your lead. You were never in major danger, but as you say, the break was massive, and then that shot you were talking about a minute going back. I'm calling out some of the scores, and I looked round and went, what just happened there? I've just seen the opposite ball fly in, and then next thing you know, he's taking a finish. And a lot of people were asking, they don't know him very well. I've seen him on the IPA tour throughout the year. He's actually not a bad player, but he just seemed to be, he just had a little bit, just say one more mistake than you did.
Yeah, I think he's a wee bit lackadaisical with the white sometimes. I think he does come from a snooker background, but I'm sure he won the Seniors Worlds a couple of years ago, or last year or something. I'm positive he's won, or it was the Masters, it was one of them. But no, listen, he is a good player, but obviously he's under a bit of pressure playing me as well, you know, because a lot more easier draws than me. But it's nice to be part of the tournament now, and I'm looking forward to the next match, because obviously Dan's one of the guys that's done well in the tour this year.
That's what I was going to check there to see who you played next. So it's Dan Davy, is it?
Aye. Well, I think so. So I'm looking forward to that, because you obviously want to get in and play the big boys, and you know you need to up your level and stuff, and hopefully I can start getting some balls. Well,
Dan, at the early part of the year, I was saying we had young Gio obviously winning tournaments in the amateur, and Dan had got off to an amazing start. He's won some titles. He won obviously one of the big ones in Newcastle, and for me, I'm saying Dan could be one of the players of 24 want to watch, and then he should have a tiny dip here and there, but it's going to be a tough game regardless.
No, listen, the thing is, I mean, I think it was a Welsh Open or something he won, and he'd beat like Hibbett, Farns, or
That's right.
Boyle. It was a crazy run in for the last 16. And for me, the boys just below the top level, they can beat anybody in a given day, but see beating them consecutively and winning the tournaments, that's the difference for the top boys to the next boys. So Dan does prove that he can do that, you know. And so obviously Dan's class. I grew up through the amateurs, through the juniors with Dan, even though he looks like 10, 20 years older than me. But listen, Dan's a really good player.
No, good luck then, mate.
Aye, no, cheers, mate.
And cheers for coming in. You want to do a bit of commentary for the next match, no?
Mate, I'm going to hit me work on my break.
Cheers, Scotty boy.
See you later, mate. Bye.
That was Scott Gillespie. Delighted that he popped in. Give an insight to what his match was like there. It was one of the games that had some ebbs and flows, but he pointed out himself how big the break-off shot is. And it ended up a really telling part. Let me check that out then, Mark. So I was saying to Scott there, I wasn't sure who had who to play. So as I say, I'm going to go and speak to Craig so I can get it up on the screen, because I'm having to go back into my phone here to figure out who is playing who. And having to sift through it is not easy. So Dan's got Gary McLaughlin to play. Give me a wee second, guys. Yeah, so Dan does have to beat Gary McLaughlin first. So Scott may be getting a little bit ahead. And Dan Davy will play Gary McLaughlin. And the winner of that match will play Scott in the next round. So I will go and have a look and see how the guys are faring to get started on the next stream match. And I will be back in a couple of moments, guys.
Next match, table 2, Wayne Regan versus Mike Roscoe. Next match, table 5, Curtis McGoldricks versus Dale Lawrence.
I think we're only moments away, guys, from Chris Bowron and Keith Robertson. And it was good to have the insight of Scott Gillespie after that match there. Not a good match ahead. And another cracker coming up later on. Morgan, McKinnis and Gio Edgar. Gio, the current Scottish champ. Morgan, the previous Scottish champ. Two phenomenal talents. The Scottish pool. Another big match coming up and all. It's on table 8 on the other stream. That is Ryan Davey and Jake Dillon Newlove. Another mammoth tie, that one. Sean McMahon, 8-5 in front of Ewan Waddle. Long way to go in that, but Ewan, he's hanging about, he's staying in there.
Next match, table 4, Liam Dunstall, led by Anderson.
So Keith Robertson is going to break off here. In frame number 1. As he goes head to head with current IPA professional Chris Bowron. Chris was in the World Championship Seniors final last year against Mark Boyle as well. I say last year, at the beginning of this year. Slides it in off the red. So just making sure he's got the reds early. It's not an easy finish by any stretch. So for all the viewers that are not really sure about who Keith is, I think he played on the IPA many years ago. He's a fantastic player, riding high at the top of the Scottish rankings. And he did win the 2024 IPA Amateur Series. And that has given him a wonderful top prize, as well as IPA professional status from 25. A good shot from Chris. Like I say, Chris won the fantastic World Championships. He's had a steady 2024 on the table. I think he'd maybe be the first to tell you that he maybe expected more of himself. Very steady player. Always makes it difficult for his opponents. Very, very capable player as well. Well, this should be a good task, a good match. And I'm looking out there and I see Craig Marsh in the building. When is he on? Can we get Craig? Can we get Marshy into the box? He might come in and join us. He might come in and join us. He said 5 minutes. That could mean 5 hours, but having a look at the draw to see when Mr. Marsh is on. 7 o'clock tonight. So let's hope Craig Marsh can come in and join us. He plays Paul Sanderson tonight at 7 o'clock. And what a man he is. He will be joining me on a golf trip as well in March. April? I think it's April. I'll tell you what, April has Bridlington, where I have the tough task of putting a Scotland team together to go. I'm hoping to put one of the best Scotland B teams that has been seen for a long time together. I got to see one of the best Welsh B teams that I've ever seen. I think they had 4 or 5 professionals in that team in Ireland this year, and they did go on and win the tournament. My plan and my aim is to put a Scotland team together for Bridlington that can go head to head with absolutely anyone. And Marshy and myself will be going to play golf. I think it's here just after Bridlington. I think it is just after Bridlington, so I'm pretty sure the missus will be chuffed with that. Get the bags emptied and washed, and then off I off we go on our travels. The life of a pool player / commentator / presenter. Now, Keith Robertson is going to have to be at his level best here if he wants to mix it up with current pro Chris Bowron. Because we're getting to see that if you make a mistake, Chris will punish you. Vince Kenny 7-0 with Jack Park. I think Vince was 5-1 down in that match. The Scotland B international. He spent many years in Scotland. He's in the Dundee area. Good guy, Vince. Very passionate, no matter if it's county pool or international pool. He gives it big licks. And Ewan Waddle is another man on a mission. He was 8-3 down to Sean McMahon. Sean hasn't managed to get any more on the board, and it is 8-6 with Ewan Waddle at the table. Supreme pool tables. They are the staple of the IPA. This smart rack on board sportswear. Strachan 861 and Aramith billiard balls as the pro cups that we use. The best in the business. Strachan 861, I do not think there is a better cloth in the market than the Strachan when it's brand new. And there is a few wee tricks that you can use to keep it playing newer for longer. And I will keep them to myself, but I know more and more people are starting to use those tricks, especially in and around the pool clubs, and it does make a massive difference. Does it cost you a few quid? Well, it doesn't cost you too much in comparison, so I do think it is a fantastic cloth to use when it is at its best. And I am pretty lucky I have it on my table, and due to a few wee tricks of the trade, my cloth lasts a very long time. It's a poor shot from Keith. But the one major thing here is he's favourite in this frame. So anybody watching just now, who have you got here? Have you got Keith Robertson? Have you got Chris Bowron? I know it's Friday, late afternoon, heading towards dinner time. Should I say tea time? But in Scotland we have dinner in the afternoon at dinner time, and then we have dinner in the evening at dinner time / tea time. And in Scotland we have breakfast at any time. I think that is the beauty of a place where you can be a good, well, I think most of you know the rest of that one. I don't know if I'm too chuffed with Keith here. I don't mean that in a bad stretch, I just mean getting a bit wild and potting. Davy Rooney has managed to get over the line in a fantastic win against Patrick McConville. 10 frames to 1. And I think, from what I'm hearing, Patrick went in off every frame. Rooney standing at the door, guys. So just a wee visit there from David Rooney, the Roon Dog, the D-O-G-G, Jamie Craig. Evening, my friend. Very good to have you on, tuning in on this wonderful Friday Scottish evening It is wet, it's windy, but in McGoldricks it's hot and it is absolutely buzzing. We've got the Welsh, the English, we've got the Irish. I don't want to guess where some of the other guys are from because that would be quite culturally, I don't know. I'm not going to say racist because you're guessing where someone's from, but there is quite a few guys from all over. And although, to be fair, listen guys, I'm looking at that draw sheet and it looks to me like Edgar's from Thailand, so there is some ones on there that will just kind of leave to the imagination. But yeah, I mean, Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales are some of the ones that I can see. So it is great for all of Poole to get to see all these guys in bonnie Scotland. Dave Adenall from the Isle of Man. Dave's here as well. Having a look down the draw. Looking there at my good friend Lee Shepherd. He's not on till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Liam Dunster and Finlay Anderson is underway. Jack Park is 8-7 in front now against Vince Kenny. Just having a little peek down the draw, guys. Gav Robinson on tonight as well. Just according to the draw, I think we have got all the players from the home nations all up and down the country. Adam Griffiths, Matty Rowland, Dane Shields, Cian Monaghan, Gavin Robinson, Chris Bowron, Greg Davis, Andrew Betts, Lee Shepherd, Corey Rees from Wales, Christian Phillips from Wales. Oh, there's Mark Farnsworth. He's got Elliot Sanderson, Ryan Hopkinson, Rob Wilson. It really is a massive field. Richard Swarfield, good to have Richard, and Craig Marsh, who I've already mentioned. So it is absolutely phenomenal, the players we have here this weekend. And Chris Bowron is one of the guys who's travelled across the border. And remember, this is a ranking event for the professionals. And you can totally understand why it wouldn't be for the amateurs, because, well, 90% of the field are Scottish amateurs that don't play in the IPA. So, yeah, slams it home. Jamie, I'm one of the best hole diggers in the whole, honestly, in the whole world, if you pardon the pun. But I was always known to be some climber, mate. But no, it's absolutely phenomenal. Dale Lawrence, who is going head-to-head with Curtis McGurn. Dale, the Welsh, up here with the Welsh contingent against young Curtis, who I am delighted that he's had a go at this. He is a young man who is absolutely enjoying his time playing pool. He's having the time of his life. And the main man, Craig Marsh, has walked into the box. When he said 5 minutes, I thought he was at it with me. I didn't think he was coming back. It's good to see you, my friend.
Aye, good to be here. Good to be here.
Well, trying to tell some of the people on here that might not know Chris too well, and even Keith, who obviously won the amateur series, and he's going to be a pro this year. But Chris, to me, he's just always steady.
Yeah, he is a steady player. He's always been the same. You know what you're going to get with him. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of Keith, so I'm not really sure.
So I didn't know what level Keith had played at before, but I know he played on the IPA when it was way back in the beginning. I think there used to be an event in Scotland at one of the hotels, and Keith had played a bit, but I was told when he won the amateur series that obviously he was going to take up the Pro Tour card. And then I was told, well, Keith actually used to play on the IPA and did pretty well back in the day, but he's maybe been away for maybe the best part of 5-10 years. I don't know, but
I'm not really sure. I played on it then. I do know his name, and I have seen him before. But as to what level he sort of plays at, I'm not really sure, to be honest.
He's one of the guys that nothing seems to faze him. So, like, we walk into these.
That's good. That's a good start.
Yeah, we went to Nottingham. Probably the least said about the conditions for the amateur series final is maybe best not to go on about it, but it wasn't great.
I heard.
But Keith, like, I heard every single person in the building complaining about something, and Keith was just floating through his business. He wasn't really.
And that's why you're better off doing sometimes.
Yeah.
Everybody else worry about it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And Keith goes on to win that event, and all of a sudden he's got, I think it was $5,000 in his pocket and a Pro Tour card. So
happy days.
it's not a bad return.
It's not a bad return, no. When everyone else is pulling their head out, that's what he wanted to do.
Exactly. So it was probably on that day I thought there's no surprise to me that he's in maybe in the top 6-7 players in Scotland right now in the rankings as well. So
okay.
He's very steady.
He's definitely doing all right then. Yeah.
I've noticed in these first couple of frames, Marshy, he's going for finishes when there's 1 or 2 dead balls and looking at the black right now, and he's doing the same again.
But he's got a little bit unlucky just now, to be fair. When he pushed the black on, he pushed the black there by mistake.
Yeah.
But he's got a chance to knock it out, yeah. But it's just dangerous. It's very dangerous. I think he has to go. Or do you pot it and try and land on the black either?
You know, that's one of the one of the things I've noticed. I know Robert Stevens not had the greatest IPA years, but in practice, Rob would just drop on that.
Yeah,
he would drop inside it, and I would watch him and go, but maybe that's the snooker thing. And
that's definitely
Rob.
the snooker thing, yeah. But sometimes even that's not the right shot. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you have to knock it out. I mean, the percentages of him landing on this now are so low. Now these cloths are new, so if he rolls this, he might be able to. The doubles might slide, and he might be able to get it, but I can't really tell from here. Yeah, it looks like he can if he can hit just before the bulk line and roll it. I think he'll. He's no good screwing it, I don't think.
I was going to say
it's going to straighten up, seeing it. Yeah.
And this has been the story of the first 2 frames. Keith has had a go. Even though in the first he's quite unfortunate, he goes in off and Chris kind of punishes him, but then in the second frame, same idea. Keith forcing the issue. Maybe can you forgive him for maybe being right? I'm new on the pro scene this year. I'm on TV. I've got the shot clock. Is he trying too hard?
Possibly, yeah, possibly. I don't know. He's not going to be used to these conditions on this format. Anyway, that's for sure. Or this setup at least.
Yeah.
So, hey, listen, everyone needs a bit of time to adjust. It's not just him. There's going to be a lot of them out there this weekend. With the IPA growing so big now in the last sort of 2 months, so everyone's coming back. Everyone's coming back with their tail between their legs.
We had one of them in the first match. He actually came in. So the idea is, if we get one of the winner, obviously, of most of the games. We come in for a couple of minutes, have a chat. And Scott Gillespie came in and he said, Stevie, I'm not going to lie, I was a nervous wreck. He said, I've played at the highest level for years, but I think it's because I'm coming back. Yeah. He said, I didn't want to make a mess of it. Yeah, and another thing as well, I wouldn't have thought he played a hell of a lot on these cloths in the last 2 years, have he? No, exactly.
He'd been on the grey stuff, wouldn't he?
And that's exactly what he said. And one of the guys from here, Billy Neal, Billy lives only a few moments from Scott, and Scott would go to his. Scott's not a big practicer, but he was playing in the break and dish thing. So Scott would just go over to Billy's, and Billy's get the grey superfine as well. So, so he wasn't really ever playing on this unless it was in one of the Scottish events.
I got you.
And that's a big game for the Scottish guys there on the table. Ewan Waddle and Sean McMahon. Young Sean. Sean's maybe close to 30, Marshy. He's only started playing the game the last 4 or 5 years. He got involved in the league pool. Walked into a local pub. One of the guys said, "You want a frame?" And he said, "I'll have a frame." He was beating all the guys, and they were thinking, "Wait a minute, who's this kid? Where's he came from?" So then they're saying, "Why don't you come and play for the team?" And he's like, "Team? What do you mean team?" Thinking you just get into the pub, put a coin on the table, and all of a sudden, Ewan Waddle's in the top 16 in Scotland. He's just won the World Championships with the Scotland A team, and young Sean's 9-7 up. So
Christ, good effort.
Yeah, honestly, it's a massive. In the space of 4 or 5 years, he's just came out of nowhere, but he absolutely loves it, and he just didn't realise how big the game was.
And you know what? That is the difference. If you do love it, and you are playing all the time, and you are committed, then you'll improve so much faster that way.
Yeah. Chris Bowron, right now, am I right in saying, I actually said it earlier, I don't know if I got the years mixed up, but he was a World Championship finalist in the seniors, and Mark Boyle beat him. Was that this year?
I am not sure, if I'm honest. I'm not sure.
Is this the year Gareth beat Jake Dillon-Newlove? The start of this year?
Final, yeah.
So it will be then. No. Was that last year?
Who won last year? Oh, you lost me. I can't remember. Who won the World this year? I can't remember, mate.
I had Gareth in my head.
Anybody know on the chat? Anybody know?
Anybody on the chat function help us out there?
I do play on the tour, I promise. I can't remember who won the World this year.
I was doing the commentary for the final.
No, it was Gaz. It was Gaz beat Newlove, yeah, because obviously the World's coming up again now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right, yeah.
Because I'm saying that the 2025 winner, and then I'm going, well, that's next year actually, and it's. But
that's correct. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Bit of confusion there.
I think it's because the world seems to start the year rather than coming at the end of the year. So it's.
And with most a lot of sports, it's at the end of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So.
This match seeming to take true form at the first 3 frames.
Yeah, you're not going to get many second chances against Chris. You know, he plays a lot. He's another one. He's pool mad. He is, to be fair. So
he's just punishing every single mistake from Keith. And if that match continues in that vein, it's going to be tough for Keith to get any kind of momentum.
Yeah, he will. Yeah. He needs to knock a couple of finishes in now and sort of get himself there in the match, sort of thing. Like, you know, because the Grand will say you never sort of feel in the match until you win your first frame. So
yeah. And yourself, you play Paul Sanderson. At 7 o'clock
I'm
tonight.
I'm not actually sure who he is. I'm not.
So Paul,
not sure who he is,
he's one of the Paisley guys. He's a decent player.
Yeah.
When he puts the time in, he's very, very handy. I don't know how much Paul's been playing, but he's obviously backed himself to enter this event.
Yeah,
so
good. Yeah, so they should as well. I think a lot of people should. A lot more should take away from him what he's doing and play and enter these events, even if he feels like he's not going to win the tournament. You still need to play and improve. And I feel the higher the standard of the tournament you play in, then you're definitely going to improve quicker.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't care what anyone says. That's the way it is.
I remember it was a number of years ago. I had worked away for the best part of 10 years, so I hadn't lifted a cue. When I started playing, I was hard to describe how I had lost the plot. I'm throwing balls across the room, and Renzi said to me, Stevie, I think it's probably best if you just quit, chuck it. It's time to. And I'm like, I think that's what I need to do, Renz, because I've got so bad and everybody else has got so much better. And he said, but the alternative is you go and play against the best players in the big tournaments, and maybe, just maybe, you improve.
Yeah.
And I went, well, do you know what? I'm going to do the latter. That's what I'm going to do.
That's exactly right. Well, I've committed now this year to play in, because I haven't played a lot of pool really for 5-6 years now. I've just played on the IPA, that's it. I haven't played on anything else. But I've committed this year now. I'm going to play on everything as much as I can. Anything I play in, I'm just going to play as much as I can this year. So, because I'm fed up of being shit as well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the world of pool that knows you, know the talent that you've got.
Yeah.
Maybe is it one of these things every now and again inside you say,
I'm just not committed enough. I'm just not committed enough for me. I just don't play at all. And I know that's an old cliche and everyone says that, but I genuinely don't. I genuinely don't play back home. I go from tournament to tournament and that's it. I don't play at all. Well, I've just come back from Thailand now. I landed from Thailand yesterday and I come straight here. So I haven't hit the ball for 3 weeks again now coming here. So.
And it's tough to be at your best. It doesn't matter how much talent you have if you're not working hard off the table.
Exactly.
And that's that thing that's in, I think it's in the Crucible, and it's a picture of Mark Williams and John Higgins, and it says under it, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work
Mark's
harder.
Club.
Is it in Mark's Club?
You got it, you got it on the wall.
So,
you got it on the wall in his club,
and
and that's absolutely spot on.
Yep. That's Paul.
He's a banger,
that's Paul Mark.
I know Paul Mark. Sorry.
He's very lucky. He's at the end of that. That text message, or me and him will be having stern words.
Are you Turkey this year, pal?
Yes.
Yes,
I was actually speaking about it when I was looking down the draw, and I was saying all the guys that are here, and I mentioned yourself, and I says, and funnily enough, we are going to be in Turkey pretty soon.
Aye.
April,
is it? April, yeah. April.
Oh, I've just...
The chairman's dropping off chocolates and all sorts. He didn't bring me nothing. I can't believe it.
Anybody that was listening... Anybody that was listening last week, I was doing the Scottish Championship.
All right.
Santa is getting these... I'm not joking, Marcia. It's a Tunnocks. I don't know how to describe this box. but it has got some of the most amazing chocolate you'll ever see. And I started talking. Next thing you know, the chat function's just full of chocolate talk. And it was mad. But people were saying to me, Stevie, you all right? I mean, you've just not stopped talking. And I'm like, you need to see this hamper. It's like some kind of Christmas hamper, but he's managing to get them. And so 150 quid to anybody that wants them. I've got no idea what they cost, but I'm sure I'll make a few quid on that.
Yeah.
Here's this match following the same kind of pattern.
Yep, same again. He's missed a finish again and sort of given 2 shots away. But he hasn't played the best of shot there, but he won't be going for nothing anyway. He'll just look at him again.
Just slide in.
Yeah, slide in behind the black.
Yeah, looking forward to Turkey, mate.
Oh yeah, amazing. That car, yeah. As someone said, last dance, I just come back from Turkey, absolute class. Which course are you playing? Well, I'm not sure this year, but last year we played the car, yeah, twice, didn't we?
We did.
I can't remember the other one.
What was the name of the? It was a Turkish Airlines Open Championship course, but
yeah,
I can't remember the name of it.
Neither can I. I can't remember either.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was amazing, amazing. I think this year we're playing the Kaya again. I know we're definitely playing that, and I think we're gonna go. Oh, name of it. It will come to me. It will come to me.
Yeah, we are.
I'll come back to you.
We're doing a different one.
Yeah, we are playing a different couple of courses this year, so I can't remember what they said they were. Chuck a couple of names in the chat. And I'll tell you if it's one of them.
I'm the 27 handicap guy that turned into Scotty Scheffler.
Unbelievable. There was a lot of unhappy people on that trip last year with him. Adam was
It's
fuming.
one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That guy marched the entire course after our match. I thought he went home. I was like, Adam's away fuming. And next thing, he's walked every single hole to tell everybody about how much of a scam artist I was. And,
I laughed my head off.
But Chick would be, I don't know if Chick's on, right? We had a couple of rounds here in the summer there. We didn't have any kind of decent weather, so we got a couple of rounds in. And God's honest truth, mate, I was awful.
Yeah.
Now, I could still win the odd hole by nailing a putt or something like that, but I was really, really poor. And I'm saying, I wish Adam was here right now so he could see how I normally play. But for some reason, the Turkish Airlines Open Championship course, guys, I'm 1 over through 9. And Adam, if he had any hair, would have ripped it right out the top. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
That was funny, that was.
He was fuming. The first hole, I've drove down the middle, chipped on and put it for birdie, and he's went 27. He started going crazy, and then the next hole, it's a par 3. I've chipped up. I've used a hybrid uphill and put it for another birdie. I'm 2 birdies through the first 2, and he was going berserk. But guy, I think, and Ross McKinnis actually said he went, Stevie, you're playing every day. You're on the driving range for an hour before.
Cullinan, I think, is another one we might be playing this year. Yeah, I think we played the Sultan. That's one of the ones we played.
Are we playing a Montgomery course? Is that right?
Possibly. I'm not 100%.
I don't know what it's called. It's just when I'm seeing the Faldo one there. I'm sure I've seen Paul mention something about a Montgomery, but I might be wrong. But
I haven't played any of them. But that Kaya was an unbelievable course. And if you've never played out there, then you need to get yourself over there. That place was incredible.
And we're in the Titanic this year.
Yeah, we're staying in the Titanic this year. Yeah, which is a better hotel again, apparently. How we can go better than last year, I don't know. Because we had all-inclusive all the way around the island.
Yeah,
I went down the pier one day for a drink, and they said, "Oh no, it's in the room."
Yeah,
I walked 20 minutes to get the pier. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that was good. That was. It was actually. I mean, it was quiet. And then now it wasn't exactly. There was a few bits of it not open, the hotel.
Yeah.
But there's not very often you go down to a pool and you've basically got the entire thing to yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Food, drink, loads and loads of stuff happening, and it was. I mean, that was good. And apparently the Titanic's even better.
It was just so cheap as well.
Yeah.
What we had, I think we paid like 1,400 quid or something. Was it? It was crazy.
I think we're an extra 150 quid
this year,
for something that's supposed to be. How it can be 10 times better, but it's supposed to be a lot better.
Ben and his family went there a couple of years back. So Ben, his wife, and the 2 kids went, and I know he paid $6,500 to go to this hotel for his family.
Wow!
For that week, for a week. So it must be an unbelievable hotel, the place.
Yeah, and that's us getting all our rounds picked up, taken back and forward to the courses. Yeah, I mean that's
1,400 quid, 1,500 quid, or whatever.
Yeah, that's good value. And guys, that's 4-0 to Chris, and anybody watching must feel like their TV screen is jumping.
Wow, well, he hit that break.
It's the exact same scenario.
Well, he wanted to break better than that in his life.
Yeah, he has to get these.
Yeah, he has to get these now. Yeah, I've gone a little bit awkward, so he might have to go the right pattern, but as long as he goes the right way, he should be fine.
What is the right way here?
Yeah, well, personally, I'd play the one in the middle, stand up with the one at the top, land on the one on the left-hand side rail, one over the hole down here, one in the middle, red up the rail, black in the middle. I don't like moving balls, yeah, but things can go wrong then. But
just because he didn't have
to. He didn't have to, yeah. There was a pattern he could have played without moving anything, but sometimes people feel more comfortable moving balls and stuff. But
yeah, I think I remember years ago someone saying, it was Chris Slack, when he talks about looking a gift horse in the mouth. If you can do something, you should do it when you're on it. But I think in that situation, well, every ball's got a pocket, so there's no need to move anything. Probably the only way it could go wrong. I mean, he could have slid off the cushion there, back onto that red and had no shot.
Yeah, and now it's a little bit awkward now, because now does he try to play for the red up the rail, or try to knock it out, or what does he do? It's a bit sticky now, really. Personal preference now for me,
Yeah, I mean, he could be forgiven for coming down the table and then go back up.
I think he has no choice. Yeah, he's having a bit of a mare here, to be fair. But that's the problem when you not go for a couple of finishes and you miss them, and then it starts to get inside your own head then, doesn't it?
I wonder as well if the shot clock is maybe in his head.
Definitely would have put him under pressure there, because he was close.
Yeah. He's not made it to the beep very often, but I know in your head, a lot of players, Greg McMillan last year played on the TV table, and he said, Stevie, I was dreading hearing that beep. As soon as it came, he said, I started to shake, and says, you've still got 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And
do you know the best at that? Is Dunster. Dunster's the best at that by a mile. He waits, he plays every single shot on the beeps now.
Yep.
So I think he uses it with his time in and his rhythm.
Now, Liam might be able to tell us better, but I mean, Renzi saying something like, he said to him, look, I'm really struggling with this shot clock, and Renzi said, well, there's only one way to fix it. Let's practice under it. And I think he's now got such a routine where on the 10, he's down at the table, he starts feathering on 5, and it is so precise.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing. If only there was a way to get it on a lot of the outside tables as well without needing a referee.
Yeah.
There's a guy, he's from up here, and he's actually working on something, a bit of software that maybe you have it on your scoreboard, and when you play a shot, kind of like chess, once you play your shot, you walk over, press it, and then your opponent has got his 30 seconds, and then if they need the extent no, I know, but it's just, I wouldn't mind, even if it was maybe the minute, the black ball's got a minute rule, but it's just some matches in the outside tables can be
crazy.
It can be frightening. And that's the big problem when you've got long races.
And you get to sort of, not to be disrespectful, but average players.
Yeah, no, that's
they're going to struggle, Yes.
It's tough to police the outside tables, but
yeah, this is pool as well. This is part of it all, and we're used to all that anyway. So it's not the end of the world.
Renzi actually says to me that when they signed their professional contracts years ago with the PPPO, they had to sign on that contract that they would play some version of attack and pull when possible.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take too long.
How do you police that?
No, I know. So if somebody watches from afar and says, "Oh, I seen him not play a snooker, but maybe take too long over a shot," maybe the ref can give them a warning. I don't know. I don't know how you do it.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I know.
But that is mental.
He's put his hand up there, but I think that's a good shot he's played.
Yeah. He's not the right finish in here, mind, because I'm sure we've been talking so much. I'm sure the yellows were knackered when he started. He
played a good shot in the beginning, opened them out, and basically made himself favourite with one shot. Keith's ended up playing a smash.
Oh, right, okay, I didn't see that.
The balls that flew around the table. He's ended up giving away 2 shots, and again,
that's the end of that. In fairness, Keith has a golden chance there, and he's done nothing with it. So Vincent Kenny, Jack Park, 9-9.
Yeah, so Jack was 5-1 in front. Jack, a lot of people that won't know Jack, in this same tournament last year, he played Dean Shields. Dean beat him 10-9.
Oh, you can play then?
Yeah, it was a
You
good
can play.
match. And then someone says, Jack, you've got Stevie Walker next. And he's went, oh, that's not bad after Dean Shields. 7-1.
Fell apart.
7-1. See you later,
Booted.
Jack. Walker's it was mad. Obviously, I watched a bit of the Dean game against Jack, and as I say, Jack is actually a talented player. He's just won that match. But he's very attacking. And against Dean being the same, going for everything,
Yeah.
Jack would mop up. If Jack didn't get it, Dean would mop up. It was the same thing. So almost every frame, when it wasn't there, I would go, fill your boots, lad.
Aye, that's it.
And he kept missing his
Well,
last
sometimes
ball.
you- sometimes
snooking
you
his-
have to do that, yeah.
And 1 or 2 shots later, I've got kind of roll-ins, and that was the story of the match. But he is a talented kid. He just doesn't play a hell of a lot in the Scottish scene.
Yeah, I don't know him, if I'm honest. I've never seen him before. On the other table, Sean McMahon and Ewan Waddle, is it? That's,
Yeah.
Who's this at the table now? Which
That's
is-
Sean.
Right, so Sean's got a chance to win a match here then.
Boyle versus Edgar.
That has been some match. As I say, Sean was 8-3 in front. But Ewan, who has been an IM finalist where Morgan McKinnis beat him, he's got himself to the top end of Scottish pool, managed to win a trial to get into Rab's Scotland A team. They just won the World Championship, so he's been riding the crest of a wave.
Oh, right, okay.
Young Sean, who just won the Scottish Counties with the Glasgow A team. And as I say, a young kid. I'm just calling him a young kid because he's I don't even think he's 30 yet, or he's round about that, but he's just one of the I just think he can get better and better and better because he loves it. He's absolutely loving it. And you said that's a massive part.
That is. It's part of the problem, that is. It's half the battle. If you're really enjoying playing and you enjoy going to the club, enjoying just knocking balls about, then I tell you something, that's half the battle.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Gillespie was on first. Scott hates a practice, and it ended up the breaking dish challenge was the only way he thought, do you know what, that's at least a competition.
Yeah.
And it's the only way he's going to step to the table. And
Yeah, I'd be the same, yeah.
mate, Gaz Hibbert, I've been doing them. I've got a black ball elite table, Marshy, right? And when I say it's tight, it's freakishly tight. And I says to the guys, listen, I need a better handicap here because my table's too tough. Johnny McDermott, a few guys have came in and they're saying, Stevie, this is too hard. We can't challenge. So then the guys are saying to me, well, I'm sorry, I've asked people, Gav's on there and a few others, I've asked them about you, they know you, and they said that's fair. And I said, that might be fair on a Supreme,
Right.
but they're all playing on what looks like bucket bags.
I was going to say I'd play on a different table then.
yeah,
Play someone else.
That's what I said. So I was actually going to say to Paul, I'm going to maybe just come over here and do my... But that is a good thing, but I've never seen Gareth Hibbert, mate. He had 23 breaking dishes out of 25 in his first half. And one of them, and I'm watching thinking, what is... Someone said to me after it, a wee while later, who do you think's got the best breaking pool?
Oh, his break's freakish, mate, honestly.
Gaz.
It's ridiculous, I know.
Unbelievable.
But you watch it sometimes and it annoys the life out of me because you watch him sometimes and it's dry. And honestly, God, he does my head in because every time I play him, he never misses a ball. And every pot of every break, he does my nut in, honestly. But he's so talented. He's an unbelievable player.
He's an inspiration.
His touch and his white is
We were speaking,
so nice.
myself and Mark Boyle, quite a while ago. We were doing the commentary for one of the big events up here, and we were talking about guys that who's your kind of inspiration, who keeps you going, who keeps you wanting to keep playing, and I says, oh, Gaz, because he's
Yeah, he's
The-
50,
yeah.
he's 50 something now.
the age thing. It's just a number.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, absolutely.
if you're willing to put the work in, then there's nothing to stand in your way apart from
No.
your hard work and effort. So
100%. How we go with these matches?
Liam Dunster 5-0 in front of Finlay Anderson. Finlay's another good, I mean, he's played international pool for the unders all the way through. I think he's maybe only 23, 24-year-old just now, but Liam making easy work of that just now. Sean McMahon did win that match, so congratulations, young Sean. That was a big scalp and a race to 10. This is what you want for a commentary booth, isn't it?
Aye, unbelievable, isn't it?
It is.
What an effort. 6 screens.
Trying to
I've got to go quiet because I'm actually watching the snooker shootout as well, guys. In between, like on one of the screens.
I've done it a few times myself, and I've actually went to talk about the shot on the snooker and had to go, whoa, that's not what we're working on here. Listen, I've never seen a fudger like Marcy.
People think I can't do it and choose not to, is all it is. People think I'm thick. I'm not that bad.
I think when you've played the game with the guys you've been around for that many years, some of the stuff's going to sink in.
Game up.
But as you say, because you choose not to doesn't mean you can't do it.
No, absolutely. And it doesn't frustrate me doing it either. I just choose not to.
It's more of an attacking safety shot.
Yeah.
This was a frame for me that Keith, even though Chris missed a chance with 3 balls to go, you've got to, I think if you're Keith Robertson sitting in your seat when you step to the table, you've got to at least affect the frame.
Yeah,
even
exactly,
whether it's put a ball on top of a ball, make it awkward, whatever it is, if you can't finish.
He's just handing it to him at the moment.
Yeah. I don't think he's feeling it at all. But I think anybody watching here that doesn't know Keith would think, this guy surely can't be a pro next year. Please believe me, he is tenfold to what we're seeing.
Better than this, yeah.
So much better.
You don't win an amateur series tournament with the standard of players that was up there, because I know a lot of players that went and he won it comfortable, didn't he?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, he must be a decent player.
He was in, I don't know if it was Morgan that beat him in one of the finals, or he lost in one of the Scottish IM finals this year as well. As I say, he's in the maybe top 6, 7 in the rankings, and there's a lot of good players up at the top end. He can definitely play, he's just not having the best time of it right now. We all have days like that.
I get him too often these days, the problem. But no, I've committed to playing a lot more next year and actually putting a bit of time in. So, and I have promised the boys, and I've got a bet with one of my sponsors as well. So, I think I have to be honest. So, that'll be interesting to see how it goes next year and see if I can find a bit of form.
Well, I think a committed Craig Marsh is a danger to anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm still only getting beat by the top boys. Like I only get beat by Farnsworth and Boyle and things at the moment. But the problem is I'm not competing. And that bugs the life out of me, that too. So that's going to be my aim next year now, to sort of play a bit more, get my touch back again, and see where we go from there.
And does that mean that the party hard Craig Marsh?
Yeah, that's going to have to stop until because I never used to drink till I was out to the tournament, like, but. You know, you get roped in, and you meet friends and things like that, and you just sort of, I'm so easily led anyway. But one of the mates I get led with a lot is here. We had a chat, and we're going to slow it down a bit, like when it comes to tournament wise. So,
well, I was actually speaking to Ross Fernie, who is very similar.
Yeah. We're both idiots, a pair of us.
he could put himself in the quarterfinals and.
Yeah.
All to play for, and then all of a sudden he's having the time of his life off the table. And I mean, we were talking about it, and someone, I can't remember who it was, we were at a big round table in Newcastle, and someone said, but there is plenty of other weekends if you decide you want to go mad.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Ross's answer was quite good, and I liked it in a sense. He said, but it's not every other weekend I get to bump into these friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I thought, well, do you know what? That is a good answer. But
yeah. But when what you want from me, what you wanted of it, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I wanted partying and getting stuff and whatever for the last few years, but that has to stop for a while now. I have to have a little breather, a little step back, and just sort of because you can still have a good night out if you're out, or in the tournament. Then that's fair enough, just have a go. But if you're in the tournament, I have to sort of take a step back now and chill out a little bit. No,
I've not.
You're the bad influence, Jay. All jokes aside, you're probably right. It probably is me. Like, don't get me wrong. But I like blaming other people. It's easier.
7 frames to
7-0. Wow.
Yeah, it's turning into a rout. But it's easy. I mean, those events, somebody said, and even the missus would say to me, I don't understand it, why these events are so good. It's just a pool tournament. And I'm thinking, well, it's different. It's the people that you meet at certain ones. You don't meet them at every event.
No, that's right.
And it might be, if you only make one of them that year, it might be the only time you catch up with some people that, all right, you might have a little Facebook post here and there, or the odd message, but I think that's what makes the pool event so amazing, is the community of people that go.
I agree with you. Again, You know, if anybody's been to like an IPA tour, say for instance, like Newcastle or Coventry's a better example. The lobby in Coventry.
Yeah.
It's just full of players, pool players, having a drink, having a chat, just having a good time. Do you know what I mean? And it's hard then not to sort of get involved in that.
Exactly. I says to Bron, it was one of the events. She'd messaged me and said, Steve, I've made a big mistake in the hotels. You're actually going to be in the adjacent one. And I says, well, Bron, just put my entry to the next one because that's my favourite event for that reason. That massive foyer area where everybody meets. And I mean, I can't be bothered going back and forward to a different hotel. And she was like, that's very strange hearing from someone in Scotland that's usually Newcastle because it's easier to get to. And I went, well, it's not about the travel, it's about the event. And I think the Coventry one's a great example.
It is, It is, I agree with you. I tell you what I did enjoy this year, mind, was the Newcastle event because it was in the racecourse. I know we had to walk back and forth, which was a bit of a nuisance, but
what a venue.
How Corrigan's pulled that off, I'll never know. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable venue and event.
Yeah, walking through that door, I was like, is this the new venue or is it just temporary? Because this is unbelievable.
It was amazing, mate, honestly.
The amount of space.
Amazing. Yeah, it was brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, that was some setup. And I had heard someone say that there was a potential move on the cards. I don't know if what I'd heard was about that actual event. I thought, right, so we're going to be staying in that hotel in Newcastle, but we're moving to a different venue. But then I think I'm led to believe it was only for that event, but it just kind of gives us a different option somewhere down the line.
What it was, they double booked the venue, didn't they? So we are the ones that got it booked. But what Kevin's Paul and Santa are doing for the IPA at the moment is incredible. And I'm genuinely, I'm looking forward to playing pool for years. I'm genuinely looking forward to playing pool this year.
Yeah, there's a
new buzz about it all. Like it's good, it's nice.
It is. There is such a buzz, such an excitement in the air, and it's not just the players that are coming over, all the kind of new faces. There seems to be a spring in the step of the guys that have been here for a number of years.
Absolutely.
A lot of new pros, also a lot of new amateurs, and with the limited numbers, a lot of people are going to miss out.
Yeah, unfortunately. That's the way it is.
A lot more TV duty for the walk-up. I don't know what happens if I win a tournament to interview myself.
Yeah. Give me a shout, I'll come to it.
That's good that Pickers is staying on because I think he's very good at what he does.
He is, 100%, yeah. And he doesn't get enough recognition for what he does either, do you know what I mean? Because he does everything behind the scenes and nobody really sees what he does.
No. When I started to get involved on that side of things, I started to see how much work that he puts in.
Yeah.
And usually at most events we'll have a chat, we'll go over what the weekend kind of looks like and what my schedule looks like on the table and how we're going to work it all out. But he's so detailed, and I actually said to Paul and Santa, in the beginning when everything was changing, I said, I hope he stays. I said, Renzi was on the floor trying to see what ideas were going to kind of come to fruition for the future, and I said, I really hope Mark stays on. And then in Isle of Man we had a chat, and he'd obviously had a chat with the guys, and he is, and I think that's massive.
Yeah, I'm glad for that. I'm glad of that. Yeah, I'm glad of that too.
Now, I don't want to say it's 7-0. Is this a possible turning point? But Keith has to make...
Well, he has to win this for him.
He has to make this count.
What's he doing? He's on yellow, is he?
Yeah, with two. He had the free shot.
Very strange shot, that is.
He was going to play a pop kick. And all he had to do was...
Yeah, I don't know why. That's an odd thing to do, that is. Just tied his yellow, no?
Yeah, I don't think that goes now.
He's not thinking right at all. His head's up his arse at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is.
Because the way the match has gone.
I think one thing, if you're ever someone that's not really seasoned in the game and they've got that one free shot, one visit, you normally tell them to make sure they use that one free shot. It's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Not that Chris is in any better position now because he's still not getting in the frame, but you know, it'd be nice to just knock the finish in there and sort of.
It's a hell of a voice on that guy out there. Oh, that's one of your mob, isn't it? No, it's no.
Nothing to do with me.
Oh, it's William Wallace Senior. massive thing here is he's one fluke away from losing this frame.
Yeah, exactly. Aye.
When he really...
And the problem is now, what I mean, what's his plan here now? Because it looks like he's going for these now. There's absolutely no need. Oh, that's okay.
So that's the delayed screen.
Oh, right, so I got you, yeah. Sorry.
I do that as
I
well,
got
and then I look back and go, what have I missed?
There we are.
Now these are must-gets.
Yeah, absolutely must get, yeah. You might as well wrap it in if you don't get these ones.
Would you be playing a plant here?
Yeah, I think so. No, play the other one. Yeah, I'm gonna stick my neck out and say he won't miss these.
I'll have to say I am very surprised. I thought this was going to be a real tough match because Keith really is. He's a cracking player and he's just
started really badly and he's never recovered really.
He just seems miles off it now. But
yeah.
that's the old cliche. 7's not 10.
That's it.
There'll be some turnaround. Mark Boyle is on one of the other stream tables against Stevie Ainsworth.
Man of the moment as well. Another one. Dan Davy. He's played some good stuff at the moment. Dan, he done. Did he win a pro event or something the last couple of tours ago? I think.
Well, he won the Welsh Grand Prix.
That's right. Sorry, down our way. Yeah, that's right.
And he won. Was it Newcastle pro event?
Yeah, possibly. I know he won something. Yeah.
I think it was the early one in Newcastle, and
he missed an event then because I think he had a wedding or something.
Yep.
And he went away. So yeah, he's playing some good stuff at the moment, Dan. And I tell you something. I think if they both win, I think him and Gillespie play each other.
Yeah, that's right. I think Dan.
Because I'm sure that's my little section. Because I think I'll play if I happen to get through. Not gonna be wrong. I'm not counting my chickens because I haven't hit the ball. But if I happen to win my first couple, I think I play well of that to qualify.
Right. Dan, for me, I actually called on one of the commentaries that I felt he was one of the players of 2024. Just seemed to find that a bit of form that.
Yeah, he did.
A
Yeah,
bit
he
different.
played some good stuff. Yeah. He's another one. His break is massive. We got another big break. Yeah, Dan.
And Scott Gillespie came in for a 2-minute interview after his match, and he was saying, he said, I think he thought he's obviously not counting Gary out, but he's saying, I think I play Dan next. He's not said if Dan wins, but then he started talking about the kind of players that Dan beat to win that Welsh Grand Prix.
Oh yeah.
And it was some run.
He played brilliant. Yeah, I was there and I was watching it through one eye sometimes, mine, but I was watching it. And he was he played some great stuff that weekend. Yeah, he's a nice guy as well. Yeah, I like Dan. He got a lot of time for him.
Yeah, he's my claim to fame. I beat him earlier this year.
Did you?
A few people were saying, who was it you played against, Davey? Because I'm going, when I was on the TV table against Dan every single week. But it was actually the conversation of the shot clock. So I kept saying, well, when I played on it, I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I didn't even, I don't know, it just seemed to have me in the zone, whereas it can catch some other people out. So it's just amazing how a little beat, or the idea that you've only got 30 seconds. And I think I went back and watched my match, and there was only twice throughout it. There was once or twice I used the extension at the start of the frame, and only twice throughout the match did I make the first beat. So every shot was well under 20 seconds. But I wouldn't have known that at the time. But I think it's just once you let that get into your head, listen, you know better than me, you're on the shot clock a lot.
Yeah.
But if you let it bother you, then...
Oh yeah, you got no chance then. You got no chance.
Playing this off the red.
I think so. He's just knocking him out.
Played that off the red.
He's left himself dead again now, hasn't he?
I'm right in saying it was an open table, so he's just tried to open things up.
Yeah.
Get the black into play at the same time, but it just isn't happening for Keith. Looks like Stevie Ainsworth has left that red in the bottom left
Does look
corner.
like it, but yeah, doesn't it? Can't have, surely.
Maybe a swerve. It's on the other stream table, guys. You can see
You
Mark Boyle.
have left it. He's looking, just gone straight down to play it. Wow. Oh, he's teasing us. He's teasing us.
He's managed to get that in,
Oh, good pot there from Keith.
but has he got a shot from there. Well, chance for Keith to get one more back.
Yeah, he's not a good ball in there to get himself out of trouble as well, to be fair. So
Getting that first frame in the board, so important. It's just a shame he got it when he was 7-0 down. Mark Boyle did get them there. That was a big mistake from Stevie Ainsworth on the other table, guys. 3-0 down to Mark Boyle. Can't be giving Boyle chances like that.
no, when he's missed. When he misses like that, you've got to be on it again, making sure you're not going to finish him behind him. He won't get a second chance, that's for sure.
So looks like Keith changing his mind here, coming back down the table.
Yeah, I think I'd play this way as well. One down the cushion, he could pop the one up the top and just land anywhere on the side rail.
Yeah.
When he's on the black.
Maybe starting to think a bit more clear then. So you're swinging round the back of these. Maybe have an option of the black. The right middle, maybe?
Yeah. Well, I think I'd play for any corner, I would. Just leave it white down.
Just
put
drop over to the side.
Oh, he's swinging round, that's right, that's fine.
Oh, he's okay.
He was always going to be on the pot anyway when he...
Yeah, he put his hand up, but I think no matter what way he played it, unless he went in and off, he was going to have some kind of shot. The snooker shootout.
Big bit of queue in that, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a shot that.
One of my sponsors is here playing this weekend, Wayne Regan. He owns T&R Building. He sponsored quite a few of us now.
Yeah,
so,
I've noticed that.
Yeah, he's a nice bloke in all fairness. He's 3-1 up against Viv Rusco. A nice bloke, Wayne.
I need to sit him down and tell him if he wants his company fired all over the TV, I'm the man to sponsor. No point in someone's T-shirt when they don't mention it.
That's it.
I'm
Right
your
enough.
man, I'm your man. Well, I have noticed that. He seem to be supporting a lot of the guys in pool, so fair play.
He's a good bloke.
That's a touch of class.
He's a good laugh as well.
7-2, Christie break. We want to slow down this mini revival. And Gary McLaughlin. Gary's the guy. Just want to double check. Gary's the guy that travels everywhere with Gio.
Okay.
Him and Gio won the Scottish doubles. Yeah, there's Gary on the screen there. So they won the Scottish doubles together. He's not a bad player, Gary.
Yeah.
He's won each with Dan right now. As you say, Scott Gillespie plays the winner of that match. Richard Swarfield and David Rooney, that'll be a good game. David Rooney won his opening match 10 frames to 1. He said it's as good as he's played
Happy
all
days.
year, so former European champ.
Good guy, Rooney. Good mate of mine. He's sound.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
Yeah. The only blind pool player I know. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. He complains so often about it, and I go, but Rooney, you can't be blind.
Well, I tell you something. I'll tell you a story one day with me and him and Fernie in the car, and he drove us from the hotel here. And me and Fernie were in bits when he got here. I was devastated. I never shook so much in my life. He couldn't see the headlights man coming towards him, and I'm like, "Go no, over, get over!" And honestly, I was in bits when I got here. Ask Fernie about it. Honestly, it was only from the hotel to. Oh, remember one of them dumbuck things?
Oh, that's
they used
right.
to do? Well, from the hotel to that venue, it was only down the road. Oh my God, longest 5 minutes of my life.
Yeah. He's had quite a bit of work done to his eyes. He would say to me, it could be a Tuesday night for pool, league pool, and he would say, Stevie, I can make tonight, mate, but someone will need to pick me up because I can't drive in the dark. And I'd go, what do you mean you can't drive in the dark?
Yeah, that's what it was.
He'd go, well, I can't see.
That's what it was.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, right, okay.
This was night time, wasn't it? This was night time when the lights were coming towards him and he couldn't see him. It would blind him even more. I know, oh my God. Brutal.
Yeah, I've not got the best eyesight myself, and you know,
I just guess I do it easier.
mate, it's something I've noticed over the last while. And Rooney said to me, he went, Stevie, you need to get that checked. He went, because that's what happened to me. I feel like every light driving towards me is full beam.
Oh, is it?
And I'm
Oh,
actually
you check that,
I'm
yeah.
pumping my horn and flashing at people. And they must be thinking, what's up with this guy? And I'm screaming, your full beams. And it's just like, everything seems to be enhanced. But yeah, probably better getting that checked out in case I
would if I was you, mate.
turn into a Davy Rooney.
Boyle 4-0 up, standard. Dunster 6-1, 7-2, Bowron. Colin McKetchie is there, Murray McGinnis.
Yeah, I don't really know. I've seen Murray's name quite a bit over the last while, but Colin, you can see him just on the outside there, 5-1 up.
And Dale Lawrence 4-3 up against Curtis McGurn. Not really a lot else happening in the tables as well.
Yeah, Alan Robinson, he's on the hill against Kieran Gorman, 9-7. That was another mistake from Keith. That probably ends the revival. It's been tough to watch Keith here because I know how good he is. When you're sitting in your seat and it's going that way, you're feeling a lot worse than anybody watching.
Absolutely, yeah.
But in your position, Marshall, you're at the table, things aren't going your way, there's a long way to go in the match, even though obviously now he's going to be 2 away from losing. Is there anything you do? Do you splash some water in your face and go again, or do you just want it over?
Yeah, no, you've just got to keep going and hope something turns around. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, you know, him to miss a couple of finishes, because from you know 8-2, you need a bit of luck. Simple as that. You need him to miss a few finishes. You need him to, you know, run out of position a few times, a few dry breaks, and just let you in, because otherwise you have no chance of winning.
Yeah. 8 frames to 2. Chris Bowron has become Keith Robertson's Everest. A long way back. I quite like the fun element of that snooker shootout.
Yeah, I do as well. I went, funny enough, Mark Williams gave me and my son VIP tickets last year to go and watch, because it was in Swansea last year, where I live. And I took my lad with me, having photos with all the players and stuff, and he was proper starstruck. It was good. It was a really good day. And we were in the players' lounge and all that sort of stuff. Like, it was brilliant. And do you know what? The only part of the whole thing I missed all week? Sean Murphy's Maximum.
Really?
I was there for the whole thing, and the only thing I missed was Murphy's Maximum. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. I was there all weekend.
And do you know that kid that's playing, Riley Powell?
Yeah, he's from Tredegar where he is. Plays in Mark's Club, funny enough. There's another young lad on later on now, plays in Mark's Club, Liam Davis. He's seriously talented, he is. Brilliant player. He's going to have a big future in the game, he is. So will Riley. He's only young. I think Riley's about 16.
Yeah, great stage. To be playing on TV, you've got to have some element of talent, or you're not going to be there. Keith Robertson, he needs talent, luck, calamity.
He needs everything.
Everything here rolled into one. I don't know what he's thinking here, but again, the Reds are all there.
Yeah.
These are the chances. I think at any level, even at the high end of the amateur game, you've got to be taking these.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You can't be missing from here. You've got no chance of winning anything if you're missing from here.
£7 p.m. your game.
Yep, 7 p.m. for me.
Don't see it on any TV screen. I'm disappointed in that.
I know. What's going on here? What's going on? I'm glad, to be honest.
I think in the section you're in, there's going to end up plenty of matches.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
TV.
Yep.
Who knows? We might end up with Stevie Windies on a TV table.
Stevie Windies.
In the new year, I've already sorted my premises out. Good mate of mine through the tiling world, Jerry Broderick Tiling. I'll give him a shout. And as I step into the world of podcasts and these kind of things, Jerry's opening a new store, a bathroom shop that's going to be doing all the kind of tiling, bathrooms, you name it.
Yeah.
And he's basically given me a space upstairs. He's like, Stevie, he loves playing pool.
Yeah.
He said, if you can help me a bit with my pool, and any time I'm maybe struggling to get jobs over the line, give me a hand, it's yours. And I
happy
went,
days.
Yeah, I went, whoa, that's it. Because I was looking for somewhere,
Yeah.
and it's ended up absolutely perfect. And I need to get Stevie Windies on to tell the story of how he got that name.
Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Honestly, that's the funniest story I've ever heard in my life. And I honestly, I was doubled up laughing when I heard.
Oh, he's some guy.
Absolute lunatic.
And I'm also hoping, well, I'm not hoping, I will be taking it to some of the events, some of the IPAs and stuff, and get a kind of set up and get a laugh with some of the guys on the table. So, pretty sure Craig Marshall will join us.
Yes, absolutely. I'll be on. No problem. No problem.
Oh, no.
Well, he's got a little bit lucky, but yeah, I think he's giving up a bit now, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks that way. Might not be the easiest black he's ever going to play, but I mean, it is relatively easy.
Yeah.
I think when you're maybe 8-2 behind, it probably makes it a little bit more tough, but that's me kind of trying to split hairs for Keith for his benefit there, but he should be getting that.
Yeah, he should be getting that, to be fair. 5-3 Dale, still 3-1 Wayne.
Wayne, 6:10. Wayne is 4-1 up against Viv.
Ooh, a big Wayne.
I remember it was in Newcastle last year, and I had drawn Viv. I think it was the first round of the Open or the Amateur, whatever it was. I think it was the Amateur. And someone said, "Oh, Stevie, that's Gaz Hibbett's. What a player! You're in trouble here." And I'm like, "Oh no, man! You're joking me." And to be fair, what a lovely lady.
Yeah, she got us
I
both.
played ruthless. I was honestly, mate, I was bang on it, and I didn't know whether she was a top player or not, because I really did play that well. It probably wouldn't have mattered to her played.
No.
But I'd really given it the ultimate respect, and she said to me right after it, "The way you've just played there, I hope you're going to win it." And I'm like, if I play that way, I probably will. And then my next match, I was terrible.
Typical,
Absolutely.
and then that's the problem. That's the problem.
I did manage to win my next match, but I wasn't great. But yeah, I went into that match against Viv thinking, and listen, Viv plays a lot. She's Gareth Hibbett's wife.
Yeah.
Lovely lady, and she's on the table quite a bit. So you've got to give everyone the respect that it deserves.
Absolutely. If you play these tournaments, you've got to give everyone respect. Otherwise, it'll bite you in the arse in the end. I can promise you that. How the hell has he got it off there?
That's what. Wow.
How the hell's that happened?
So he's doubled that in.
Yeah, he's gone through the yellow one in the middle of it.
Wow.
By the way, 2 great games tonight, that is. 7 o'clock. Gio Morgan and Ryan Davey and Jake Dillon.
Yeah.
2 good games they are. They got to be stream games surely, are they?
I messaged Paul yesterday and I said, so I was sure, I was positive that I seen those matches were 1 o'clock on the Q score. And he said, Stevie, they were never 1 o'clock. And I'm like, I don't understand how I would get that wrong on it. I said, I'm sure they were. So I'm saying to him, right, what time do you want me over for? I'm guessing one of the matches is going to be first. And he's like, what are you talking about? They're at 7 o'clock. And then I go into Q score and I'm like, they do say 7. But I said, so there must have been a mistake then, and they've been fixed. And he went, there was no mistake. And I'm like, well, my eyes must be painted on here. I'm not, my eyes are changing numbers. But They are two unbelievable
Yeah,
ties.
two good games tonight.
I put it on the Walker the Talker page saying, give me a pick, an underdog pick, and if that underdog pick wins or gets to the final, I'll dish out some kind of prize, maybe a cash prize or something, just to. And Ryan Davey was the first name that popped up, and I'm like, to a lot of people that maybe aren't in the know, he might seem like an underdog.
Yeah.
He's some player.
Oh, he's a good player, yeah.
Not a fan of the shot clock though.
Is he not? Yeah, he's quite slow, see, he is quite slow.
He's not a fan.
He's quite deliberate in the way he plays.
I think on the TV table he would be okay, but he said to me there was at the World Championships his match. I came down for the room, and Sean Michael McGiff had said to me the score, and I said, mate, this match is going to end up in the shot clock. And it was literally 2 seconds later the referee walks over. Right, guys, your match is on the shot clock. And I knew it. I think they'd only played one set in about an hour and a half, and that set was like 4-1. And I said, we're only one frame into the next set, and it got on the shot clock. But Ryan didn't like he felt a bit unnerved when there wasn't space to play the shot. And I'd said to him, maybe, I can't mind who the referee was at the time, but they should have said, listen, if you need a timeout, shout timeout so I know that there's someone in your way. Because they're watching the clock. And Ryan said he felt rushed on every shot. He couldn't really settle, and the match ended up turning around and he lost that match. But maybe on the TV where you've got the beeps and the referee and everything's all kind of spaced out, obviously a touch better, but he was a bit unhappy with how that kind of went about.
I can imagine, yeah.
Here's a question for you. The sets format for the Worlds, for it or against?
Oh, I love it, I do, yeah. Always have done.
So I'm of that opinion. I was speaking to Renzi the other week about it.
I could concentrate first to 5. I can't concentrate first to 10.
Mate, I just think the fact that you're never beat.
No, exactly.
And you've got opportunities, and it's the same for
you're
everyone.
You're never ever out of the match. You never won the match either.
No, exactly.
That's it is.
You can win less frames.
Oh yeah.
And win that match. And it's I played Sean Foxton in the first round this year. Sean won 4-1, 4-1, and I won 4-3, 4-3, 4-3.
Yeah.
And it went to the decider in the last one, and I took one hell of a finish. And Sean's we end up kind of good mates. We played each other a couple of times, and he says to me, it's just you've ended up winning less frames than me, and you've put me out. And I'm like, well, that's the beauty of
it. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I do.
Yeah, I like it. I've
got a really good sort of record at the sets thing as well, and we only have one tournament a year at it. So I'd rather put more tournaments like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it.
I tell you what I would like to see as well, a tournament this year somewhere, is a winner breaks format tournament.
Really?
We've never had one. I can't remember ever playing one. Do you know of any of you? We've never had one. Pro event now as a winner breaks format. I think that'd be absolutely brilliant. And it'd give a lot of the lesser pros a chance, more of a chance as well against the top boys, I think. Because if you can get on a run, can't you? If you want to start running racks off, the top boys then are under it a bit, That's what I think. I know they can do it back to you, obviously. Yeah. They've got more chance of them doing it to you than you doing it to them. But
I mean, I suppose as a single event,
a one-off event like one of these Grand Prix. Make one of these Grand Prix a winner breaks thing, rather than just the same old, of all of them being the same.
Yeah. I mean, why not? One of the guys in here, Colin Downey, played at a high level. I think he's won numerous titles in Scotland and stuff years ago. I think he might have been one of the pros back in the day as well. And he's not enjoying the world of pool right now. He says the break is far too important, and he's like, if you're not breaking good and your opponent is, then the match is basically over. He said he would love to see just one tournament. He's like, no matter what that tournament is, he said, I don't even care if it's a local tournament where the breaker gets to nominate. He went, I know the games stay the same, all the rules stay the same, or if you break, you play the next shot. And I'm saying, well, he said that's your advantage of breaking. There's got to be an advantage in this day and age.
That's just because he's older and he just
yeah, no,
and he don't like the rules.
Yeah, Boyle said that.
That's just the rules.
I think
there's no point going backwards.
I like the idea of if you break and you go in off in the break, your opponent only gets one shot.
That's 100%.
Because
100%. That's the only rule I would take from the other side is that. I think that's absolutely, especially in the pro game.
Yeah,
especially in the pro game. I know it does make a huge difference in the amateur game. I know, but the pro game is relentless. You bring a white. How often do you see a top player bring a white right back to the middle of the table, the back cushion, come down the middle of the table, hit the ball, go in the middle, and just leave them only holes?
No, exactly.
I mean,
for me, you've got 16 balls on that table, including the white, that has a chance of going in off.
Yeah.
You're trying to pot one or two, so you're hoping something goes in,
Yeah.
so you've got a chance. And the likelihood is, more than not, the white's got a chance as well. And I actually really like the idea of that.
100%. I agree with you. That's the only rule I'd ever change a black ball. Is the break rule, having one shot.
I think that would be massive. And people might think, well, what's the difference? It's massive.
Oh, it's huge
It
difference.
could be
yeah.
massive.
Yeah, huge difference.
That free shot, as you say, even at the pro level at the very top, that free shot is the difference between sometimes winning a match or never
Yeah.
mind a frame.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah, whether or not we see any of these changes implemented, but I mean, why not have a tournament where there's something slightly
Yeah.
different in there?
I think you need something a little bit different.
Something fresh.
Sometimes. Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what makes the World Championship sets format good for me, because the fact that it is a bit different, and it probably should be, it's the World Championship, it should have an element of
100%. 100%.
you've got to dig in, you've got to work hard. You can't just, I mean, if you're 4 or 5-1 down to someone in the race to 7-8, generally the match is
Yeah,
over.
yeah,
But when
yeah.
you know,
It's not very often
okay,
you win a match from a situation, but
exactly.
if you lose the first set, well, I won the world. I lost every single first set of the World Championships. Every
Yeah.
match I played, I lost the first set.
You just dust yourself down, you
Yeah.
go again, and I
Start
think
again.
that's what makes it quite special. So I'm looking forward to that in the new year, and it's in Bradford.
Bradford, yeah, change of venue. So, yeah. Is it in which one is it? The one in town, or is it the one out sort of slightly outside? Is it one at Cedar Court?
Yeah, I
one
thought it was in the. I'd need to double
not
check
sure
that
which one.
now
I
that you've
can't
said that, but
remember.
I'm sure it was a Cedar Court.
That's the one that's slightly outside, isn't it?
Yeah.
Outside town, yeah.
It's a nice hotel. Good venue, nice big room. People are asking the questions in some of the posts right now. Who's your favourite for the Worlds? Who's your favourite for this? And you're like, it's actually...
Yes, it's so tough to pick a winner. The format is so tough.
When you think, Mark Boyle's not won one.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to be hungry, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? So he's winning everything at the moment, so he's not one of them. So yeah, he'd have to be fit. He'd have to be one of the favourites, obviously, but
But it just shows how difficult
absolutely
it is to win a world title
Yeah,
when
of course, yeah.
when a guy who's probably most people's favourites get into most events. It doesn't work that way. And
No,
that's
it
the
doesn't,
beauty. The beauty
unfortunately.
of
It does, unfortunately.
yeah.
Right, Walker, hanging up to shoot a minute.
That's
I'll go
all
and
right,
have a drink before I play my games. I won't play in, won't be long, I'll be on, I think.
You go and settle
But,
yourself down, because I'm sure if Chris gets over the line anytime soon, he'll be in for a quick chat anyway. So
no problem, perfect.
But I appreciate you joining
No
me,
worries.
mate. Top
Take
man.
it easy, buddy, right?
Cheers, Marcy
Take it
boy.
easy, guys. Have a good weekend. Ta-da.
Oh, brilliant to have Craig Marsh joining us there for the majority of this game. Absolutely fantastic. Good insight from the man. As Keith Robertson goes and misses another black. And I think we might have Chris Bowron in for a quick chat sooner than Keith would have liked. But that is the way it goes. If you don't take your chances, it does come back to bite you. And it's going to happen here. To Keith Robertson. So never leave a plant to last is one of the mantras for one of the legends of Scottish and world pool, Mick McGoldrick. We are in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. And it would normally be a shot you don't want. But in this situation, Chris did not have much to lose. And it's going to be match over here. Keith Robertson not at the races. Let's be honest, guys. Anybody watching that knows Keith, he is 10 times the player that we've just seen. He will be a good addition to the IPA Pro ranks in the new year. It's just one of the things that happen every now and again. You get that match that goes, well, not the way you would like. And unfortunately, Keith had that right now. But Chris Bowron was ruthless. From the very start, any mistake made by Keith, Chris pounced on it. And it just seemed to be the story of the match. He didn't have to get in early. He just had to punish any mistakes. And when he did get the chances on his own break and stuff like that, he was just ruthless. So I have to say, Chris Bowron, more than a worthy winner there. And let's have a look to see where that puts Chris. So you'll await the winner of match 51, and that's the Lee Shepherd match. And Lee is awaiting the winner of match number 19, the Gio Edgar Morgan McKinnis match. Wow. And I'm going to be joined by Chris right now anyway. Delighted to have you in, Chris.
Yeah, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, that was probably a strange game to play in. Keith, I know Keith really well. I don't know if you do. Very good player. He's going to be on the IPA Pro Tour next year. He won the amateur series. It just seemed Marshy was in doing the comms. Like any mistake he made, you just pounced every single time.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't really know Keith. And obviously, I could see him queuing and that. I thought, oh, he's a proper player, you know, early doors. I didn't even look at his first result, whoever he played in the prelim game. And I just thought, I've actually practiced a couple of days for this tournament because I don't normally practice, Stevie. I've been having knock with the Gav for 2 days, and I'm like, I'm in the ball sweet, like, and I feel really, really good on the table. And every time early doors, I think I made one mistake. I snookered him, got my shot, but I took some nice finishes out as well.
Yeah, I thought you were ruthless. It seemed like the frames were starting to take a similar kind of story. Keith would try and force the issue a bit, and then one or two good shots later, you were just rolling in, and it just seemed like you were bang on it from the start.
Yeah, mate, I was. I felt so on it as well, which is always nice, you know, yourself as a pro player. If you're on it, you're thinking, I can't wait, you're going 1-0, 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah.
But to be fair, he's just making one careless shot, or he's going for like early doors, I think the first 3 frames. He sort of pushed it out a little bit too much. The finish was never easy for him, to be fair, throughout the match. And then after that, obviously, I'm getting my shots, taking them, and then I think in the middle part of the match, I took some beautiful finishes out. And, like, to be fair, he can't do an awful lot from that point of view.
No.
And then he's came back a bit at the end. I thought, you can see he can play, and somebody told us before he's a proper player, like.
Yeah, he is. I think, I would have to look at the rankings, but I think he's in the top 10 in the Scottish rankings. He's maybe 6, 7. And he's in there with guys like Mark Boyle, Gio, Morgan, and all the guys that he's round about. He's right up there, and he's definitely a player.
Well, to be fair, if he's in the top 10 of the Scottish boys, it's absolutely ruthless up here, mate, isn't it? So it's like ruthless players, absolutely fantastic. And like, I wish him luck, obviously, for tomorrow, for the prelim, and obviously, hopefully, he goes on deep as well. And like, obviously, through to the latter stages as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at the draw there to see who you would play next. And Lee Shepherd's waiting the winner of, I think it's the next match on screen, on the stream, and it's Gio Edgar and Morgan McKinnis. And then those two will play, and then the winner will come and play you.
Yeah, it's brutal, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Look at them 3 players you've just mentioned, absolutely class players. But I think as long as I play well on the table, I'm not really bothered who I play.
That's it.
You know, as before, I was coming to events and literally not playing any practice. In the last 2 days, we've Gav, I practiced races to 10, 2 days solid. And as the day was going on, I'm proper competing with Gav, like on the table, and I'm loving it. And I said to myself for the new year, for next year, because obviously the IPA season's going to be phenomenal next year, Paul, isn't it? So, like, I was like, look, don't jack it in, or do I, like, proper start practicing and give it the dedication that it deserves. You look at all these boys, like Gio and all them, like, they absolutely putting 3 or 4, even 5 days a week in. I've got the time to do that. I'm just too born idle to do it.
Yeah.
And it's the motivation for me. I can do other stuff. And but I think practicing with Gav the last couple of days really give us a hunger back. And I said, New Year, staying off the drink. Literally, I'm going on holiday twice, mate.
Marcy just spoke about the same thing.
Did he? I'm going on holiday twice. I'm going to stop off the drink, get ready for the World Championships, and I'm going to proper hammer the pool table.
Well, the World Championships that started this year, I thought you were absolutely brilliant. It was one of my first out with doing the Grand Prix and stuff like that on the comms. That was the first major event I did with the IPA, and you got to the final with the seniors.
Yeah, and I got the quarters.
And the quarters of the main event, and you were brilliant. All weekend there was a lot of matches. You were on like the outside stream table. You were on the main. And over that full week, I was kind of thinking, he's a man on fire. And then maybe not the year you were hoping for.
No, not at all. But again, after the Worlds, I've sort of not really practiced at all, Stevie.
And
I
that makes a
practiced for
difference.
a couple of weeks for the Worlds. And on the Tuesday I played okay, the Wednesday I got better, Thursday I got better, and the Friday. And as it come to Friday, obviously we've got the quarters of the doubles, lost out in the a red ball shootout with my friend Matt Brannan. In the quarters of that, we were the better team. And then I'm flying in the seniors, I'm the quarters against Simon, I beat some great players, but I played proper pool from the 32. And as the week went on, because I'm playing and I've got hand on table, the rhythm was lovely.
Yeah.
And then I wake one that's obviously you've got beating the quarters of Simon, but every set went 4-3, 4-3, 4-3.
Yeah.
It was a quality match, and there's no shame to get beat off Simon
No,
in the
of
quarters. But and then obviously went to the seniors. I was a bit disappointed in the final of the seniors, because I believe on the Saturday night in the quarters I was unplayable, and then I played Admiral in the morning, unplayable. I've literally not missed a ball. Dave's a quality player. I've literally 8-4 and absolutely blew him, not missed a ball, and then some careless shots in the final. Obviously, playing Mark got 8-6, did I think I remember. I was gutted. I wish it was still played on the outer tables, if I'm honest, mate. Because I was always on table 1 or 2, because I was at the top end of the draw. And the table caught us out, and obviously the shot clock's tough. I think Keane suffered for that, in that match there.
Well, we actually mentioned that, because obviously it seemed as if Keith was trying to play shots before he got to the beep.
Yes.
And you're thinking, you've still got 10 seconds after that. But it wasn't very often he was making that kind of 10-second mark. And it's Marcia, we actually said it, maybe he's just forcing it just that bit.
He said before the match, he goes, so the crack with the clock, so he's never played on the clock before.
Yeah, but there you go.
And obviously he'll hopefully play next year if he goes deep in one of the tournaments, whether it's the amateur, so he's on the pro, isn't he? So he'll get opportunities on that. And I think he did struggle with that, or his time management at the 30 seconds, because that is quite tough, I found it in the final against Mark. I'm rushing a shot later on, I'm thinking I should have, I took my extension early if I want to take it, and I'll just compose myself, and then I've got plenty of time, I'm mapping it out.
Yeah.
But I think it's sometimes the clock's great and sometimes it's horrific.
That's probably a massive thing that you've just said. Your last couple of days, putting the time in, so you've got a rhythm, whereas the clock probably doesn't bother you as much when you're feeling like that.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. It just, the clock's irrelevant, because I'm in that nice rhythm. I'm not and I feel like when I go to the ball, queuing hard balls, tough balls, I feel really good. Obviously, these clocks are beautiful. Obviously, McGoldricks, for me, the best venue in the UK, mate. And you come on here, you can't, literally, you can't get better playing conditions. So to be fair, and obviously I play on Gav's table, so it's similar to this, but obviously these are brand new. Obviously with the slide, the doubles is a bit trickier. But yeah, punching a rhythm on these tables builds a beautiful game.
Yeah, mate, I thought you were ruthless every single chance. There wasn't too many mistakes that were overly forced. So for me, you were absolutely bang on it. And if you're like that for the rest of this weekend, you're going to be a sore head for anyone, mate.
Yeah, hopefully, mate. Thanks very much, Stevie.
Cheers, mate.
My friend.
Cheers,
Pleasure.
mate. So guys, I was away for a wee minute there, just getting a comfort break for Gio, Edgar, Morgan, McKinnis, and I am delighted to be joined for this match by Corey Rees. That's you, mate.
Ah, there we are. That's better.
So, any predictions for this one?
I think Gio rightly starts favourite. Obviously, just come back off winning the Scottish last week, but obviously can easily win this game.
Yeah, I actually called him the player of 24, based on the couple of IPA amateur wins. He won the under 23 Scottish title. He's won the men's title. He's just been a kid that's been an absolute fire.
Yeah, he's been cleaning up, hasn't he? And he obviously still such a young age. How old is he now?
I think someone said he's 20. So he's still only a pup.
Crazy.
But he has some talent. Morgan actually lost in the semi-final in a mammoth match against Ross Fernie. Ross ended up beating Morgan 9-8 in that match, but Ross was maybe 4 or 5 up in that. It was a good match, but...
And I think that, did Morgan win the Scottish last year?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so.
Well, he was 2023 champ, Gio the 2024 champ. Morgan is still, I think, ranked number 1 in Scotland as well, so I know he had a tough year getting an operation on his leg and stuff and missed a bit of pool, but he's obviously got plenty in the tank, so it should be a good game.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of a stinking first round draw, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think I was having a look at the draw. Where are we on there? See if I can get it. I'm sure Lee Shepherd plays the winner of match 19 now. Is this match 19? Let me check. It is. So Lee Shepherd plays the winner of this, and the winner of that match plays Chris Bowron.
Oh, lovely.
So
Lovely little set.
lovely section to get started. So I'm sure when they all looked at it, they maybe won't mind going into the one-loss section. What would be you're playing that? Would you rather just go into, obviously you want to just win the games, but are you looking at it and saying, well, if I lose, it's not a bad section to get out of and I've still got another chance?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, it's just win.
Just win at all costs and that's it.
Just win, yeah.
I remember we were in a tournament in here and one of the guys, Scottish guy, I won't name him on here, make him look daft, but he actually lost a match because he looked at the draw he had in the loss section and he had a walk to just say the quarterfinals basically. And he said to me, well, there's a good chance if I lost that one, if I won that match and then lost the next one, I would have to play. He'd actually mapped it all out and he worked his way through. And I'm like, I've never in my life looked at a draw and thought, right, if I win my next one but lose my next one, and next thing you know, he was in the quarterfinals. It was part of the IPA amateur series that we had last year, or this year. And yeah, I've never known anyone to work it out the way he did, and he was spot on with the way he worked it out. And I remember a conversation, there was quite a few of us sitting going, I've never ever thought, well, let's lose this match because I've got an easier run of 3 matches after it.
No, it wouldn't even enter your brain, would it really? Well, I wouldn't.
No, that's what. It was the first time I've ever noticed that that's even possible, because you can start to see the eventualities because of the winner's side and the loser's side and stuff like that. But Morgan,
Give away 2 Maqsood.
he's not hit a cushion there.
So now that should be the end of frame 1.
How are you feeling yourself, Corey? Are you feeling good going into this weekend?
I've just had up and down years, so sometimes I turn up this year and I've felt pretty good and I haven't had results, and then vice versa, so just, yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, just turn up and just try to get off to a good start and go from there.
And Marshy came in for the last match and he was saying that he's going to try and be a bit more serious about next year's tour. Maybe take the party kind of weekend lifestyle out of it and try and just concentrate on the pool. But you think it's going to be a good tour next year. So I suppose if you want to do well, taking it a bit more serious might help.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because the field is definitely getting stronger too, so if you think you're not getting results this year, it's going to be even harder to get results next year.
Yeah, it's definitely a new buzz about the IPA. one of our current pros on the other stream table, Dan Davy. He's 3-2 down to Gary McLaughlin. I was saying there to Marcia that Gary's the one that travels with Gio everywhere. He's actually quite handy.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've ever seen him play. Obviously, I've seen him on tours with Gio. But yeah, so see how he gets off against Dan. Obviously, half decent start, 3-0. See how he goes.
Yeah, Gary and Gio won the Scottish doubles title, so he's obviously quite handy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Dunster's 9-2 in front. Dale Lawrence, I was actually asked about Dale. I don't know Dale that well, I don't think. Good player?
Yeah, he's a very good player. Years ago, he was just a snooker player. He played snooker.
Right.
And maybe just before COVID, maybe, started getting into pool. And yeah, he's improved every year, and I still think he's improving quite a bit now. So I think he finished to qualify to turn pro this year. I'm not sure 100% if he's took it or not yet, but yeah, he's improving all the time.
Yeah, it was Curtis McGurn, young guy he plays in McGoldricks, and he's one of the desperate to improve guys. He'll play in any tournament that's coming his way, and he was asking. I said, I don't know a whole lot about Dale. I do know he's been on the tour and he's obviously got ability, but I don't know him too well to judge. But it looks like that's a good game.
Chance here, no.
Yeah, I think the level these two guys have been playing at, every chance they get, they're going to have to try and make sure they take them, because I'm sure they'll be punished if they don't.
He's improved so much though over the years, isn't he, Morgan?
Yeah.
So much. So he obviously could play years ago, but now he's a serious player now.
Yeah, he's got a luxury, and I call it that. When he's at work, he gets to play pool, snooker, whatever it is he's doing, and
yeah, definitely.
It definitely helps. I was speaking to Gio. I've actually told a few people the story. It was in Coventry, and he said he was just back from Ibiza, and he'd spent 2 weeks. He hadn't lifted a cue, and he said, Stevie, it feels like I've been off the table for 6 months. And I says, well, Gio, I've literally only lifted my cue for every tournament I've went to this year. I've struggled to even get 5 minutes on the table. And he says, yeah, but this is the first time since I was 12 that I haven't played a sustained period of time on the table. And I'm like, yeah, but you must have had like a family holiday. And he says, no, he went, even if we went on holiday, we would find a table. Even if it was rubbish in a pub, I would be on it every day.
Just to get his game going again.
And I'm like, that is incredible. And then when I look at him, it doesn't surprise me.
No, because he cues it so well, doesn't he? He does cue it very well.
Yeah, he is a serious talent. And
has he got the angle?
Is it
I
just
think by his mannerisms, it looks like he has. Coming down to look for the last red.
Yeah, he must be able to just drop it in the high side of the pocket.
So he looks pretty straight from here.
These are
easy.
Two guys that are going to be on the Pro Tour next year. How do you think both will fare?
Yeah, I don't see him struggling. Obviously, it's not going to be easy because there's no easy games, but I don't see them taking long to adjust.
Yeah.
Because obviously playing in the amateur scene, they're going to be favoured for 90+% of their matches, so maybe they're not just naturally not going to be as favoured for as many matches, but it doesn't mean you can't win.
Yeah.
I mean, you see loads of, this year in particular, you see loads of amateurs first year, they come over and it doesn't matter who they play, they just get results.
Yeah.
I think it's just because they're used to winning so much. Playing the amateurs all year, you're winning so many games, playing constantly, and then it doesn't really matter who you play, you're just winning games, and it doesn't matter who your opponent is playing.
Well, that's probably one of the guys I just mentioned, Lee Shepherd. He probably had a very good year for a first year pro, and I remember talking to him. He done one of the commentary with me, and he said, I just thought I would have done a bit better. And I'm thinking you're probably doing yourself a disservice because you dominated the amateur scene that year. You're not going to walk into the pros and do that, but
yeah, it doesn't seem as you're doing as good. But then when you look back and you think the highest standard of players you've had to beat to get where you have, it's actually most of you. He's had a very good year.
Yeah.
Really. I think he's got to at least, I know of, he's got to at least 2 semi-open finals.
Yeah.
Semi-open finals? No, say it again. Semis are the opens. So that's just 2 good events before you start.
Yeah, straight away. Yeah, I think he actually mentioned in Isle of Man that it ended up a better year than he thought. As I say, when we were speaking about it in one of the events, he was probably being too hard on himself, but Isle of Man, he said, it was in the interview after one of his matches, and he's like, I actually can't believe the year I've had, and I was being hard on myself.
Yeah, and as you said, sometimes you just got to take a step back and think, oh, it's not that bad. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and you consider the guys that you're having to play against, and if you want to win one of the pro events, like you know very well, been playing in the pro scene for that long, there's no easy matches. So
No.
to even go deep, sometimes that consistency, getting to a semi-final or quarter-finals, just going and mixing with some of the guys and gradually building. After 1 year on the pro, it's definitely been a good year for Lee. And
Yeah, because you seem to settle in after the first year.
yeah,
Like you know you belong type of thing. And you're going into your matches, then second you're thinking, no, I know now for certain I'm more than good enough to win games. And yeah, just naturally then you get more confidence from it, obviously.
and obviously the two guys on just now have both played pro in another rule set, so they should at least have
Oh yeah, definitely.
that experience to draw on when they step in.
And also, because the standard in Scotland's so high, they're playing against the top players in Scotland. A lot of them are top pros in the
Yeah.
IPA anyway. So it's not as if they're sort of turning up against different
Yeah,
players.
that's a good point.
Like you've got Boyle, Fernie, obviously Gillespie's now come over, and Liam. Obviously I've missed moments probably, but the standard's so high. I can't see how they're not going to adjust.
No, that's Marshy actually said. I was talking about Keith in his last match against Chris. Keith really struggled in that match, but I think I'm right in saying that he's in the top 10 anyway. And some of the names that's in there, obviously Gio and Morgan, Dunster, Boyle, and Marshy's went, well, he must be decent. And I'm saying he really is a good player. He just sometimes you just have one of their games, and the shot clock. He actually said after it to Chris, he went, I just couldn't really adjust there in time. And
Yeah, especially if you're not used to it. If you're not used to it, it can be very tricky. So, but I think that is a massive advantage as well for pros that have been pros for a while. Like you start playing on the stream often enough, because I've often been like first round of a pro event playing against a new pro.
yeah,
And I'm thinking before they put the tables out, I want to be on the stream table because I know that's a big advantage.
yeah, you've already got the experience over numerous years, whereas you can be forgiven for thinking there's certain players maybe waiting to beat Liam, probably the best in the business. I think he actually deliberately waits on it, but you see players getting flustered as soon as that little buzzer goes, and then
Yeah. Like you're not used to playing with the sound, do you?
yeah, exactly.
Like 30 seconds. If you know you're going to play 30 seconds, is more than enough. But if you're not used to playing with buzzing going on in the background, so
And there's the man we were talking about, Lee Shepherd.
yeah, there he is.
Just as well we weren't calling you names, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. 2025 in the IPA Tour. It is going to be one hell of a season, and it all starts with the World Championships. You're going to get some preparation in for that, Corey? Or are you just going to rock up and see what happens?
No, I always try to prepare. And that's the worst event of the year always for me. Just I've never done well. I've tried everything, practiced long races, just practiced the sets format. Just one of those events that hasn't gone well for me. So hopefully it's a case of it hasn't gone well, and all of a sudden the one event you do well, you win it. Do you know what I mean? So
Well, they say the laws of averages. There has to be one.
yeah, so it's been all. I think the best I've done is last 32, and I think I've had like 4 last 32s. Last year I lost a decider of a decider in the last 32. It's like if I get to the last 16 the next day, I'm sort of freed up then because I finally got past that stage.
Yeah, sometimes it's a mental block, but obviously we were speaking in the last match. I asked Craig what he thought of the sets format, and he's like, I absolutely love it. It's one of the things that he looks forward to because it's different. And
yeah, it is. Oh yeah, and it's not even as if I'm against the sets format. It's just one of those things where it just hasn't worked out for me. And sometimes it goes that way. Sometimes it goes that way. And with the sets format, you're never really out of it.
no, that's I think that's massive. I remember Gareth won it earlier this year, and he was 2 sets down to Liam, He went and changed his break cue, went to his room for a quick comfort break, changed his break cue, came back, beat Liam 3-2, and went on to win the title. So
Yeah, and the year before, Clint, in the last 64, so it would have been his first match, was 2-2 in sets, and I think 3-2 down in the last set. And Gar had a bounce out on his last one ball, and he goes on to win it. So as I said, sometimes it's just meant to be.
yeah,
Tricky double. Tricky double.
used it. Oh, that's clever.
Very good, very good. Because it's brand new cloths as well, we've got to judge the slide. And when it's actually tough when you've got to play the thin cutback doubles, because it's hard because you're shooting off line.
Yeah.
You can't really see the angle as much.
I think that's a big thing that people don't understand at times when they see it maybe on the stream. They think, wow, what that's really wide, or it's checking up. Because Keith Robertson played a double, and Marcy said he's going to have to maybe roll this because he's going to have to use the slide. But Keith banged it, and it kind of checks back.
Straight up, yeah.
It's not an easy shot to play when the cloth's brand new.
No, and that's another thing with playing on newer cloths consistently. It's still not a perfect science.
Yeah, but
you have more of a gauge of what's going to happen.
There they are. Scott Gillespie was talking about it. He's not played a lot on this cloth apart from when he's in the tournaments in Scotland, but most of the time, even if he does do the break and disc challenge, I think that's the only practice Scott puts in, and it's usually on the grey superfine. So he said he struggled a bit with some shots, certain shots, but he also said when it's new, there's not a whole lot of difference between the cloths.
No, because the pace is just always going to be fast. So as long as you've got a bit of nice feel, you should be fine. And he'll get used to it anyway. He's too good not to. Isn't he?
Yeah.
And what a break that is.
Oh, wow. And is that this new OCW break cue that everyone has been going on about?
I've heard all about this. It's trending everywhere.
I played Preston in the Scottish last week, and I was playing great. I'm 4-3 up, and then the breaks that kid got was like nothing I've ever seen. Balls were just flying in everywhere. He got the two bottom balls straight in the two corners a couple of times, and I'm going, I don't even know if that's possible.
No.
But it was, honestly, the break he had was unreal. And then someone said to me, well, Stevie, that's that new OCW break cue. And I'm thinking, well, it might be worth its weight in gold if it's as good as that. But
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
can a cue make you break better? Or is it a myth?
Big chunk of it is a myth, I think. Big chunk of it is a myth. Like, how many times have you seen someone not break well, in a mood, pick up a racker,
Yeah, exactly.
and all of a sudden balls start flying in everywhere? It does happen, so I think it's a good chunk of it is in your own head. But it's whatever makes you feel better, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose that's... I've tried a few different ones over the last while, and I'm back to my playing cue now. It doesn't seem to have made any difference, right enough, but...
And that's another thing. Depends if you cut break. If you cut break, a lot more people will use their playing cue.
Yeah. I think there's a lot to be said about the setup, the timing of it, the balls, the table, because
Yeah, of course.
you can go from one table to the next and you think you're doing the same thing, but the balls don't break the same. It's
Definitely not.
It is a massive part of the game. We spoke about in the last match there what changes. There's people saying Marcy reckons he would like to see a tournament where the winner breaks.
Yeah, so would I.
Yeah.
Just one event a year.
Yeah.
You mean you could mix it up some way? Yeah, you could, like, obviously I don't cut breaks, so it's easy for me to say. So like, have a break in box one.
Yeah.
But
yeah, true.
it's easy for me to say that though, because I don't cut break. But the only thing I've always said in the rules, if you could change one, is the if you're off the break, if you get kicked in off, or the white goes in off of the break, it's a one shot. And if you get white goes off table, it's two. Because obviously if you go straight in, if you get kicked in off, the punishment is such a high punishment. It feels too harsh.
Yeah, I actually said that to Marcy. I said that's one rule that I think should be a must for changing.
I've always said it.
It's absolutely huge, and I quite like the idea of if you go off the table, then that's a badly controlled shot you've played. So,
Yeah, it is.
whereas on the table, 16 possible balls can find a pocket. It's just unfortunate that the cue ball can do the same. So to be punished with the 2 visits is probably really harsh. So, and I actually think there's a large consensus for that. So maybe that is something that can be sorted out. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people, that's why they start cut breaking nowadays, is because it's less chance of going in off.
Yeah, you're unfortunate to go in off.
Yeah, so if people end breaking from the front, you're actually not at a disadvantage, because if you feel as if you were doing better from the front, you
no, of course.
Front. But because there's more chance of you going in off, you're taking a higher risk.
Yeah. It's like pinball. There's balls flying all over the place, and Marcy actually said you screw up off the top cushion, come back down, you can hit anything, and even you're quite a high risk of going straight into the middles as well. And that's just, you're obviously, maybe someone will go to the side. It looks like they're cut breaking, but they go off the front ball, and they're trying to maybe just smash off the side, screw up the table, and I think you're a high risk. Well, a lot higher than a cut break, that's for sure, when you go off the front ball. And
I agree.
Yeah, it's definitely a rule. And I don't even think it's a massive rule change. I think it's just quite a simple one.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see many people... I couldn't imagine many people disagreeing with it. Obviously, people have their opinions, which is fair enough, but I can't imagine it being like a consensus, that's
exactly.
happen.
A huge backlash. I also mentioned one of the guys in here, and I've actually spoke about it quite a lot. The breaker nominates, and Renzi said, but that could lead to a lot of fudgy frames. And I'm thinking, well, maybe at the top end of the game, it wouldn't, but maybe further down the levels, it maybe would, because obviously maybe you've not had a great break, but you go, well, I can still make myself favourite.
Yeah.
So the opponent's going to then put a ball on top of a ball, hang a bag, or kill the black, or whatever it is, and then it can drag out. But it was one of the guys, Colin Downey, who played in here, said, if there's ever a tournament where the breaker gets to nominate, because he believes the break's too big an advantage these days. And if you don't break good, you lose. If you do break good, you win. But Marcy said, well, I'm not really keen on making any massive changes to the game, but the one he would is have a tournament with the breaker keeps. If you win the frame, you break again, and then just having one shot from that early fill.
Yeah. This is from Gio's break as well. He took the double he should have got on open table, but it was always a bit risky taking on open table with a double, isn't it? Because he did have an easier yellow. But now as he's got it, his knee should be gone too.
Yeah, this could be... We're talking about the break. This match could really boil down to who has the best break.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely so. Because they both cut break and from the front, don't
that's
they?
right.
They both do them.
Well, that was one of the... We're speaking about the cut break there, or breaking down from the front. So Morgan will break from the front with his OCW cue, and I'm positive last weekend he was breaking on the cut break with his playing cue.
Yeah, I'll see. It's horses for courses, isn't it? This frame is another one. Just so solid. For a boy that only... I say a boy, I don't mean that disrespectfully at all.
No.
For someone who's only 20, I mean... See a lot of good 20-year-olds, but like old head on their shoulders.
Yeah, you have to say, he's miles advanced from most people at that age.
Definitely so. Like if someone said to you next year, before start of next year, Gio's going to win a pro event, I don't think anybody would be shocked. No one would be shocked with it.
No. Yeah, and that's probably...
that shows how good he is.
Yeah,
really.
exactly.
Because people on their first year as a pro, it just don't happen, does it really?
No, that's it. That's probably a great way of putting it, because you wouldn't be shocked. You would actually just go, that's fair enough. He lost in the final of the Open in Newcastle to Liam, and again, Liam, if I'm right in saying, I had actually left at that point, and I'm sure Liam had to dig in and come back to win that, or Gio would have probably taken that title, and again, wouldn't be any surprise.
No, you wouldn't be shocked at all. No, of course you wouldn't. So, like, people back home will say, some young amateur got to the final. Like, did you watch it? They're like, oh no, I couldn't watch it. I'm like, well, watch it. You wouldn't have a clue if he was an amateur.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a frightening talent. A great addition to the pro ranks next year, like many more. Good to have so many of the guys coming back.
Yeah, like Lee Shepherd said before, I generally believe in 10 years, think Gio will be the best player in the world. Victory has everything. Can't disagree with it.
Yeah, I mean, if he is as committed as he has been in the last number of years, then the difference is going to be how committed everyone else is.
Yeah. Like when I first started the pros, I was the young one, and far from that
Yeah,
now. I'm 12 years older than Gio.
That's mad. Mad when you think about it. I mean, I didn't lift a cue until I was 25, 26 year old, something maybe close to 25, and it was only playing league pool for a few years. I didn't even realise now how big the game was, and to think Gio's been putting in the kind of time and hours and the dedication at his age, it's just, I'm still playing football. And getting out partying and having the time of my life. And Gio had said to me, he went, well, people keep telling me I'm going to be rubbish soon because I'm going to start partying and going holidays and getting out with girls and all this kind of stuff. I don't even know if he's got a girlfriend right now, but he's basically been told, we'll see how good you are when all this stuff kicks in. But
his girlfriend's his cue. Big shot on open table. Gets this right. All the yellows open up. Very good. Can't really ask for more, really.
yeah, he doesn't flinch at those type of opportunities either, whereas you might find some of the guys now, Gio's just obviously top to amateurs. There'll be a lot of amateur guys thinking, we'll just roll a yellow and get on them, and then
just get the colour
Yeah.
and go from there.
Gio,
He's full of confidence as well, isn't
He
he?
is.
Full of confidence, thinking, oh, well, I can't. He'll mostly look at that, thinking, I cannot miss the yellow. The white's naturally going into the yellows. Just play with a bit of pace. At least one, more than likely two will come out.
yeah, exactly.
But in this case, all three's come out. So that was perfect scenario.
Yeah, that's Lee's kind of right up there with the temperament, the technique, the all the things that Gio has for such a young kid.
Is he on the double? If he's on the double, his mannerism's not looking great. I'm surprised he played the cannon, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously went in the middle and the top, so
Yeah, so I'm surprised. Unless he was obviously too thin to hold. Yeah, so I think he's struggling here. He can't play the double.
no, he can't. He's got it.
Yeah, that'll do. Still not out of the woods, but at least he's still at the table.
It's mad because I actually fancied him to get that, and
Yeah.
I think he's just the way he just gets down and plays some of these shots. It's like he's practiced it for hours. Just in case I end up in that position, I'll play that shot 100 times, and he just always looks like he's maybe going to pull something out the hat. But these are still tough.
Is he going long? I think so. Yep.
Yeah, it's not going to slide that much.
In a way, he's played it pretty. I don't know if he's played it, but he has. He watched because he flicked the yellow. It's
Yeah.
now covered the bag, so it's not far from easy for me, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he does play safe. Flick the red, he's nearest to on top of the yellow, and put the white down the other bottom corner bag, maybe.
Yeah, I've actually noticed a big part of Morgan's game over the last while is the tactical side of it. Obviously, his father, known as one of the best tacticians in the game, and when he goes a frame or two behind, sometimes you see Morgan start to tap the pack and grind his way through. But he did it against Fernie, and Fernie just smashed the balls open, took a finish, and then Morgan didn't tap break again. And I think he kind of thought, well, there's no point in that because I'm giving him a free break. But he's definitely got a good head on his shoulders when it comes to this side of the game.
I am surprised Morgan played that for this reason. I was surprised Morgan played it because I'm not saying the three-ball plant was easy, but even if you relatively get close, you should cover the pocket.
Exactly.
He's just missed that by a decent enough margin, so he's opened the frame up now for Morgan.
Yeah, he's got a reward there, but it could have been so wrong. Yeah, that is some group. The winner of this, Lee Shepherd. The winner of that, Chris Bowron. That is some Friday draw for you guys.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's a horrible little section, isn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable. Looks like Lee will play the winner of that match tomorrow morning.
Jack up now from Morgan, I think. Standing back a couple of inches. Red off the yellow.
Looks like he's pushing through here.
Yeah, surprised. Wobbled in. Still fine. Still fine. One benefit of playing it this way, obviously clears the top left bag so you haven't got to move the yellow from the pocket. You can just run right through.
The one thing I've noticed there late is both of them look like they're bang on it. Yeah, he's underhit that.
He still, even if it is thin, he's still got the other red to sort of. He could even play a hard and move the yellow from a bag, but I think it's just a little bit risk. You could just pot the ball, use the one in the middle, and then come back across for the red anyway. So he still should be fine.
Just adds a little bit of difficulty. Not exactly.
If it goes, he's perfect. If it doesn't go, he's fine too.
Yeah, he just took the risk out of the shot by dropping it in. Do you play to come round the back of it if it doesn't go?
Well, if the cushion slides, yes. If the cushion doesn't slide as much, I just play with check slide and come straight across one cushion. So he's played it down. And that's another thing. So if the cushion is really slidey in that scenario and you try checking the white, it's not going
No,
to
that's it. And I think a lot of players have used the phrase, it can make you look stupid at times.
Yeah, it can, yeah. But by playing it that way, even if you come short, you've got it in the middle of the bottom bag anyway. So
yeah, it's turned into a good finish. And it's good getting that insight, guys, for everyone that watches. We actually had Scott Gillespie came in after his match and he was talking about a couple of shots very similar to that. And he said, well, Stevie, they're actually a bit more easy if you're basically running the ball off the cushions rather than trying to fight against it.
Yeah.
And you can play the shot a
because
lot easier.
The slide will help.
Yeah, rather than go against you.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what Morgan's just played there. It's all go. There's young William Wallace up the top, playing George Henderson. You will no doubt see young William.
Yes, I know him.
In the future, he is some boy.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it.
It was the deathmatch qualifiers we were playing last year, or the year before. And I knew young William, his dad had been bringing him in and out of the club and in the pub and stuff. And so I'm bridging over a ball, Corey, and his head popped in between the queue and I'm looking at him. And I went, what are you doing? And he's went, just making sure you don't touch that with your hand. And I'm like, what? And I've lifted myself away. And I'm like, well, get away. And he's actually, it's the maddest thing I have ever seen in pool. He just popped his head right up in between and he's looking down. He is. But he loves it. And you know what? He's a talent. Yeah. He's very, very talented. He actually got beat. It was a Friday night flyer series in Motherwell. And he got beaten one of the finals from Johnny McDermott. And there was a lot of good players in that tournament that week. He just loves going and playing against the best players, and he is a really talented kid. So I look forward to seeing him in the future. But he is mad, absolutely mad. But I wouldn't have him any other way. But it is.
It's not 100%. Morgan's brothers playing Preston 3-1 up. He's another talented one, isn't he?
Yeah. You keep hearing Ross going on about how Preston's going to be 10 times better than Morgan. And
I've heard this. I haven't heard him say it in person, but I've heard people telling me that he said it.
He says it all the time.
I bet Morgan's over the moon about that.
Basically telling Morgan he can't get any better, but Preston's going to keep getting better. So, yeah, he is talented. As I say, he beat me last week, but his break was just, I was 4-3 up, and then I didn't get back to the table. It was just breaking dish, reverse dish, breaking, and I was like, what is going on? And we talk about how big the break is in the game, but you've also got to have the ability to take the chances, and
that's right.
He's definitely got it, and he's a good kid.
Yeah, he is. He's a nice kid. And did he get to the final of the amateur in Newcastle? It was definitely.
He got. I don't know if he got to the final.
It was in the semis,
But he had a
ran
really
very
good
deep.
run. Yeah,
I know he ran very deep. Yeah, he's very good. And he's how old is he?
He's only a teenager.
Yeah, I would say 17, 18.
Yeah. He's only a pup. He's only.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I wish I would start on the tour a lot when I was at a long younger age.
That's the. I look at the talent, obviously, and all the youngsters. Yourself, obviously, when you were coming through, I remembered you when you were really young down in Bridlington.
Yeah.
And I never played the game. I played snooker when I was younger, in between playing football on a daily basis. And out with getting into the pub, my family had a pub, I would maybe have the odd frame of pool on the table before I was going to do something with my dad or whatever it would be. I never realised how big the game of pool was, and I think I always look back and go, I wish I did. Maybe I would have given it a bit more in the beginning, but I honestly had no idea how big the world of pool was, between counties, internationals, all the big events that you've got out there and all the tours. And there's definitely an advantage if you're a youngster and you're putting the time in. Gio, perfect example.
Yeah, definitely. Talking of Gio, he has missed a pretty good chance. So it's a big opportunity for Morgan now. 5-2, 4-3 is big. If this goes in. Wobbled in.
Yeah.
So he's now favourite now, 5-2. It's not a gimme finish, but he would definitely fancy to get them.
Yeah, be thinking in his seat there, the alternative is Gio takes out a finish, and he didn't, so
Yeah, definitely.
he's at the table with a spring in his step. Has he under hit that slightly? I think he has.
I'm surprised he didn't come. He's come 2 rails, but he come below the yellow.
Yeah.
If he comes above it, comes out the table, he can either then play the plant, or if he goes across further, he's on the one on the top right-hand side rail. So now he's got.
I actually thought that's the way he was going to play that until.
He's still on the plant, but it would have been easier if he was a lot more if he was straight.
He's landed really awkward, and
one good thing about this plant, the angle, he could play the plant, run the white across to the left-hand side rail, and then you've got the red into the right middle. So you haven't really got to do anything with the white, it's just focusing on the pot. Wobbled in. As long as it goes in.
Yeah, that's it. He's managed to find the pocket. He's still at the table. Is his match finished?
No. Yes. 4-1 up.
Surely that's... Surely not. Is he sitting listening while he's playing his match?
He might be.
Tell me someone's got his phone.
That's Ross. And Morgan is now perfect. He hasn't got to worry about the yellow. He's bridging over because he's skinny. Me, on the other hand, I got to struggle with that one.
Yeah, he's actually perfect.
Yeah, he's perfect. Yeah, 5-2, looks like.
Yeah, and he's good value.
I think it's Morgan's break next.
Gio's had a couple of minor errors that have led to him losing frames. Morgan's good value for this 5-2 lead.
Yeah, I think so too. As you said, it's not much, but it's just like that shot he played was a poor shot. He'll agree with that.
Yeah.
But that one poor shot is now a 3-frame lead for his opponent. So
Yeah, that's it.
Don't take much.
Yeah, it can be a massive swing in these matches. And all it takes is a tiny mistake and you can find yourself chasing from pretty far behind. Is that Preston sitting with his phone in his hand right now?
Yeah.
He must be using some kind of earpiece to know what we're saying. Either that or it is one of his parents that's got access to his profile on YouTube. And I would like to know what the 100's going on. Is it Preston being better than his brother?
I
or
think that is it. I think that's it.
it has to be Ross. It has to be Ross, surely. Preston, get off your phone. You're in the middle of a game. I think it's Ross. Surely it's...
I reckon it's Preston.
he has got previous
he's,
for it.
He's played a great shot.
He has got previous for sitting, chilling out on his phone while he's playing in matches. I actually remember, I think it was the Worlds, and a few players, someone must have complained, but there was a few players on their phones, and Braun shouted over it. Now, anyone caught on their phones during the matches will be docked a frame or whatever it is. It's disrespectful to your opponent. And I remember looking for Preston, because every time I seen him, he had his phone in his hand, but... Is that Northern Ireland top he's got on?
Next match, David Simmons, Scott Anderson versus Andrew Betts.
That is.
Yep.
He's been doing some shirt swapping while he's been away.
And as he's a lefty, it always looks better on a lefty, doesn't it? They always look so good.
There's always been that thing with the footballers as well. The left footers always look more cultured, and I think it's just because you don't see it as often. You see it enough, but
You just blow the kiss to the stream as well. That's fantastic.
Oh, what a boy!
Big break this. Big break this.
It's dry.
Of course it's dry. Of course it's dry. That's what Morgan will be thinking.
Yeah.
Of course it's dry. And look at them yellows. Then again, look at them reds too.
Yeah, every single ball in both sets has a bag. Yeah, I think Gio, he's got to take the yellows. And he'll probably take this finish in record time.
Yeah, just clear the bottom end, the one in the middle, and then so it doesn't really matter which way he goes. Does it?
No, I mean,
It's just, the only way he doesn't get these is just being careless, really.
yeah, I think at 5-2, and he's made a couple of small errors. I think it's unlikely that he'll make one here.
Yeah, I agree. Did I hear that's not a brand new coup for Gio, but he's only added maybe a few months?
Yeah, well, I know he uses the Tom Classic. And I think, I don't know what it was that happened or if something went wrong, but he had to get a new cue, and he used it before a tournament that he actually did well in. I mind him saying to me that he only had it like a day or something. I don't know if he ended up with the wood had split or something, but yeah, I think he's only had it a few months, and he seems to be playing with it like he's had it for years.
Yeah, like he should be fine now still, but because he lost the white the shot before, he's made himself to play a cannon, which, as I said, he still should be fine, but there was no need to play a cannon where the balls were.
I mean, you might tell me different, but I was surprised he played the shot he did rather than take the one over the middle.
Yeah, and but it's the same as last round for Morgan, really. It's a massive opportunity where he should have lost the frame. If he can nick another one to go 6-2.
Yep.
At 6-2, he's definitely a big fave to win from there. Because it's not just 6-2, he's 6-2 and he's playing the better of the two players.
Yeah.
It's not like a 6-2 where you've just been unlucky.
No, exactly, and it can change in the space of one or two breaks, but right now, the small errors, the costly errors are coming from Gio.
Yeah, they are. And unexpected ones too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, everybody can miss and make mistakes, but the ones he's made have been ones you didn't expect him to make. He's got a bit
Yeah, he's got away with that.
He's had a right touch. He's perfect now. And it opens all the frame up again, this red out of the way.
Yeah, there is no way he's played that.
You'll take it, though. You'll take it.
Yeah, it looks, barring some terrible mistake, it's going to be 6-2.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, Morgan might think different as well, but I think him playing on the stream, as this is 30-second shot clock, it helps him to get. He seems to get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
Seems to get into a rhythm. Like some, as we said about earlier, some people it takes time to adjust, but I think it does suit his game. Because he hits the ball well, doesn't he? Like he cues it well.
Yeah, he does, and I think the fact that he's on the table quite a lot on a daily basis. Gio's the same. I think probably the worst thing certain players can have is too much time to think, and
I'm in
that's
that category.
probably
I'm without doubt in that category. That's why I prefer playing in the street.
yeah.
Because it takes the thinking out of it, doesn't it? Just natural instinct and just go.
I think it's massive because you could be, and it's not saying someone's a negative player, but you can start to find problems.
When they're not even there.
Yeah, in the
They're
most
not.
simplest of ways, and I think I mentioned it in the last match when I've only played on the shot clock, on the TV shot clock once, and it was against Dan in the tournament that was up here in the summer, and I played out my skin. I absolutely loved it, and I think it was the fact that I had to just make my mind up and play.
Yeah.
And I've won the match 8-5, but I was so good. And I was saying to the guys, I wish I could play in the shot clock all the time, because there's probably so many instances in that match where I would have found a problem and maybe just slid off a ball, not went for something, or basically caused myself some serious problems. And I think having that time to overthink can be your worst enemy.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, and I think there's more people out there that feel the same way than most probably we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so, and obviously when you're not feeling great, it can be a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think more often than not, it does help and hinder. I would say.
Ryan Hopkinson, he's playing Christian Phillips. That should be a good game. Ryan's a good player.
Yeah, he's very good. It's another a little tricky first round for Philly. Obviously, Philly being a seed because he's a pro. So it's a tricky first game.
And his last trip to McGoldricks, he was in the final, beat by Mark Farnsworth.
Yes, Farnsworth, yes. Because he beat Liam in the quarters. I can't remember who he played in the semis.
He had an unbelievable run. He was outstanding, but Mark in the final, I can't mind it. Was it a race to 13 or something in the final? I can't mind exactly, and I think Mark had 11 dishes out of it was absolutely unbelievable, the standard.
Yeah, because I think Philly won 5 frames. He said he dished all 5.
Yeah, that's right. It was absolutely frightening. I did the comms on it, and I remember the standard. As soon as the match was done, I was over to the two of them saying, and sometimes there's not much you can do when this, and obviously Christian himself has won every frame. I think he did one was probably a dish, and it was. I spoke to both of them after it, and went, that was unbelievable, the standard. And sometimes all you can do is break the balls, and if your opponent's finishing and or you're taking them, then it's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it happened to me against Boyle in the Open, first event of the year this year. I had 1 dry break, I dished my other 4, and he's had 6 break, broke, and dished all 6. Lost 7-4. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, that's it. And I've had numerous times that you come away from the table and say, you've had a nightmare, you've made so many mistakes, and you think, I wish I just get dished off the table, because at least that way, you know, you can walk away with your head high, as you say. You've done all you can. You break the ball. Sometimes they go, sometimes they don't. And when your opponent's bang on it, then I think Christian's he's showed himself to be definitely one of the guys this year he's been so good in spells.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's always been talented.
Yeah.
From a young age, like I think he's 2-3 years older than me, but he's always been talented. It's just,
I think the last year he's I don't even know if he's improved. It might just be a confidence
Yeah,
thing.
that's it. Maybe just believes in himself a bit more and thinks, you know what, I can compete at this level. I can beat these guys. And on a few occasions, more than a few occasions, I've watched him this year, and I've just I think he's been excellent. There's going to be moments throughout a year where you just have your bad patches, but more than not, I think he's been absolutely excellent. So
yeah. And Gio's was part of that yellow one. I can't believe Morgan's played safe off the other yellow. When he's played safe off the other, I just naturally presumed the yellow didn't go. That's why he played it. But he's now left Gio a good chance to win.
Yeah, I was surprised at it myself. I actually thought he was trying to play some kind of snooker, but then I'm thinking, well, the yellow goes, so...
Yeah, well, I've looked at it thinking, when he's played this, knowing the yellow can't pass the red. So I've then seen Gio pop it, I'm like, what? Yeah, very strange one.
Maybe he just felt that the ones that we're looking at the right-hand side of the table were going to be awkward, but...
Yeah. Well, you feel now these are a must-get, aren't they, really? 7-2 is...
Yeah.
You're right up against it, a 7-2. 6-3, you've still got a chance. Also stops momentum, doesn't it?
I think that's massive at this level when you know your opponent is more than capable of just
That's a good shot.
taking every chance that they get, so you have to stop that momentum. And yeah, I'm still thinking back to the shot that Morgan's played. I'm not sure what he was trying to...
No.
Was he maybe trying to kill the black at the same time? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah, because I said I just didn't think the yellow went, so I thought he played it just to play a containing safety shot. And then when Gio's gone down cool to pot the yellow, drop the yellow in, like it wasn't even a tough yellow either.
No,
it was just rolling in the corner.
Yeah, definitely a surprise and a gift for Gio.
Just making sure of this one, and yeah, 6-3.
Yeah, probably couldn't believe his luck when he came to the table and Morgan had given him that chance.
Yeah, Barry came to the table just in shock, thinking,
Yeah.
has he just left me the yellow? Yeah, so
And it is 6-3.
too early to call, yeah, but could that be a small turning point? Could be. You never know. You never know.
And the only way I'll find out what Morgan did is if he wins this match and he comes in here after it for a quick chat, because I am baffled.
Yeah, same. 100%.
I honestly thought, right, he's played a snooker. The yellow's obviously not dead, but it's not in any danger. But when I can only think he was trying to maybe kill the black at the same time. I don't know.
No, same here. I'm completely baffled. Go for a toilet break?
Yeah, Gio must be having a moment. Oh, there he's there. He's in front of us. It looks like he's having an issue with his cue. Speaking to Renzi about it. So I know Renzi is a Tom Classic ambassador, salesman, whatever it is. He's non-stop with the Tom cues, and
He needs to find the on switch.
so Gio's over saying, Renzi, there's something wrong with this. He was looking down at like it had a turn or something on it. I don't know, but
Yeah, that's never great. That's never great, going down looking to play a shot and thinking your cue's on the bend.
he's got one.
White.
Needs to come out. Oh, he's bang on.
Yeah, he's on any of the yellows in the middle, left middle, isn't he? Yeah.
Would you drop in and go upstairs early, or would
Yeah,
you bide your time?
I think if you got as long as you ain't flirting with the in off in the top left bag, I think you naturally just roll together white down the table for the other end. I know you've got another ball towards the bottom rail, but you've got multiple balls you can get it on with. But this is a chance after that bizarre shot in the last frame. This is the type of chance you want to come back to the table.
Yeah, definitely, and it could be a defining frame, as you say. The difference in the gap, 7-4. 7-3, sorry, and probably 6-4. There's still a lot of pool to be played from 6-4, but 7-3 could be massive, and Morgan's actually playing quite well, so having that lead, that comfort, knowing that you're playing well, knowing that when you get the chances, it looks like you're going to take them.
I think he'll drop this in down the rail and then the one on the right middle first, because this obviously is hanging the bag. It's not awkward, but it's the one that's not connected to any of the balls. So you just get that out of the way and most probably screw them in between the reds.
And would you then come to the one down at the bottom and then leave the one maybe to the left middle?
So you just play that run inside. So now he can play whatever he wants.
Oh, he's got options now.
Yeah, because he can clip if he wants. He can clip his thin, come down to the bottom rail now. I most probably wouldn't play that because it's obviously a lesser gap to get in than get the white the other side. Screw across. He could screw the white in between the reds to then play for the one in the middle, then come down for one in the bottom rail. Said you got multiple choices here. Yeah, that's just as good, really.
one in the middle come down for the one in the bottom rail. And then the last yellow connects for the black.
Yeah. It's one of the finishes that you could probably map it out really early, but you're only maybe 1 or 2 inches running out of position before you're chasing the white.
Yeah. This is the one now. If he gets this one right, he can't fit. He shouldn't fail then, really. That's fine. The thing is, even with this, even if the white, the main thing is just leaving yourself good on the yellow. Even if you leave the white closer to the rail than normally you'd want, just leave yourself the right angle. All you got to do is pot the yellow, and the white just naturally goes to the black anyway. The amount of times you'll see people sometimes just try to force this in to get the white off the rail like that. No, he knows he should never really miss this yellow. The amount of times you'll see someone jack up and try stunning the white out, and then you miss the yellow, and you're just making things more difficult than you need to.
Yeah, you actually see it more often than you think when someone's trying to be a bit too greedy.
Yeah, that's right. Like that. He's like, he knows really if he misses that yellow, he doesn't deserve to win the frame.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
Now he's perfect on a black. Just composing himself. I like that.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you know it's a big ball. Yeah, no, and he knows he should get it, but just give yourself 10 seconds. Reset and go. Yeah.
Right on the beat. I had a feeling the beat was going to come as he was queuing. I was just hoping it wasn't going to be in some kind of backswing and put him off, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And he probably knows himself there. Just don't let it get to you. Don't even bother about it. Just cue the ball. It was a good break, a good finish, and it is 7-3. And I've said it, he has real good value for this lead.
Key and Monahan now about to start on the other stream table. Scott Kennedy, I'm not sure who he is, to be honest, do you know?
Scott Kennedy, if it's who I'm thinking about, I'm sure he used to be maybe a World Rules player, a very good one at that. If it is who I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You had to have to double check that, but I'm sure if it is, I think he's from a bit further up north and a very good player. If I'm thinking of the right person, I might have the wrong person in mind, but
Where's the white going? Where's the white going? Disgusting. Very brick. Yuck.
has he got a chance on these yellows if he just drops that in?
Yeah, left middle is the one, isn't it? If the white was off the rail, I think he'd play the yellow top right, because then you can clear the top of the table. But off the rail, you'd have to cue it slow, so I think he'll play the one in the middle. Unless it is a massive, not quite sure from the camera angle. And obviously it's a big bag, but is it an unmissable big bag? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you've got it. He thinks it looks like he thinks it is unmissable.
I will say, if he doesn't get it, he'll lose the frame.
He obviously feels comfortable enough. Is he rolling a dead weight? I'd be surprised. He did roll a dead weight. I'm surprised. That's fine. You just never know, Gio.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
You never know. You got to trust it sometimes.
Yeah, it's not moving. It's not moved a millimetre there. He's rolled it in high side of the pocket as well, so he was maybe thinking worst case scenario, he maybe knocks it in off the red, but
and now he's good. He can screw straight out, land.
it looks like he's in the zone as well here.
Yeah, he's got so yeah, he's still fine. Even though he didn't want to cannon the red, he's still fine because he's perfect on the furthest yellow on the right hand side.
Yeah, it probably makes things a bit easier for him.
Yeah, it actually works out perfect, to be honest. This should be 8-3. This is how we be thinking, Morgan. Morgan, we thinking it should be 8-3.
Absolutely perfect. from a couple of errors in the early part of the match. And all of a sudden, Gio staring at an 8-3 deficit and doesn't seem comfortable. But it's not over till it's over.
No, definitely not. No, you won't, obviously, he'll far from give up. He'll keep going. Just from, well, as it should go 8-3 now, you need things to go your way. You need, more than likely, need to play perfect your end and your opponent to be making mistakes.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you need a lot of things to go your way when you're that far behind.
Yeah, it can be a tough school at times. Young Gio, he must feel like he's had 10 careers at his age so far. But Morgan is definitely in the zone here. Doesn't look like he's going to miss when he gets the chance. It's going to be 8-3.
Yeah, very solid. Very, very solid.
And Morgan to break.
And the thing is, they're finishes that he would expect to get every single time. But it's different expecting to get them and actually getting them.
No, that's it. And he knows the kind of form Gio's been in, not just in the previous weeks, this year. So it's kind of no mistake pool. You know you'll get punished at any tiny mistake you make. And
there's the other one.
Yeah, there he is.
The
youngster that's making bets.
As Ross would say, the special one.
It is Corey Reese, Tiger. I have Corey joining me for this match. Daniel Newton asking, well, Keane's match has started on the other stream table right now.
Yeah, all three streaming tables are on.
Yeah, I thought that, Stanley. So Scott Kennedy did say,
yeah,
World Juice Soap. I thought that was who I was thinking about. Good player. That should be a tough match.
Keane's another one. Still, what is he? Had a guess, early 20s.
Yeah.
Still a lot left to give.
Yeah, it seems as if they're getting younger and younger.
Yeah, he's a character too, Keane boy. He's a good kid.
Yeah, he's a good laugh.
Yeah, he is, yeah. And Dan Davy on the other stream table for the win. Considering he was 3-1 down, now to be leading 9-5, he must have played some good stuff.
There you go, Corey Tiger. Says he likes you. You're cool.
I got a fan club. I got one person in the fan club.
So big frame here for Gio.
Yeah, they're all big now. They're all big now.
He has to keep Morgan away from that number 9. I know I just kind of lightly mentioned it earlier, when you're in the double elimination, is Gio sitting in his chair right now thinking, this is a disaster losing this match? Or, I know you don't want to think about the lost side, but is he saying, if I do lose now, well, at least I've got another chance? Or is he not even thinking about it at all yet?
I bet he has. He might say he haven't, but I bet he has. But that's the one positive side of double elim, isn't it? You have one bad match, at least you've got another chance. So, but he's one. If people lose, he's one of the ones you want to avoid in the losing side,
exactly.
Isn't he? So I think a couple of years, this event last year, I lost first match on a Friday, and then in the second or third losers round, I had Clint. So, and that's the problem with losing early. You've got to win so many matches to get back through. Like, I think I did get through. I think I beat Gio to get through to the last 16. But I must have had to win 6, maybe even 7 matches to get back through.
Was that the one you played Johnny first?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. This time last year.
Yeah, that's right. That was actually, I was in the building and I said, I'd been doing a lot of commentary for certain matches, and I said to the guys, oh my God, Gio, oh my word, wow. I knew that match was starting, and I says, listen, I'll jump in and do the comment, and they were like, oh, that'd be great, but I knew, like Kevin, that was coming up, so I'd never done any IPA stuff before, so I didn't want to overstep. I knew I'd been doing some stuff up here, and then Kev came in, I think it was getting to the tail end of the match, and he looked through and went, Walker the Talker. and he's like, "You're good. You keep doing what you're doing." And
Yeah,
then
you crack on.
it grew arms and legs from there. So that was probably one of the first matches, if it wasn't the first match I did for the IPA, was that match.
Yeah, he played well. Well, showed what he can do on the amateurs again
exactly.
this year, and winning the grand final in Isle of Man. Another good bloke too.
Yeah, good talent, very, very nice young man. He's
Talk about lefties. He's another one.
exactly.
He looks so good playing. Cues the ball well.
We played quite a bit of doubles together for a while. He was working with me. Johnny was out working, doing the tiling, and when we started to play, I started to realise the advantage of having a lefty to play double, because he would say, no, just leave me there, because and I was like, that's quite handy when you're...
Yeah.
And we ended up in the World Championships. Clint and Rob beat us in a penalty shootout, but it was a good match.
Yeah. He's going to be a new pro this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. That was always his big goal. He was desperate to try, and Johnny's he's a great kid, but he feels like he's had to justify his place in the game. He always feels like everybody's looking down on him, and so he wants to prove himself, and he's always trying to prove himself when deep down actually everybody...
It's the opposite, yeah.
Yeah, it's the total opposite.
Sometimes that's a good thing to have, though, isn't it? Do you feel like you've got a chip on your shoulder?
Yeah, exactly. World's against me, well, I'll show you.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's the bonus of not just proving yourself, it's proving other people wrong,
Yeah,
even if it's not true.
Yeah, exactly. I ended up having a good year, won that title.
Yeah, and he finished very high in the amateur.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
I think he ended up, I don't know if it was maybe number 3 he ended up finishing, and
It's a good year. Very good year.
he lost in the final of West of Scotland to Gubsey, lost in a final of a Saltire to Dunster. He won one of the West of Scotland tours. He beat Ryan Davy in the final, and then obviously, so he's had a good year.
Yeah.
He'll be a good addition to the pros. Yeah. Definitely, he's a good kid and a very, very good player, and I'm absolutely buzzing for next year, because I think it is having the 64, obviously having a load of new ones, and obviously the settled pros like yourself that have been there for over a number of years. It's definitely an exciting time in the IPA.
Yeah, it is.
Sounds like a plan, Lee. You can join me for the next match, mate. That would be good.
That's 9-3. As good as Morgan is, I don't think a lot of people have seen this scoreline coming.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And that's not disrespect to Morgan at all. It's just Gio's playing so well. Didn't see this.
No, I had.
Someone told me Morgan won. I'd have no problem with it, obviously. But 9-3 is a big old gap.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself that the break's going to be massive. If Gio gets ahead of steam, Morgan's going to have to break like a dream, and then pounce on any small mistakes. But Morgan's been absolutely on it, and Gio has made the mistakes, and
the
scoreline doesn't flatter Morgan.
No. As I said, it hasn't been. That in off was. Yeah, you shouldn't be going in off. He's had that one, and he lost the white, I think, on a ball when he had 3 balls left at around 6-3.
Yeah,
and they're the two big mistakes.
Yeah.
But he's had a couple of 1 or 2 half mistakes, but it's not a lot. But that creates a 6-frame gap.
Yeah, exactly. And at this level, the smallest of margins can be the biggest of difference.
Yeah, definitely. And that's another thing you always find. Yeah, it's 9-3 behind. You think, right, I can't win this game, and then you break off. Finally, at the best break in the match. Best break in the match. Because I think both of these reds below the black go into the bottom right corner too. So if they do, she's checking now. I think by him just going down playing this, I think it does go.
Yeah, it must. The red in the middle of the table. I was going to ask the question, is he going to maybe come back and play on it right away? I don't know if he's meant to, because it doesn't look like it goes in either of the middles.
His left is a bit thin, but luckily enough he's about 6'15", so he's fine.
Yeah. This is like a shot off the cushion at the bottom for him.
Yeah, I need about 4 extensions like it would reach. That's fine. That's fine.
Just the red in the middle of the table.
No, this is ideal if the top red does go past.
Yeah.
Because if it does, he's fine. But if it's only the bottom one, it's not perfect. Oh, he can screw out. I thought it was thinner than that, to be honest. No, he's fine. He's fine. That's just his mentality now, isn't it? Just one frame at a time.
Yeah, that's it. All I can do is
Maybe
try.
set yourself a target, get to 9.6, maybe 9.7, and just then Morgan start.
Oh, wow.
Too soon. Sorry, I spoke too soon.
Yes.
Blame that one on me.
I think it's just been one of their games for Gio. I think it has, and over the last while, he's probably not had too many, but he's going to have to dust himself down and go again. Very uncharacteristic of him these days.
Yeah. That was just, he just quit on the shot, doesn't he, I think? Just decelled and just, it does. It happens to the best of us. But as you said, just reset. Now, I don't know if he plays again tonight or tomorrow, but he'll reset. Might have a pint of Guinness or something.
He likes his Guinness.
He does like a Guinness, and he'll go again. I wouldn't be surprised one bit if he gets through that losers round and ends up here Sunday, would you? Wouldn't be surprised.
No, I know.
Wouldn't be surprised one bit. But fair play to Morgan. As we said, Gio's made a couple of mistakes, but if Morgan doesn't pounce on those mistakes, it doesn't really matter.
Gio, loser of round match 19. Let's see if he's on tonight. No, Saturday. So tomorrow, either way, for both of these players, tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's that, folks. Good win by Morgan. Fair play. Played well.
Yeah, he was good value for that.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Yeah, a few mistakes, and you just can't make them. Something bothering him with his cue, but
yeah, that's. I'm sure we won't use it as an excuse, but if you think there's something wrong with your cue playing, it's never.
No,
It's
exactly.
never going to be a good outcome.
Definitely. But Corey, thank you so much, mate, for joining me here. It's been absolutely class. Good insight from Corey. I'm sure you'll join us again over the weekend.
Hopefully, I'm still playing, so I'm right. But
well, what, you 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Yeah, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah.
And are you awaiting a winner of someone, or have you got your? Oh, someone's commented then. That's what it is. I thought he was talking to us.
No, yeah. He's 8-3 up, Preston. He's still commenting on the stream. He's 8-3 up, thinks he's not going to lose, so he's comfortable now.
So you're awaiting the match 16. Louise Shepherd and David Kadir. Louise is now on the elite ladies.
Yeah, fair play to her. She's done well, obviously, with Lee. So, it's another good thing for the IPA, isn't it? The ladies.
Yeah, massive.
Ladies now improving. Obviously, my other half plays in that too. Better half, I should say.
Oh, that's fantastic stuff. So, David plays a bit of American pool as well, and he's a very good player. So, who knows who you'll play, mate, but good luck nonetheless. Cheers, Corey, top man. And here comes the winner of that match. So delighted now to be joined by the winner of that match in ruthless fashion, I have to say, Morgan McKinnis.
Hello.
That's
There
you,
we go.
that's
It's
you,
working
mate.
now. Hiya, how you doing?
Yeah, you were good there, mate.
Yeah.
A couple of small errors from Gio and you just pounced, but on your own kind of break, serve, whatever you want to call it, I thought you were ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, my whole mindset coming into this, obviously, he done unbelievable winning the Scottish last week. He beat some unbelievable players. I just wanted to play how I did at the tail end of that tournament.
Yep.
I was firing, and I was just like, if I could copy the mindset I was in against Fernie in the Scottish tonight, I knew I'd be bang on it. And all I needed was a couple of starter frames just to settle me down, and then, anytime he made a mistake, which was unlike Gio recently, I just took him out. So, no, very happy.
Well, that's one of the things that stood out to me and Corey, who were in here from the start, was from the off, you looked very listen, Gio over the last while always looks like he's bang on it, but it looked like you had a spring in your step. You came up, there was one of the mistakes he made, you were off your chair so fast, and I says to Corey, I went, Morgan looks bang on it, he looks in his own.
Yeah, I mean, when you play top players like Gio, Dunster, Boyle, you need to pounce, you need to take those chances. So no, I'm delighted. Obviously, first game back in the IPA, probably up there with one of the worst first rounds you could have got. You know what I mean? But I know how good I can play, and I showed it there. So no, I'm delighted, and yeah, I'll see how I get on tomorrow.
So potential, I mean, Gio for Lee Shepherd,
yeah,
the winner of that plays Chris Bowron. Some section.
Wow, yeah, I mean, I knew the winner had Lee, and I know how good Lee is, so I won't be taking you lightly, Lee. Don't think I will be. But no, I knew I had, or the winner played Lee, but really I was just focused on tonight. I knew 7 p.m. it was kind of the main event of tonight as well, so no, I'm really delighted. I've had a bad year, if I'm honest, but I've had an operation and stuff like out with my control. So to beat someone, especially by that scoreline, and just show how ruthless I can be, I'm delighted.
Well, I actually mentioned the kind of year you've had. I know I've not had a great year on and off the table myself, but I mentioned your operation, having to work your way back, not being on the table as much as you would have liked, and then finishing the year as strong as you have. I know you're only going to concentrate on this weekend, but back on the IPA as a pro, World Championships next year and 2025 as a whole, any big plans, or is it just take it day at a time?
No, I mean, I'll let you into a little secret, but not a secret, but I used to always set myself yearly targets, and it was always things like win a Saltire, win an IM, but I do a lot of walking, and on those walks I listen to podcasts, and I think it was Alex Hormozy, I'm going to sound like a right gimp here, but Alex Hormozy turned around and said, you can't control things like winning for example, winning something like that, because you could go there, get dry broke, and then you're out, you know what I mean, if you play a top player. All you can control is your inputs, so all I'm doing next year is controlling my inputs, how many hours I'm on the table, how many hours I'm in the gym, how many hours I'm doing my walking, trying to get a good mind frame, but yeah. For Scottish lads, the IPA is the way to go. Obviously, it's in great hands now. But with the cloth, the rules, it's an absolute no-brainer. I'm just delighted to be back, and I can just focus on one rule set, one cloth, and just give it my all, and hopefully get back to 2023 form.
Well, I think it's a massive bonus to us to have you back. Numerous other guys. Scott Gillespie, actually, he sat in here in his first match and said, Stevie, I was nervous there. I've not played in the IPA for a while, and I'm on the TV. I just felt like he said he was shaking. He went, and I'm thinking, guys like that have been at the top end of the game. Is there an excitement, or is it just a wee bit of apprehension, but just want to get started and start doing what you do best?
No, I mean, I didn't really think it's my first time at IPA, because really, it kind of seems like a Saltire, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, I've played in this venue. If it was a different venue, maybe there would have been some of that. But really, I'm always nervous. Whenever I play pool, I'm nervous because I put that much into it, and it consumes my life to a degree. So, I do get what Gibbs is saying. I was nervous out there at the start, but once you settle, I could just play my pool, and I really enjoyed it.
So that nervousness, I'm actually going to touch on that, because there was one time not so long ago that I said to Fernie, I feel really in my gut. I don't know what it is. I'm shaking like a leaf, but I feel like I'm playing great stuff. And he went, well, Stevie, I love that. That's when I'm at my best.
Oh, no, 100%, yeah. Because if you don't have that, it's a bit difficult. If you don't have that, then I don't think you will play your best. But I had that there at the start, and then towards the end of the game, I kind of lost it a bit, but I still kept that ruthlessness. So I'm really happy. But if you don't get nerves and you don't get excited to play, imagine it was just boring or anything like that. Yeah, it'd be rubbish. So the nerves are good as long as they stay there, because I've heard a few people drop off and they don't get it anymore and stuff. So no, I'm as long as the nerves are there for me, I'm sure I'll continue to play good stuff.
Well, congratulations, mate. You were first class there.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely delighted, and good luck in the next one.
No worries.
I know it's the start of this match, but I am absolutely delighted to be joined by my main man, Robert Stephen. Push it up, push it up, push it up.
How are we, Stevie boy?
There we go.
Enjoying the comms today?
It's been fantastic. It's been fast and furious. It's just been roll on, roll off. And a big thing, obviously, when we're on the tour, once a match is done, you'll have a wee chat with the guy that's won it. But what they've been doing is bringing them into the comms box, having a chat between the matches. That one there, Craig did not mess about. He tossed that match on so quick when myself and Morgan were having a chat. But it's been excellent.
Good stuff, mate. It's good to get the players in after the game as well.
Definitely.
Get their thoughts on how the match went.
Well, that's with Scott Gillespie, Chris Bowron and Morgan now. That's been the three winners from the TV table. So it's been excellent. Myself and Chris, it was actually, I said to Renzi, I went, that was absolutely brilliant there. It was as if we were just having some kind of mad conversation when we were away on one. Sometimes you might need to work at it with someone and you feel like you're forcing a question, they give you a straight answer and then they're just standing. But it's
He's a
been
good lad, Chris.
He's class, isn't he?
He's got good banter as well. But good win there for Morgan over Gio. Tough draw that, eh?
Well, the winner of that plays Lee Shepherd in the morning. Then the winner of that plays Chris Bowron tomorrow.
It's tough.
Some section.
That is the half, aye. And the thing is, for Gio losing there, you need to come through a lot of losers rounds now.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know you're going to come up against good players as well, so you just want to get off to a win.
Corey actually mentioned that, I think it was one of the last events in here, he lost to Johnny in the first round, had to fight his way back through, and eventually he's running into players like Clint and stuff like that and he's thinking, even though you might have one or two games that are relatively that bit easier, you're going to run into someone who's, for instance, the winner, the loser of the match tomorrow with Morgan and Lee, they're going to drop into the loser side. And then the loser of the match between whoever wins that and Chris is going to, and it's like they're going to walk into some good players regardless.
But that's what you expect in this field, so
this match, you know these two guys well.
Yep.
30-second shot clock. I know Ryan's not known to be the fastest player. He says he doesn't mind the idea of the shot clock when he knows what's happening around him, but when he was on the outer tables, he didn't like the referee kind of guiding him and when there was someone in the way.
See, the thing with Ryan is, I've obviously practiced with him a wee bit, and he actually is good when he plays at a wee bit faster pace. I don't know why he slows down as much as he does at times in certain tournaments, but I think he'll be fine with the shot clock this weekend, to be honest. But obviously Jake's a tough game for the first round. I know he's been up the last couple of days getting a wee bit of coaching off Elliot and stuff like that. But Jake's a top player. I rate him so highly.
Yeah, I noticed that he was in the flyer last night as well, and Stevie Windies was telling me.
The fruitcake flyer.
He says to me, I was playing that Jake Nillen, and I went, who? And I says, Jake Dillon Doolove. He went, I've mixed it up. He said, just as well I didn't say his last name. He was going to say Jake Nillen Doolove.
He's Doolove.
He's like, I should have beat him as well, but I think he actually won the flyer. And I went, all right, well, fair enough, but
it's good that it's on actually the night before because you get a wee feel for the tables.
Yeah, definitely. I think this match was supposed to be on at the same time as the Gio and Morgan game, and they've obviously decided to keep this one for the mainstream.
I had a wee look at the draw earlier because I was going to come down and watch for a couple of hours tonight, and the two games that caught my eye was obviously Gio v Morgan and this game.
Right.
Both of them really tough to call.
And am I right in saying, did you say to me this is your first time in the comms?
It is, very first time in the commentary box.
Coming from a DJ, a guy that DJs up and down Scotland. If anybody wants to book him, just give a guy a shout. He's on that microphone and on the decks, giving it big licks, and he's not been in the comms box. Well, this will not be your last, mate.
No, I'm happy to help out. Obviously, being the local event, I stay 10 minutes away, so I'll be here most of the weekend. Hopefully playing, obviously, but always happy to help out.
When are you due on? Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and you've got the winner of match 13. Who's that?
It is Mark Cahuley and Liam Power.
Right.
So obviously I know Mark, he's a local guy. Good player, Mark. Young Liam, I don't actually know who he is, but I heard he's an England under-18 international. Apparently highly rated. A couple of players were saying to me earlier that he's got a good future ahead of him. So
you would like to think he hasn't travelled up here to tackle this event if he's not got a bit about him. So
definitely. It's good experience for them as well. Mark's been about the block, obviously, as you know. So he's a very experienced player, Mark. And Mark is currently 8-4 up on him. So So early start tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. Looking at Gav Robinson 5-0 in front. And I've just noticed that the Christian Phillips, he's playing against Ryan Hopkinson. We were talking about him. Ryan's a very good player. Very, very good player. But Christian is obviously in good form. He's 6-1 to the good there.
Aye, obviously Christian was away from the game for a while, but in the last year or so, you can see he used to be a top class player, and he's getting it back. He's had a few cracking results over the last year, a couple of deep runs in the IPAs as well. Sean McMahon, local lad, 2-1 up in Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, Sean had a big win in his opening match against Ewan Waddle. That was on one of the stream tables. He was 8-3 in front, and Ewan came firing back at him, but Sean eventually over the line. So he'll feel at home in here, Rob. He will feel at home.
I was speaking to Sean there actually before the match, and I just said to him, look, you're playing one of the best players in the world. Just go and enjoy it, play your game, and just make the most of it. If you can't enjoy playing these types of guys, there's no point in entering the events.
Yeah, you're as well chucking it. And then Ryan, that last finish there, probably took it in record time. I don't even think I heard the beep once. So it just goes to show.
People will be asking Ryan to slow down this weekend. But no, that's a good chance. 2 shots here. So for a 3-0 lead.
So a lot of people like to know the pros kind of mindset coming into certain events. Double elimination. I actually asked Corey and Marshy the same kind of question. Are you thinking to yourself, that's great, I've got 2 chances? Or are you saying, I just want to win, I don't care about the second chance, because you can end up getting caught up on it?
To be honest, I think you've just got to go with the mindset that just try and win every match, get straight through. Obviously less games. And you know, going through the winner's side, what your draw's going to look like. You can get a really, really tough section, or coming through the losers round. But see, at the end of the day, the winners qualification round in the last 16 at these events, it's going to be all the top players anyway. Do you know what I mean? But confidence-wise, I would rather just win straight through.
That's very similar. What Corey was saying there. Corey, he basically said, I've never even thought about the lost side. I only concentrate on that match if I'm in it. And generally, you're just trying to play the game. But he did say when Gio was 8-3 down, he said, I'd be lying if I was saying that in this position you're not thinking about going, right, well, I've still got a second chance. I'll dig in here, but it looks like I'm going to lose. So when it comes to the next match, I know it's obviously no loss pool, because if you lose, you're out.
I actually played in 2 solitaires, and probably the reason why I just wanted one, I was playing, I can't remember who I was playing, but I beat him anyway, and I ended up getting Scott Gillespie coming through the losers round, and then one of the other events I got Boyle coming through the losers round. So, and the guy I was playing was saying that it's just your luck. He ended up with not an easy draw, but a relatively easier draw compared to that level. So you really don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. But I just focus on winning and try and get as many wins under your belt as you can.
Ryan looks not far away from where he wanted to be here. He's played off it.
I don't think he's on anything here.
I'm actually surprised that if he had to play it that way, he didn't play it a bit harder. Because I don't think he could just bag weight it. That would have been a tough shot, but...
See, in these 3 situations when you're playing with the shot clock, this is when you do wish you just had a wee bit of extra time just to study the table and just decide what you're going to do. Because you end up just kind of rushing into a shot here. He's tried to just go for a containing shot. But Jake's big favourite for this frame now, because Ryan's killed that red at the top right hand side of the table.
And Jake, after numerous years of questioning why he's not been a pro, he's now taken up the mantle of IPA Pro next year.
Listen, I actually spoke to Jake at one of the events, and I'd said to him, I said, why are you still an amateur? And he said to me, Robert, see, to be honest, he said, I can play in a lot more events locally. I think he was pro for a season or 2, and they just banned him for entering anything locally. So I think he just tried to stay amateur as long as he could for that reason.
Easy money in the area.
Aye, definitely.
He's just far too good a talent, and he's getting to the final of a world championship is no easy. I mean, come on, it's not exactly something everybody has got in the tank, and Jake done it as an amateur. And I remember Gareth saying after the match, listen, only Jake knows why he's not a pro. And
he was unbelievable that tournament. The pool he played, the standard in that final was exceptional. Really, really was.
yeah, listen, I think, just looking at your thing there, Paul, Ryan, to me, he's one of the best, probably one of the best players Scotland's produced in a long time. He's obviously had a time away from the game and stuff. Over the last few years when he's been back involved, he's definitely some talent, and I think he's better when he's got a bit of a rhythm, and I think the shot clock should really help Ryan, but he's probably his own worst enemy at times. But he's in my team on a Tuesday. I absolutely love him. He's one of the best players that I've probably ever played with and against, but I've actually been looking forward to seeing him on the shot clock, just to see, because I know it bothered him at the Worlds. He didn't like it, but he said that the big problem was the referee who was doing him. It was on the outside table. He said he was looking over his shoulder, somebody's playing a shot, and then he would look round and he's saying the referee's too busy looking at the shot clock. But I had said to him, I went, you just need to shout time out. And he's like, well, that ref never told us, or there just wasn't the information. So he was a bit flustered, but I think here where it's more clear, you hear the beep, the referees are right there, and there's not really anybody in your road. I think it will suit him.
I'd actually chatted to Renzi about that, because it does take you a wee while to get used to the shot clock, because you're constantly thinking about it. See, your first few matches on it, you're really thinking about it. And Renzi was actually telling me, obviously, when he was working with Dunster quite a lot, Dunster to begin with struggled with it, and they just hammered hour after hour in practice, just 30 seconds, and he got into his routine. And now when you watch Liam on the shot clock, people know Liam will maybe play slow on the outside tables, but on the shot clock now, he's up there with the best of them.
He's perfect. He approaches the table on 10, he feathers on 5, and he usually strikes at 1 or 2 every single time. It is so precise, and that's when you see somebody's dedicated himself to being good at that.
And see, if you've got the time, you really should actually take a leaf out of that book and practice it, so you do get used to it.
Andy Neil, how you doing, mate? And AJ is asking who your toughest or most difficult opponents ever been.
Obviously, I've played a lot of the top guys. I think the only one I've not managed to beat is Liam. I just struggle against him, and he's always different class against me. You pretty much need to play flawless pool. But one of the matches I remember, I played Mark Boyle. I think it was a quarter final with IPA, and it was a race to 8, and the standard of pool he played was just ridiculous. It was first to 8, I was 7-0 down. He's had 4 breaking dishes and 3 reverse dishes, and I thought, this is the first match in my career I'm going to get grannied. Not even bought a single ball, and then he finally missed a ball to win 8-0, and I potted a hanger, and I actually celebrated because I potted a ball. But he beat me 8-1, but the level he played at was just absolutely scary. So good to watch.
That's a ambitious Danny Jones. I don't know what we were talking about there, but
he must have missed a shot, I think he was watching.
Aye. I think what Paul's saying there as well, you can either crumble under the shot clock, or you can kind of flourish. And as he's saying there, the top guys normally know the shot. It's instinct will usually guide them there, but I spoke to Corey about it a minute ago, and he actually said it's one of his worst traits is when he's got more time, he ends up looking for problems. And maybe the shot clock's a benefit to him. He likes it. He'd rather play under it all the time because of that reason. But I think we might see the best of Ryan here, and I think Jake's going to have to be in top of his game, because if not, Ryan will probably take him to the cleaners. But he's class, man.
Listen, talent-wise, Ryan is top class. Do you know what I mean? Ryan's capable of winning this event, no bother. Some people might not really know Ryan, think, oh, shut up, Robbie, you're talking absolutely balls here. But we know how good Ryan can be. Exactly. He's a top player. Is Farnsworth here this weekend?
Yeah, he is. He's to play Elliot Sanderson tomorrow at 10 a.m. He's better going on to Q Score, and it's just type in IPA Masters, or I think it's actually on the YouTube link. I think it's there for the draw, and you can click into it there. So
That was a loose wee shot from Jake. He's gave us a tougher black than he wanted, but no problem with it.
Yeah, no.
2-1. Jake will feel better after that. You're just always down to get your first frame on the board.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of slack shots involved in that, but such a talent, you don't expect to see him miss, and that's the way it goes. Jake gets one on the board. Ryan Davey 2-1 in front though.
So I noticed the IPA had done a predictor. You were to share the post and predict your finalists and the score. Who did you go for?
Well, I found it tough to do it because it was a double elimination. Yep. So I basically, I looked at it, and then I just shared it. And I never predicted anybody. But what I did do on the Walker the Talker page was say, if you pick a winner out of an underdog, or even if they get to the final, I will give a gift of some kind of, maybe a cash prize or something, but I will hand something out. I'll figure something out. It could be a case of beer, it could be whatever, but I will 100%. If you stay down south, I'll probably just send a cash prize. But Ryan Davey was the first one named, but then people started firing in Boyle, and I went, that's not an underdog. I want something, and it doesn't need to be that they're not a pro, because there's certain people over this weekend, you might be considered an underdog. Lee Shepherd might be considered an underdog. Morgan might be considered someone that maybe isn't Farnsworth, Boyle or Dunster, do you know what I mean? Yeah. That are technically winning a lot of these events. So, but I'm looking at it and going, these are all the top guys. So, but
that was some break there from Ryan. Reds are nice, just that one closest to the yellows at the top left's a slight problem. I think it might go into the middle, left middle.
I was looking at the rack on the table next to it there, but they didn't open. It looked like they were dead anyway, but looked rather twisted.
Table 8, we've got Swaffy and David Rooney. I take it Swaffy's not arrived yet. He did like a 7.5 hour drive up from London, I'm sure.
Is that right?
So I'm thinking they're just giving him a wee bit of time to settle and get organised for that game.
Yeah, I mean, you would think if he just walked in the door, they would give him 10 minutes anyway, but
the traffic's been horrendous out there because of the weather as well. But Ryan's just missed a plant there.
He's still got a chance. Just a red at the top left. Oh, I've just.
You're looking at the screen.
I actually spoke about that with Marcy earlier. I says, Marcy, I do it all the time. We've got two screens here, and it's the one. And because he was commentating, I says, no, it's this one. And I've just did the exact same thing.
That was a good plant there with Jake. Really good chance here. Should be 2-2.
Yeah, that was a great plant from Jake. I get to see it back on the delayed cam that you see at home. I don't know if you guys are seeing the tiny, looks like a slight buffer or glitch every now and again. I don't know if that's maybe just some internet issues or the weather outside, but I've noticed it a few times today.
Morning, Minnie.
Minnie Hartson, man. Minnie Hartson.
Paul Crawford, I don't know if many people would say I know the road maps. Put as many balls as you can.
I've got the sat-nav on right beside me. A good shot from Jake.
Perfect. The tables are playing lovely.
Yeah,
and see along the cushions as well. You won't see too many shots like that missed this weekend.
No, it's actually massive when they're brand new cloth, new balls. The shots down the line become not gimmies, but they become a lot easier.
Definitely. It's actually hard to hang a bag at times. They just slide in.
You actually see on occasion certain players will play for a shot just to widen their angle. They'll actually deliberately play it into the cushion, knowing that it's going to slide in, and it just widens the angle in the shot. And you know yourself, 3-4 weeks down the line, that's an impossibility on the cloth because it goes in a totally different direction. But when they're new, I actually think they're unbelievable. So
nah, they are. It's really good to play on. Good finish there by Jake. 2-2. I think this will go the distance, this game, to be fair.
Soberto, Sat-Nav Stephen.
Sounds better than Hot Shot anyway, Paul.
Who came up with Hot Shot anyway?
Do you know,
Because I'm going to get you a belter. I'm not having that Hot Shot stuff.
I'm not really a fan of it, to be fair, but do you know what actually happened? So I'd actually won the Scottish Under-16 Snooker Championship many, many years ago now. It was a long, long time ago. But there was a monthly snooker magazine.
Hot Shot.
I think it was called Global Snooker Scene or something. And they printed an article, my picture.
Called you Hot Shot.
And they said, young Hot Shot Stephen lifts the title. And then it kind of just stuck from there. But I know a few of my friends think it's the worst nickname in pool. So open to suggestions. If you want to change it, folks, let me know.
Well, guys, that would be really good. Hit the chat function up with a new nickname for Bob. And we'll see what we can do.
Definitely. There's Tiger. All right, Tiger. Good to see you tuning in, pal.
Well, I'm wondering what Minnie was saying there. JDN, Jake Dillon, everything's abbreviations these days. It's all letters. See, when the kids send me text messages, I end up phoning them and go, what is that? What does that mean? And they'll go, Dad, what is it? And I'm like, just say the word. Just put the actual, it's just, and it's not, a predictive text actually gives you the word, so just press the word. You don't even need to, just a,
My kids will write back K.
I know.
As if they're saving time. Like, surely OK takes literally 0.01 a second.
Usually, it's nuts. I find it incredible. Or is it just a sign that we're getting old, mate?
Probably, mate, to be fair. Good chance here again for Jake to go 3-2. Looks like he's just getting ahead of steam now.
Sat-Nav Stephen.
No, I'm voting against that, Paul. Need to do better.
He's obviously tried to write in there. He wasn't waiting. Jake Dillon, but then he wrote it.
So
he's a class act, Jake. And do you know what's mad? I actually think him and Ryan have pretty similar games, apart from maybe you could argue that Jake's a tiny bit more attacking when he's off the TV table, in the sense that probably the pace he plays at is his general pace, but the two of them will probably go about things very similar.
Yeah. First time I'd played Jake, actually, it was my first season on the IPA and the amateurs, and I played him in a quarters final, and I was actually playing well, and he actually scalped me 7-0, and I'm no joking, he was unbelievable. But see, the thing that really impressed me, I was relatively new and inexperienced at pool, so I would just try and pot everything, but he would play so many clever shots, like wee kick shots off the balls, open things up. It was just absolutely brilliant. Really, really good to watch. David plays Louise
Yeah, that's Lee
Shepherd
Shepherd's
at
missus,
9
and that's-
o'clock, Graham.
It's actually on the screen right now that it started
Oh, has it started?
on table 6. So that match has just kicked off. Fast Eddie McVeigh and Dean Shields getting underway as well. Had a bit of fun with Eddie before his match. Not really sure the guy he was playing. I think his name's Damesh something, whatever it was. So we didn't know him that well, if at all. And I says to Eddie, oh, what a player. Need to watch. And then Renzi and Kevin Chalmers had told him, oh, he's missed that.
Oh, wow.
He's missed that. And they've told him, oh, he's... Now, I don't want to say this in the sense, I don't know if he's from India or where he's from, right? I don't know. But they said, oh, he was the Indian world champion. And I says, Indian the world? I went, Renzi, and he went, Stevie, we weren't thinking when we said that. But he's like, so the Indian champion would have, but you can't be the Indian world champion. That's like the World Series in America when it's now. But they're saying, oh, he comes in, he's got like a team with him, and he walks into the table with all these staff and all. He's that good a player. And Eddie's like, what? Surely no way. And Eddie says, well, tell you what, guys, when he comes in with all his team, will you walk in with me? And then Eddie beat him 10-2.
Brilliant. Super.
the Indian world champion. I'm looking at Renzi and going, what?
Graham, there's no stream on David's game, but we can keep you updated with the score. Jason, these are races to 10 in the winner's side, and the loser's side will be races to 7. That's plenty, Milesy.
Shorty. What are you doing, Rab, with the two reds at the right-hand side? Are you playing the kick in off the black and trying to move the other one, or are you just going to drop on it? I know you like dropping into tight spaces and stuff, but it looks like the angle's thin to hold.
It is. Unless... it's tough to see here. I think Ryan's just going to play to try and get as straight on it as possible, just to drop it in. Like we said, the bags are playing pretty generous down the cushion, so he'll fancy leaving that.
Oh, I was actually just about to say, Ryan he's one of the best at doubles the game's probably ever seen in Scotland, and I know Big Chick for me is one of the best I've ever seen. I wondered if Ryan would maybe play on a double.
Playing the snooker now all day, surely. Just checking to see if the red's frozen or not. Shouldn't matter anyway, the white. See, to be honest, with that shot there, as much as Ryan, you want to go and take away the finish. See, with flicking the black like that, it was a tricky wee finish still. Yeah. It's actually made him massive favourite to win the frame.
And he's actually played a good snooker because he stopped, I think he stopped Jake going across.
So
I think Jake has to run the angles here.
If that's tight to that red, then it's a miracle shot required.
Yeah, big shot here. Loads aside.
It was tough to play that, bridging over that.
You might be right, Paul. Ryan may have played that deliberate. He did come round though and look at the double. He lined it up with his cue. Maybe at the last second he decided, you know what, I'm just going to drop this off the black, kill the black, then get myself 2 shots and make it easier. But there's no guarantees that these come out perfect here.
No, I know. He needs to just be careful. Needs that black to bounce a wee bit. Should be fine, but he would have rather the black came out so it was easy into the middle. Just needs to leave himself the right angle off this now, just to make sure.
I think the worst part here is his cue ball. It's going close to the cushion, so he's going to want to he's going to want it off the cushion ever so slightly. So,
yep. Looks quite straight on this. I think he'll just play it through for the middle. Or can he come off the bottom cushion?
I seen him having a look. Well, there, I think he's given an indication
there.
Yeah,
just got to play it into the middle.
Push this in with a bit of pace.
Oh, it's slidey. It's fine.
Yeah, that'll do it. That was the only worry there because of the brand new cloth. It was always going to slide in that direction. He's judged it well. I've seen a shot like this earlier on, trickled in.
Yep.
And it didn't go, but Ryan making sure this time. It was actually in the match with Chris and Keith Robertson, and Keith had a similar black, and he's kind of dollied it down. It's ended up hanging in the pocket, and spoke about Renzi running through the crowd at Bridlington years ago, shouting at me for doing the same. I say you need to at least play it confident, just the way Ryan has there.
Jake will be kicking himself after missing that black.
Yeah, that was massive.
For his level, it was a pretty easy finish, but he's just left himself slightly hampered. And you know what it's like when you leave yourself hampered. You should still pot the black, but it annoys you a wee bit and you're thinking about it. So, big frame this.
Yeah, Ryan away for a quick... Well, I think both of the players have went for a quick comfort break. Get into the habit of saying that. Comfort break, it's a thing I've got from Pickers. Normally I'd say they're away to the toilet. A comfort break. I don't know how comfortable the toilets are in England, but we don't get much comfort when we go up here.
We look at the other scores. Gareth Hibbett 4-3 up on Sean McMahon. Adam Griffiths 5-0 up on Michael Bissett. Keane Monaghan 6-2 up on Scott Kennedy. Scott Anderson 6-5 up on Andrew Betts. Gavin Robinson obviously playing well. He'll be determined to recapture his title. 9-1 up on Damien Williamson. And Mark Gahuli 9-7 up on Liam Power.
And you have the winner of that.
The winner, yeah.
Yeah, but spoke about Gav earlier as well. He's Chris Bowron, when we had a wee chat after his game, said him and Gav have been having a good ding-dong this week, putting the time in. Plenty of practice, so Gav's going to want to defend his title. He's not going to let it go easy.
I wasn't going to mention it, but when he won that title last year, I don't know if anybody can remember.
Oh, I remember.
I beat him 10-0 in the winners' qualification match. And to be honest, he didn't do a lot wrong. I've actually broke and finished all 5 of my breaks. I think reversed 3 his. And Gav's the type of guy, he came off and he didn't even let it annoy him. He just said, you know what, Robert, that's cool. It happens. He's like, we've still got a chance. And sure enough, he goes on and wins his first IPA title.
I was talking, I had Mark Farnsworth on the comms. We were in Newcastle, and I'm sure it was Mark that was saying, he said the good thing about Gav is no matter what happens in the match, he's done nothing wrong.
No, definitely.
He said, so when he comes off, he's not beating himself up, he's not hard on himself, because you've either got all the rubs, all the luck, he's had nothing, and then he just goes on to the next. And then that match against you, to lose 10-0 and then go on to win it. I remember saying that if there's ever an advert for a double elimination tournament,
that would
Gav Robinson's the advert.
Definitely. Aye, some guy, Gav. AJ, I would... Boyle's cut break when it's working is just scary good. But Hibbett, his front ball break is incredible as well.
I mean...
The break is relatively so inconsistent, but for me, I would go with Mark Boyle's cut break.
Yeah, I mean, I do the break and disc challenges every now and again, and Gareth Hibbett is one of the stalwarts in that. And I've mentioned this numerous times. You usually do them in two sets of 25, and that's your 50 breaking dishes, or 50 breaking attempted dishes. And Gareth had 23 breaking dishes out of 25 in his first, and he ended up finishing, I think, 39 out of 50. But the 23 out of 25 was one of the craziest things I've ever watched.
That's
the break he had was a weapon I've never seen in my life. But obviously in tournaments, moving to different tables, that was on his own table. And you go from one table where you're breaking like a god, and you go to another one and you're breaking dry. And I think probably the I wouldn't call it an advantage that Mark's got, but Mark seems to just have a weapon of a break no matter where he plays. So, but some people have asked me who I think is the biggest break in the game, and I've said Gareth Hibbett numerous times.
Oh, it's scary. His front ball break is phenomenal. But scrappy frame here.
Yeah, does this suit Ryan? Does it suit Jake? I mean, Jake has got every facet of the game, but does this suit Ryan?
To be honest, I can't really separate these two. Both attacking wise, going for finishes, and tactically, I think they're both just as good. Jake will be wanting to put that mist black Navas frame at his head as quick as possible, and sometimes a wee frame like this gives you the chance to do that.
Yeah, it's one of the frames where basically there's a lot of thinking to do, so you tend to forget about the stuff that happened before because you're so zoned in, and all the little delicate shots that you've got to play here, the shots to keep your opponent away. But Ryan's seen something, he's lined it up, and he's usually good at this.
Nope, still containing, so
Yeah.
still an open table.
He had a look at the cross-table plant. I don't know if he was thinking the double plant, but there's no reward in going crazy here.
Do you think Jake will be tempted into this plant, into the middle?
I think he will. Only because he can he might screw back to the top right corner just in case.
No, he's knocked it back.
That's a good shot.
Well, he wants that to stay out.
Yeah, that's actually a good shot.
Now you want to be yellows, definitely.
Yeah, and what is Ryan playing here? He's giving him the yellows.
To be honest, there's no value whatsoever in potting this yellow with the plant.
No, exactly.
Because you're absolutely screwed after that. So it was actually a clever, quick thinking there from Ryan.
Yeah, Richard Swarfield and Rooney is underway. Rich beat me in the Open in Isle of Man. I had just lost the quarterfinals of the amateur to Gio. Honestly, hadn't even put my cue in. I heard Bron shouting, and I'm like, "You are joking me, man!" And it took the wind right out my sails. And she's like, "Oh, do you need 5 minutes?" And I went, "Just let me go to the toilet." And I just.
It's so hard to G yourself back up so quickly.
I was so flat, and I had a couple of half chances that probably throughout that day that I was taking, and I probably made it a bit easier than it should have been for Rich then. But he's a good solid player. If you give him any kind of invitation, he's going to take it. So that'll be a good match, because Rooney was in top form in his first match, 10-1 against Patrick McConville, who is no slouch. Rooney had said to me that he was absolutely solid. He said, "Stevie, that's the best I've felt since I've been back on the table since he was working away from home." So
we obviously know how good a player David can be.
Yeah.
Obviously he's not played as much as he'd probably like over the last couple of years, but the talent's still clearly there.
Yep.
And that's a tough game for Swarfield.
Former European singles champion David Rooney. He's no slouch, and when he's at his best, you can argue he's as good as anyone, but it's a consistency thing now these days. You've not only got to be a good player once, you've got to continue to do it if you want to win one of these, or even go deep. You're looking at some of the first round ties that we've witnessed so far. Morgan and Gio, one are playing Lee, one of that plays Chris Bowron. It's just shows you the standard of player you have to come through if you want to do well in these events. And I've asked this question and all. 2025 IPA Tour. How good does it look?
It's actually exciting. I'll be honest, I was in two minds, really. Not if I was going to move anywhere else, I would never ever do that, but I've just not had the time this year to put in the pool, and I was considering maybe not playing next year, but see, to be honest, it's actually got me buzzing again. I actually can't wait. I'm going to put a bit of proper time and get back into it, because the competition is going to be top class, and there's no point turning up at these events unless you're proper putting the time in to try and compete, because it's going to be incredible.
Marshy said exactly. He's obviously not had the best of times by his standards, and he's like, "Steve, do you know what? I've been full of carry on. I've been treating it as a weekend away with mates rather than going and trying to do a bit of damage," he says, and it's not been fair. A couple of good sponsors and guys that support us, they deserve me to have a go, he says. So next year, he says, I'm really going to try and put some time in and really have a go at these events, and then if I'm out, then I'll go and have a drink and I'll have a good time. But I think it's just the buzz that's been created. Nothing, no detriment to the guys that have paved the way for Paul and Santa to come in, but looking at the players that have come back, the new pros and stuff like that, I just think the likes of Gio and Johnny and Greg McMillan, Adam Myerscough, who have all earned their right through the IPA, and then the guys that are coming, David McNamara, Scott Gillespie, Luke Sanchez. I mean, it's just some serious talent is going to be going head to head, and the 64 pros, there's no buys. It's
going to be amazing.
It's come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, innit?
Definitely.
It's exciting times.
Ryan going for a skilly here. Yep, great shot. You know me, Stevie, I'm the world's worst skill shot player. I would never have took that on. You would have nailed it yourself.
Mate, I think it's one of the... When the cloth's brand new, I mean, I think 90% of the time, if they're in a certain position, they're quite easy anyway, but when it's brand new, he could have actually missed that and it might have still slidden off the knuckles just because the momentum's there. So, and I think Ryan knew that full well, so he was always playing a containing shot after it. And
I think he's got the total snooker here on the knuckle.
it looks like it, and needs to watch the slide here. It doesn't go through the gap.
Good shot. So, tough for him to predict this.
Yeah, that cluster has been there from the break, and it's still there, and it just shows you the intelligence of these two. Nobody's forcing the issue, nobody's in a hurry. Both of them know any mistake on that bunch, the opponent could take it out.
Just a wee containing shot for Ryan. He's probably hoping that this isn't a full ball snooker here. He'd be hoping Jake can just clip the edge of the yellow, because then he can't just come off the one cushion and rest onto the two yellows.
Yeah, looks like he can just
it.
see the edge. Oh, he's trying to play the 3-ball plant. I'm saying it was a red in between it, wasn't there? Yeah, there was 3-ball
So now,
plant.
does Ryan go for the finish, try and leave an angle on the red to the middle and open up the other ones?
I think
Looks like he's playing the snooker.
he's going to play a safety. There probably comes a time that if you don't go, it could bite you.
Yeah.
Just a case of one more shot. And Ryan might feel here that he doesn't need to force it. Maybe they might think the only way he loses a frame is by to maybe go crazy, but there also comes a time where you're forced into it, and I don't think the red closest to the black goes in the top, so probably doing the right thing.
I know it is good to obviously watch quick attacking finishes all the time, but frames like this, as long as, in my opinion, as long as there's no too many of them in a match, it is good to watch, because you do learn certain shots from watching different players.
Yeah, I think for the purist, these kind of frames are pretty good. I mean, Ryan's tried to slide off that side cushion, and then behind the red, he's just kind of caught it too thick as the two reds come together, but his big thing there was just trying to leave as safe a white as possible.
Tiger, that's because you're good at these kind of frames, you like them.
Ryan could put Jake in a lot of trouble here. Spacey. Oh, I like that shot.
Yeah, definitely.
I like that shot. So, no hiding place for Jake now. Needs to watch here. Could go in off, catch it too thin. Ah, good
It's
shot.
a good shot, very good shot. Ryan will just try and get the white down near this red at the bottom right hand cushion, I think. But opens things up a wee bit, so Ryan needs to be careful now. Yeah. As long as that doesn't go in off, he's perfect. Looks like Jake's going to go two cushions here and just try and nestle in behind the top yellow.
Better get Chick over here. I'm not levelling tables at this time of night. If it's just a tiny wee roll, it'll be an easy enough fix.
Louise Shepherd has won a frame against David. That's currently 2-1. Scott Anderson 8-5 up and Andrew Betts. David Adenauer, Gary Chalmers just starting. Gav Robinson was 9-1 up and it is now 9-4. Gareth Hibbett 6-3 up on Sean McMahon and Adam Griffiths 8-0 up on Michael Bissett.
Probably the worst thing that could happen in that Michael Bissett, Adam Griffiths match. Very attacking Michael, and only plays a bit of snooker.
Definitely.
And he kind of goes for everything, and if you're playing against good pool players, they will pick you off any mistake you make.
I was actually speaking to Adam just before I came into the commentary box, and he was actually asking who Michael was that was playing, and I said he's a very good potter, he plays snooker, but he's just no tactically there for pool yet. He might get there if he dedicates himself to it, but as soon as you come up against a pro level player, it's tough to win playing that kind of style.
He actually beat me, I think it was a Saltire in here. It was one of the ones where everything he went for he was getting, but when I say dice with major fortune, it was kind of like I'm shaking my head and wondering what I need to do, because he was just getting away with absolute murder. But some of the balls he potted, he was in all kinds of trouble, and he was just getting them. It was just one of the matches, and he's ended up beating me 7-5, and he's like, Stevie, I went, no, listen, it is what it is, but inside I was fuming. I'm walking away. Honestly, mate, you know me, I'm dying to bang my face into a wall. And I'm thinking, I can't believe that guy has got away with absolute murder. But, as you say there, he is a phenomenal potter of a ball. Yeah. Phenomenal. And that match against me was probably if there was ever any evidence of the way he plays, if he's getting them, it won't look pretty, but he just manages to keep potting and potting and potting. And obviously against Adam, I'm not saying that's the way that game's been going, but you can kind of guess when he's 8-1 down, sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it doesn't, and wow.
Ryan just left himself the worst possible angle in that red there. So he's gifted a good chance here to Jake. This should be 3-3.
Yeah, Ryan trying to pinch a bit of the bag just to...
He played an unbelievable double as well to leave that chance. And it just shows you how important cue ball control is, because when you're watching at home on the screen it looks like a really easy finish, but if you're just slightly the wrong side of the ball, it becomes difficult. And I think that's what separates the really, really top guys. Just how good their white ball is. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. I mean, people think it's easy because it's made to look easy.
Definitely.
And it is 3 frames all. And after the cagiest frame probably seen all day on the live stream, it was Jake Dillon New Love who came out on top. Fortunately for Ryan, he just landed wrong side, tried to pinch a bit of the bag, and gave a chance that Jake was never, ever going to make any mistake over. It is Robert Stevens.
Stephen Slater. How are we, pal? Being Edinburgh's best player, I'm surprised you're not in this weekend.
He had a 100% record at the counties.
Oh, that actually became comical. Looking forward to all the Facebook posts of Stephen no in the frame.
I actually think that as well, Tiger. I think when Ryan played the double and didn't land absolutely perfect, he could maybe have just touched the red down the bottom and just had another shot in that match. The crowd are going crazy in the building as Stevie Windies gets called to the table. And he's playing against Ross Fernie, Scottish Championship, the Ross McKinnis Scottish Singles.
I was talking to Windies there.
Finalist.
He's actually so nervous. So he is. He was looking forward to having a game earlier and his opponent couldn't make it, so now he's straight on against Ross. And he was really, really nervous. Try to tell him, just relax.
That's the thing, I mean, I actually said to him, I went, Stevie, you could have been playing me. And he says, what do you mean? I said, well, I was due an operation on Monday. For whatever pretend reason that the NHS gave me, it's been moved to the new year. And I'd contacted Paul and he says, unfortunately, Stevie, there's no buys or no spaces. It's just the way it is. So, but obviously I was coming over for comms anyway. And then I says to him, so I said to Stevie, I says, but then when your opponent pulled out, Paul phoned me and said, I might be able to stick you in next to Stevie. And he looked at me and went, that's no fair. And I went, Stevie, it never happened. I'm here for the comms. I'm not exactly dressed for pool, but just the way he looked at me, his face dropped. And listen, he's getting to play Fernie right off the bat. It's a race to 10. He's shouting to me and Mark Boyle a couple of weeks, it was more than a couple of weeks ago, we were in here, and he's saying, how are yous better than me? How can yous say I can't beat yous? And Mark's looking at me going, I don't really know this guy. He's like, and I went, no, he's brand new, he's just having a laugh, and he's bluttered, but he's gone, I'm as good as every one of yous. I can beat every one of yous. Then he's come in here like a nervous wreck to play Fernie. He's nuts,
amazing
absolutely
what
nuts.
the alcohol can do to your confidence.
And
It's
Jake
funny
Dillon-
because see the amount of money matches that get arranged on the booze,
Oh, mate.
and then they wake up the next day and the game never happens.
Oh, unbelievable. I said to Stevie, I says, mate, you came and signed for my team on a Tuesday, and then 3 weeks later you chucked it because you said you weren't good enough for the team. And he says, I never said I wasn't good enough. I went, I've got a text message here. He says, no, I just felt that I wouldn't get a game because you've got all your favourites. I says, all right, mate, that's fine. That there, mate, is that something... I've actually spoken about this quite a lot, and it's the double punishment. Ryan goes early, doesn't get them. Jake pinches the frame, and then bang, another one on the board so quickly.
The pool gods, as they say, happens all the time.
It seems to be that you get punished once or twice in a row, and all of a sudden you've had a chance of going.
And see, the funny thing is, you're actually sitting in your chair and you just know it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's mad. It is mad. Ryan could have went 4-2 up.
Yep.
The next minute. 4-2 up, and then Jake's won 2 in a row, and it's all of a sudden he's 4-3 down. It's mad.
Good hit there by Ryan. It's a wee bit unfortunate.
Yeah, he is.
The yellows are lovely apart from that one at the top. Makes it very interesting now. Gavin Robinson won 10-4.
And he came off going crazy about the table. I seen him. He was pointing, his arms were flailing all over the place because he had a roll off at 9-1 up.
See, the thing about Gav, he'll remember that in 2035. He does not forget anything.
I played Gav in one of the Saltires, and he beat me 7-6, and what a match it was, right? But he had a point in the middle of the match where he had like 3 dishes in a row. We bumped into each other. No, we didn't bump into each other. We were talking to each other in here not so long ago, and there was a few people talking, and I can't mind who it was. Jason Hallinger and something. No, that's exactly what it was. Andy Crosdale and stuff. There was a few people saying, "Who's that playing Jason?" And Andy went, "No, he's a good player. He plays in here. Played with Scotland in the B sections and stuff like that, and plays in the IPA tour." And Gav basically says, "Oh, I played Stevie we played in the Saltire. There was a point in the match, and then it was Keane that said to me, he described every shot of every frame from then on in. And after that, I was talking to him, maybe a few weeks later at one of the IPAs or whatever it was in Coventry, and I said, the guys were talking to me about it, and he's like, do you remember that? He's like, I remember and he starts talking about the, and I'm like, I don't. I just remember that you had 3 dishes in a row. I went, but I don't remember the shots.
Oh,
Mate, he remembers every shot.
It's incredible, honestly. Absolutely incredible.
Every single shot.
I've actually never known a player like him to remember so much detail about pool matches from so many years ago.
There's one guy that I know, he's from Edinburgh, Mark Armstrong. He is the same. Now, I've not seen Mark probably for 10 years. He was a Scotland international, I think. Somebody might correct me, I think Mark won an IM or he won something. Cracking player. There's no doubt if I met Mark right now, he would tell me about frames that he played all the way. Remember that one, Stevie, when you were playing Paul Hartness and it's not even his game? It's because you were playing against his team and you're like, what is going on? I know that John Brownlee's quite good at remembering some stuff and that, but I think he's maybe drifted from the memory bank. But Mark Armstrong, Tiger and that would know him. He's the only person I think that's even anywhere near Gav.
Gary Robertson, yes. So that'll be my first ever seniors event. Turned the big 40. Thanks for telling everybody.
Can Robert Stephen do a Mark Boyle and go and win a seniors title in his first ever event? Mark's was the seniors Scottish. He beat me in the semis.
Right.
He's lucky because I wasn't ready to play. I was thinking I've no idea to eat. I've been on for 10 o'clock in the morning. It's about 8:30 at night. And I was about to go and get myself a quick bite to eat, and Mark was ready to lag. And he looked at me and he went, oh, you're not ready? And I went, oh, it's fine. And Paddy got me a bar of chocolate. Before you know it, mate, I was 6-0 down. Honestly, I hadn't even blinked, and I went into the toilet, splashed some water on my face, got back to 6-5. He went 7-5, 7-6. Then he went dish the next 2 frames, beat me 9-6. But it was a good match, but it was just that way. I'm like, you can't give a guy like Mark that kind of start. But I keep telling him, you were lucky, mate. Caught me in the hop there. You might have got. I was playing well, but I don't think Mark has played in another seniors event since.
I've not actually seen his name in the last
don't think he has,
to be honest.
So the first one is in juniors. Are you already in it?
I paid my entry a couple of days ago, yes. So my first ever event. Looking forward to it.
Definitely.
I know people think, professional entering them, stuff like that, but listen, there's a lot of top players in that. They'll be very, very tough to win.
They're stacked. I actually got a message yesterday, was it yesterday, the day before? One of the guys, I was doing the seniors final and he was over watching and he came over to get a photo. Sounds like I'm a celebrity, but he came over to get a photo, right? And I had forgot about the photo. I knew I'd spoke to him and he sent me a picture of me and him at the seniors in shooters this year. And I'm like, I went, oh, that's right, that picture, that guy. And then he sends me, he says, Stevie, I think I'm number 56 in the rankings and he's number 57. And he's like, oh, really cool, I need to get to a few and try and get ahead of you. I've actually only played 3 seniors events in 2 years. It's just, I've never had the time to go and, but I've played 2 Scottishes and one that was in Players Lounge. No, the one in Players Lounge was the one, I don't even count that because I was late for that, and I won't go into it, but that was one of the ones I just wish I was running late. It was, you can imagine the way it went, but the one in here I got beat in the final off Jonesy, and the 2 Scottishes, so 4 events. But as I say, the one in Players, I won't even consider it. I was running late, trying to contact people. There was an accident on the motorway on the M73 just at Cumbernauld. It's at the same bit all the time, Castle Kerry. It's a nightmare, but there's so many on and off ramps, but only 2 lanes, and it's carnage. And couldn't get hold of anybody when you get there. You're already a couple behind, kind of thing. And it was just.
They're very strict with the rules.
Yeah, and I get it to an extent. It's just obviously had someone answered the phone, they would have known that. I'm only 20 minutes away, and an hour previous to it, I'm trying to get hold of somebody. But listen, that's neither here nor there. But I'm thinking to myself, the guys that are in it, you're obviously your Joneses, Scott Dunbars, Davy Jack. Davy Jack's he was incredible this year. There's some tough games.
Definitely.
Chris Payne, Brian Taylor, Mark O'Hooley, John Owen. Now it's no mean feat to do well in them.
Definitely, they're very, very strong field. That was a good finish with Ryan, that
was
last
class.
frame. He went aggressive and he got to the rewards. So
This is one of Jake's biggest strengths. I think his break is incredible as well.
look at that. A wee plant on that yellow
Yeah,
in the
these
middle, and they should be gone.
These are bread and butter for Jake. What event would you like added to the IPA? Craig Marsh said he wants one where he said even if it's a Grand Prix, doesn't matter which one it is, if it's the Welsh, the Scottish, who cares? He says, I just want it to be that if you win a frame, you break again. And I said, and I'm like, I didn't really give my opinion on it because I don't like that in the American pool. I don't like the winner breaks.
See,
But
to be fair,
if it's a one-off event, fair enough.
I was totally against it at first, and then I watched a match. I think it was Jason Shaw v. I think it might have been Feather Ghost, maybe in a final here, one of the big events here, or a semi-final. And I think Jason was like 9-3 behind, but he ran out like 4 or 5 in a row, and because of the winners breaks, it actually gave him a chance of still winning the match. So I wouldn't like it all the time, but I think maybe
there's a place for it.
event, definitely.
And I don't think there's a problem with having some slightly different angled tournaments.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't overpower the core events.
Definitely. I think with pool as well, you're always looking for something just to keep it fresh and new ideas and keep people interested.
Trying to get a hoddy paddy. Just keeps blanging his man, trying to get a drink. You know he's going to go and pay for that.
I know. Talking about pool events, and back to that question you were saying, what I would like to see, and I think there would actually be a market for it, would be a big team event like the Moscone Cup.
Listen, I've the guys that I've sat down with the two of them. We sat around the table talking about the plans for next year, and they're saying, "What would you bring to the table? What would you?" And I said, "Listen, I'm going to go back to what I always go back to, and that's team pool."
Yep.
I said, I think it brings the biggest buzz, the biggest atmosphere. You don't need to take anything away from what we've already got. Good finish from Jake. We fancied him to get it.
Yep. 5-4
But
up.
to add something in, I mean, I don't know how you go about it. You can have this thing where you have a Moscone Cup type thing where maybe it's. I don't think there's a great idea to go and have one set of rules against another set of rules. I don't know if I like that. I think that's you heading towards a combination of something that nobody's really pushing for.
Yeah.
But could you have a team event based on everybody that's on the tour? Can you put teams together based on a maximum of 2 pros, say, and whatever it might be? I don't know if you have a 3 or 4 or 5 man. Do you do nations? Well, you've already got nations, so it's just how you go about it. But I do think that it's a missed market in the top end of the sport is the team events, because it's where you can create the budgets. Do you know what I actually said years ago? I would love to see like a UK Premier League type thing, you know, like what we've got with the counties. And I'm thinking to myself, imagine you had in the Kelvin Hall, Glasgow, Falkirk, Liverpool, the Midland, whatever it would be, Birmingham, however they would work it down in England, and the draws are set for the Manchester Arena for this place. I'm not saying you can fill a 10,000, but 2,500 arena. If we've got something like that in Glasgow and we've got 8 teams, I honestly believe with the right buzz you could really create something special. And when people go to that, they come away and go, wow, that was unreal. 2,000 people there singing and chanting Glasgow songs. And I just think there's something
And you know
there.
what it's like when you're actually playing a team event as well. The buzz you actually get is totally different from playing individually. It's a different pressure. It's a different excitement.
It is.
Don't want to end it down. And I see Mark Johnson just said IPA v Ultimate, 5-man team event there. I mean, the standard in that would be crazy.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
imagine Cousins and Mellon v Boyle and Hibbert.
I think there's been a one-liner dropped about that. But I don't know. I spoke to Santa just briefly, and the thing was, what do you win out of it compared to what you lose out of it, kind of thing? So you get bragging rights. I know you could have it for X amount of money, but there's not really. It's kind of like, see, told you ours is better. I mean, I didn't see the massive. I don't know. I didn't see the massive pros in it. More the kind of cons, if you know what I mean. And he said there's already been kind of conversations or an attempted conversation about let's do this together, let's do that. And but he did say, well, we kind of dropped a one-liner based on that. But then we thought, well, what do we gain out of it?
Yeah.
About. He says that you could basically what you could be doing then is go, well, do you know what? Let's forget the organisations. We'll just have your 5 against our 5 for a set amount of money, and then it's nothing to do with IPA and Ultimates and all that. It's nothing to do with that. It's not really, because I don't know if you couldn't really sanction it as a real event. You'd have to just do it under one. But so
and then the issue there is what rule set and stuff like
exactly.
that.
So, but I do think there's a huge market that hasn't been. That's the thing that I think makes our game of pool different. Is that team element, and you see the buzz that the Moscone creates. Now, you can't go and copy, because when you copy, people go and try and compare. So if you copy and you get compared to, and that's not as good, that's better. But if you do something slightly different, and that's where I think we're missing a trick with the kind of county aspect of it. Or it doesn't need to be. It could be IPA based. It could be the IPA City Challenge or whatever it is, and you've got all these teams from all these areas involved in it under the Black Ball banner. Honestly, I just think there's something being missed there, but who knows?
Aye, Gary, that was a good chance there for Jake. Just let the white ball run on a bit too far. That red looked tight that he missed, and now this is a good chance for Ryan. It's a good shot. He's got that yellow out far enough. This should be 5-5, and like I predicted earlier, this match could go all the way.
Fraser McKenzie, love that idea. With the way that they'll have golf do it, with the captain's picks and the draft picks. So then that way you've got, maybe you get to pick your 5-man team. You could have a couple of events across the year. You could also have them at the weekend tour events. It could be that you've got 10 teams, and the way they do it, you're playing in your individuals, but you're gathering points.
Yeah.
And then maybe there's some kind of one-off match between certain teams, and then over the course of the year you find your position in the table, and it's worth X amount of money. But there's definitely there's something in it.
Listen, see the point with that as well is it's all right saying play the top guys with the top guys, but some top guys don't like team pool event. They don't like that environment. And you look at the Ryder Cup, for example. Ian Poulter, he's never winning that many titles, but he would be people's number one pick for the Ryder Cup.
Exactly.
Because he just loved that environment.
I think I like that, Fraser. I actually really like that idea, because you know what it's like when, let's say it's yourself, and you say, right, so I'm the captain of my team, and I'm going to pick Boyle, and then my first amateur pick's going to be Stevie, but then your next two you've got no control over, because it's a draft that gets pressed in the button, and all of a sudden, right, I've got such and such and such and such of the players that want to play on it. That's it. And then over that weekend there'll be points dished out for how well each individual's done. But then I think once it gets to a certain point, maybe the last tour event of the year or something, there's a tournament type thing based on where you all finish. So maybe the top 4 teams are already in it, and then 4 team 5 to 8, and I just think there's something there, and I think we're missing a trick. I just love to see something done with the team element of it. But
Ryan just had a loose white ball there, and he's in a bit of bother now on this black. This is not easy at all.
honestly, I would love some kind of UK based. I actually said if I won the Euro Millions, the first thing I would do is create a Premier League for the UK, and I would put £1 million in the prize fund to start us off over like a 3-year kind of idea, and it'd be major money to the winners and slowly build. I actually think the minute I put that in and create that kind of buzz and get these arenas full, listen, TV's in, they're going, what an atmosphere this is unreal. Create that football darts type atmosphere, but in the pool team element.
That's a good shout as well, Paul. Paul's saying county champions from Scotland,
definitely.
England, Ireland and Wales.
May as well just sending Glasgow down there, nah? Let's go.
But obviously we just had more counties recently, Stevie, and obviously being teammates, the buzz is just different class, especially winning it.
There's a different feeling when you're even when you're teammates at the table. There's a nervousness. And it's just different, innit? It's just different. The buzz you get in the team element is just, I love it.
Stephen Slater, you are actually playing a wee bit better now, so I'm going to go 5-0 Celtic. A couple of days ago it would have been 7, but you are playing well, so I fancy you to keep it close.
I think that's a great shot, by the way. I mean, I'm going to assume he's meant it because he's that good a player, but what a shot by Jake. Yeah, I mean, the sooner the Edinburgh Greens get rid of David Gray, I think maybe they can do better because they've got a talented squad. Mr. Slater might think different, but I think there's talent there. I just think there's a guy that's not got a Scooby at what he's doing.
I had no doubt of that, Stevie boy.
I like the idea, Paul, of having a couple in there, maybe 8, and then having it in like a Kelvin Hall type place, an arena that maybe holds 1,000, 2,000. You could actually, there's a place in the East End of Glasgow, it holds 1,750, and it's tiered seating all the way back, and then it just all looks down to the main floor. You could technically have the tables down in the main floor with the tiered seating just full of people just shouting, singing, giving it. And obviously the counties are going to bring some crowd with now, so they might come with 40, 50 handed in a bus. I just think it would be special. And
I mind playing back in the snooker days, the home internationals down at Prestatyn, Pontins, and obviously it was Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland, you had Holland, France, etc. And the buzz was amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, that's snooker, which is obviously quiet and I wouldn't say more professional, but just that environment.
Snooker's the cue sport with a specific etiquette.
Yeah.
That at the serious end of it, you've got to act a certain way, be a certain way, sit in it. Now, there's loads and loads of unwritten rules in snooker. And I think that's, like, pool probably is, our game of pool maybe forced a bit to try and be snooker-like, but in a totally different way. Whereas when you see people, I spoke about it earlier on today, one of the matches it was on, the player stands up behind the guy while he's playing a shot, and I know it's behind him, but you can always see things out the corner of your eye. And I think these things really bug my brain. But obviously I never competed at snooker, but I played a lot of snooker, I watched a lot of snooker, I loved it. And I think, what is that nonsense? And I just think our game, which they say was born in the pubs.
Oh,
Jake.
Wow. Did not expect that. He's let Ryan off the hook there.
The game of pool, born in the rowdy pub. I think it should be rowdy. I don't think your opponent should jump up in front of you. I don't think people should get in your eye line on shots, but I do think that there's just a missed market for our game.
Obviously, me coming from a snooker background, I struggled to adapt to begin with because I didn't realise just how rowdy at times certain places can be for pool, but you get used to it to an extent as long as it's no
exactly.
over the top. But what I actually liked, see the last IPA there in Isle of Man, normally it's completely silent when you're playing, but obviously there was 2 separate rooms, so we were through in the other wee room playing where there was 4 tables, and it was right next to the bar that was done up, and they actually had music playing in the actual room.
Yep.
And it wasn't too loud. It was actually good. Just having that wee bit of music in the background, it was actually enjoyable. I actually really enjoyed it.
I think I think the big issue is when it's really rowdy, you don't mind it because it's the same for everybody. It's when you can hear a pin drop and then all of a sudden you're maybe on a shot and something ends up a bit of carnage, and it's just, and you're like, you know, you're not going to get that in snooker because if someone's going to cough, they're trying to hold it the best they can until you're away from the table. Whereas in the pool world, I always say, listen, I would rather everybody jumping about crazy rather than just one. I would rather everybody shouting loud rather than just the one, because certain things can be off-putting. I think that can, as you say, when the music's playing and you can kind of sing along to yourself or just get that vibe and nothing really bothers you. It's just Isle of Man's class, isn't it?
And the thing is, when you're actually practicing in the club, there's always a bit of music now in the background, so it feels a wee bit more natural.
Yep, it does.
Well. And I know quite a few people practice, when they're solo practice, they'll have their AirPods in or whatever. And so I actually really enjoyed it. I wish they would do that more often, to be fair.
It's probably, see if there's songs that I can sing along to and I'm at the table, I'm in my element. But that's me. I get into the Gart Craig, I will put the jukebox on and I will just sing my heart out while I'm playing pool. And I actually find myself getting a bit of a buzz on the table. So there's been a few tournaments and there'll be songs on and I'm singing it and I'm flying, and the people go, Stevie boy, you should be playing with that music on all the time. And I'm like, I know, because you get a comfort.
Stephen, that's what we're saying. It's just trying to find that balance.
Exactly. The game was born in the pubs. It was born in a rowdy atmosphere. Pool should be played to that, and that's why I think team pool is the way to take our game mainstream. If our game was going to be mainstream the way it is, it would be there by now. Big organisations wouldn't have to plough millions in to get something back. And I do believe that some type of UK-wide Premier League-styled format could really be the difference, because all of a sudden you're building up a support base. Everyone that plays the game from the local areas will be there supporting and backing their teams, and I just think there's a missed opportunity there, and I hope someday someone buys into it. Or if Walker wins a Euro Millions, you will know, because there'll be a UK-based team thing happening within moments, and everybody will go, well, Stevie's either won the Euro Millions or he's just tapped someone a fortune.
So Ryan decided to go reds here. He's in control down this bottom pocket anyway, and he'll probably try and just take this pocket up the top left.
Yeah, there's no value in going for a finish here.
No, he's a bit loose there. That will give Jake a chance to take control with that pocket. 5-5, probably a fair result here.
Yeah, I mean,
couple of nice finishes each, couple of missed chances each.
It's not been like the last match. Gio and Morgan, there was a lot of dishing, there was a lot of big finishes. Gio made a couple of minor errors and Morgan just pounced on them. The strange thing is, these two guys are hammering the break. It's just not been coming out the way both of them would like, because regardless of whether you've got a tactical mind or not, both of these guys, I want to break the balls open and finish them. So it's just, it's been one of their games. And 5 each, probably a fair reflection in the way it's went.
That's a good shot with Jake. Just took control of this bottom pocket, which gives him much more advantage in the frame.
Like it from Ryan.
Yep. Forces Jake into trying to actually take this pocket properly. Paul Crawford. I think Sam needs to take that glass of whatever you're drinking off you.
7-pack Solar Pack. I'll tell you what, guys, if I ever want to destroy a kitchen, I'll use Lurpak. That stuff could go through a kitchen worktop, I'm telling you, man. Try and butter a bit of bread and the bread turns into designer worktop. It's nuts. Then it says on it spreadable. If there's somebody on here from Lurpak, I apologise, but if you want me to say good things, it's going to cost you. So the podcast life for me starts in the new year, mate. I'm hoping you're going to join me on a few of them.
Definitely.
I think
it's a great idea.
Some of the things I've got, listen, I asked Craig to help me a few times. I wanted to get it started before now. He never even replied to me once, so I've been doing all the groundwork myself. All I was saying to him was, Craig, point me in the direction of the right stuff to buy. So I buy a half-decent camera, well, a few cameras, the right kind of mixing material for all the microphones and earphones and all this kind of stuff. Didn't even reply to a single message, so...
Do you know what I would love? Do you know what I thought of straight away? And I thought it would actually be class, because obviously people call you the McCoyster pool.
Aye.
If you could get Alan McCoyster on for a wee
I know a few
special,
people that obviously know him, so that
would be a good laugh.
I think once it's up and running, there's probably a pretty good chance I can get him.
Aye, that would be good. Definitely.
That'll be excellent. And then there's a few ideas I've got. A couple of them I want to obviously take it on the road and do some good stuff, maybe at the IPA, the Saltires, and get some of the players involved. Have some fun, maybe have some competition on the tables, but have forfeits where we can maybe create a buzz by having people like you that don't like spicy food get involved and dip my chicken nugget into some sauce that they don't know what it is. It could be gravy, it could be tomato sauce, it could be something spicy, but a wee bit of nugget roulette while we're playing some competitive thing on the table. I think we can have some fun with it.
Definitely. That would be good. You've finally found your calling, Stevie.
Mate, that's it. I just need to watch what I'm saying, because there's another mob that asked me a few questions when they wanted me involved, where I would go with certain things, and then all of a sudden, there's a couple of ideas I gave, which I didn't really think too much of when they were asking me questions, and all of a sudden I've seen some adverts, and I said to Santa, I went, no way. I went, that's came from my conversation. And he's like, and he looked at me and went, sometimes you're better just keep your mouth shut. And I went, it was just an honest conversation, but that's just the way it goes. But it doesn't matter who out there does what I'm going to do, because I will do it better. But I think we'd have a good laugh, mate. I think you're like, you need that light-hearted, somebody that can have fun. And honestly, I think there'll be a few good ones. But there's a lot of good people I can get, obviously, in the world of Q Sports. I know there's people that know people that can probably help me out with that, but I don't want to just limit it to that. So getting McCoyster would be good. That'd be good.
That would be class. Another cagey frame. A few of the viewers will be happy watching this.
Yeah, it's just been, like I said, the two guys they're smashing them open, but it's just the tap-in chances, relatively easy chances. What is that noise out there? That's Sean McMahon. Oh, the Windies must have won a frame.
Windies just spotted a black to win a frame against Ross Fernie.
Is he 3-1 up?
I think he is.
Because it's obviously been 2-1 on the screen for a bit. I don't know if he's tapped the screen yet, but he might be 3-1 up on Ross Fernie.
Dean Shields not hanging about, 9-1 up on Eddie McVeigh.
Yeah, fast Eddie. Yeah, it's 3-1 Stevie Cochran. Maybe when he was telling me and Mark that he could beat anybody, he wasn't messing about, Robert.
Good start for him.
We'll get him on the podcast to tell the story of how his nickname became Windies.
And you just don't know, it's a Friday night if Mr. Fernie has been on the water or something a wee bit stronger.
He looked sober to me when I clocked him earlier, because I think tomorrow's probably the day you'll find. But do you know what? I might actually be wrong here as well. He looked stone cold, and I think maybe not. He had that glazed look in his face there.
Well, see, if Stevie Windies actually beats him a first to 10, you'll know the answer.
Pool 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's one of the big things for me is obviously all the podcasts out there. There's a certain type of people everybody wants on, but my argument for a lot of years, it's not based on just the podcast, just in real life, is not many real people, and I say that with the greatest respect to the pro top celebrity type guys that are in each field that they're in, whether it be sport or TV or whatever. You never really hear the grind of the guy that's been scratching and clawing at the bottom end and the tough things they've had in their life, and it's always a select type of person we get. So I would love to be the guy that gives a voice to some people, and who knows what characters there is, whether it's yourself, Robert, or Stevie Windies, or just the average Joe. It could be, I don't know if Gareth Ibbot's ever been on something, or Gav Robinson, but there's some great characters out there that people just don't know because they've never really had the chance to get themselves
who
out.
would be a good one? Mr. Charlie Shaw. Charlie's got lots of stories for a podcast over the years.
I was actually considering getting a few of the old timers together and having it like, you know, there's an American podcast that they need to go on and they need to get bluttered. They need to get drunk. It's like all the old rappers and that, but they're not allowed on unless they get smashed. And I'm thinking, imagine getting
Ross McKinnis on the Drambuie.
The only problem is the subtitles would be needed in such vast quantities now. They might not keep up when like Ross and Charlie and Shades and whatever are all shouting over each other, but I think there's definitely, put it this way, it would probably hit 1 million views in Scotland, never mind anywhere else. There'll be a lot of people going, there's no chance that happened.
I know.
I remember the one time, I need to tell this because Charlie won't. We were driving home from here, John Joe was in the car, and Charlie started telling us about the time when him and Jason met Efren Reyes in a lift in New York at the Euro Tour. And I'm in the front seat going, New York at the Euro Tour? And I looks at John Joe and he looks at me and he just pulls a face. And I'm like, Charlie, are you sure? And he's like, oh, I'm sure. And I'm like, the Euro Tour in New York? And he's like, yeah, that's when they used to go out of the world. And I'm like, this can't be right. But he gets so convinced, and obviously, it's obviously happened, but it's been an event in America. It's not been the Euro Tour, but he's just that used to telling so many different stories, and I was howling. He got out of the car, and me and John Joe just busted laughing. But Charlie would be good. Charlie would be absolutely excellent. Charlie and Ross on the booze. That's good as an idea, mate.
Jake's played a couple of good shots to get into this position here. It's a thin one, but he's played it really well.
Walker and Stephen. People think that's my name backwards when I say Walker and Stephen live tonight with Ross McKinnis and Charlie Shaw. They're like, just said his name backwards. That'll be a good laugh. I've obviously, there's big plans for the new year, guys. And this is a Jackie up shot. I don't think he's close enough to be in any
he's
danger.
Fine. He's actually played for it in the middle though, so he's been a wee bit fortunate there.
That could have.
Jake played a couple of clever shots to take control in that frame, so I was quite impressed there.
Yeah, he did. I think that probably the massive shot in that frame was when Ryan didn't get the top left-hand corner.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
Jake's next shot, even though he got the bottom left, if Ryan gets the top, he's at least still got a fighting chance, but Jake ends up getting control of both of their pockets.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Ryan's chasing his tail a little bit. But listen, these cagey frames.
And you know what it's like, see when you're in control of a pocket, you can take a wee risk and go for a finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you've got that insurance, which he had there, but it was still a really nice finish.
Well, James, one of the big things that I would love to have is quite a lot of them, I wouldn't say live, but some of the casts I would like to have them in where there is a pool table available, and we can do some of that kind of stuff whilst having a chat. As I say, I'm not overly keen on copying people. I know that's one of the big things of Stephen Hendry. He loves doing that kind of stuff, but I do want to have some fun, and I would love to have 2 and 3 people maybe at the table having some fun, doing some shots, but obviously maybe some exciting forfeits in there so we can all laugh. But it'll be good fun. And I've already got one of the girls who has backed me this year, PJ's Hot Sauces. fantastic. You can go onto the Facebook page, and I'm hoping, well, I'm not hoping, I know she will be involved in some of the fun stuff that we do.
I'll sit that one out, thanks.
No, but that's why I'm saying we'll do a bit of roulette. There'll be maybe a tomato sauce. It won't all and just be your Donald Duck when you dip that nugget. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Look at the state.
I was actually in Revolution for a Halloween night out, and they had a chili roulette shot game, and you paid like 15 quid, and it was like 6 shots, and one of them's a chili shot, and the others are like a raspberry Suze or something. But thankfully I was sober, and there was a slight difference in the chili shot, so I didn't pick it. And the guy that did pick it, I'll tell you, it wasn't pleasant.
Well, I'm just thinking, look at yourself and Ethan in the caravan there. And I'm sorry, but that was funny. So I just think that the viewers will absolutely eat that up, pardon the pun, when
definitely
we do the nugget roulette, we'll call it.
No, it would actually be a good laugh.
Well, it'll be good fun, and I just think it would be good to have something like that, maybe at one of the IPA tours, and you've got, I don't know, Mark Farnsworth dancing around the table looking for a jug of milk. I just think we'd have so much fun with it. Probably have Marshy going, that's pretty good, I'll have another one. We'll have some fun, mate, and I'm looking forward to it. And I did, honestly, the fact that you're sitting next to me makes it easier, because I've been going over all the plans and the things that I want to do, and I've actually had it kind of out saying, well, I think Mr. Stephen can help me with some of them as well, because it's good to have two people to bounce some of the stuff off. So definitely there'll be plenty of them, mate.
It's going to be an exciting year,
it is,
both on and off the table for the pool world. Really looking forward to it.
But that was one of the big things I think we've missed out on with the IPA, is having that growth off the table. And I says to Paul and Santa, I went, look, I think I can help with that. I think I can be the guy that. And they says, well, we'll have a wee word with Craig and we'll see if we can work stuff out. Craig's obviously dealing with a lot. That would mean him having to set something else up. And I thought, you know what, I'll just leave Craig to it. I've asked him. He's given me the answer by not saying a word. And I'll just deal with that kind of on my own. And then any success comes, and it's mine. And obviously if it helps our game at the same time, then superb.
Oh, that's a great idea, mate. I'm sure it'll be a massive success. Good finish here from Ryan to go. Well, it should be 6 each. I won't jinx him, but
it
shouldn't be any problems here.
Yeah, has to take this one. Just wants to guarantee his angle, and he loves making sure, Ryan.
Yeah. But this is where, see wee shots like that, I think you can see he's getting a wee bit more comfortable with the shot clock.
Yeah.
He's just kind of waited to the last few seconds before playing it.
I'm actually surprised he didn't just run on and off the bottom cushion there. But he's absolutely perfect. It's just, I think he could have got a wee bit closer, but he's obviously, listen, you do what you're more comfortable with, and Ryan's played that perfect. He's up right behind the black, and it is 6-all.
Still nothing to separate them. It looks like it could go down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody says, you've not seen this game, and somebody, Ryan and Jake Dillon-Newell finished 10-9, you would probably go, that's no surprise.
Yeah.
And it just looks like it's going that way. But I think none of them have really been breaking particularly well.
No.
And it's maybe the reason why none of them have actually got that head of steam to kick on. So,
what's your predictions, guys? Who's going to win, Ryan or Jake?
Who is going to be interviewed by the talker, right after this? Is it going to be new professional at the IPA, Jake Dillon-Newell, or Ryan Davey, who, as far as I'm aware, is going to be playing some IPA pool next year, and I'm looking forward to that.
David Kadir is 9-2 up on Louise Shepherd. Richard Swafield 5-2 up on David Rooney. David Adnell, Gary Chalmers. Slow-paced game there, that's 1 each. Rob Wilson 2-1 up on Wayne Regan. Ross Fernie has levelled things at 3-all against Stevie Windies. And Matty Rowland 4-1 up on Dale Lawrence.
Yeah, Paul, that's one of the things over the last while that's probably been good for me, is a lot of the guys, and a lot of them are from down south, which I was pleasantly surprised when the likes of Lee Shepherd, he's always offering. Stevie, I'll come in and do comms with you. Rob Wilson, I remember saying to Mark in Newcastle, Mark Farnsworth, listen, can you come in? And he says, is it with you? I says, aye, and he went, of course. And I'm like, and I took the compliment in that and thinking, and a lot of these guys now will actually come to me and say, Stevie, if you need me, give me a shout and I'll come in and do it with you. And there seems to be a relationship getting built with some of the guys, and there's a comfort there, and I take that as a massive kind of compliment, where like Jason Hill, me and Jason had a great laugh. Jason it was like a crazy Q&A. One of the guys in the chat function actually went, are you guys even interested in this game of pool? But I couldn't get, you know what Jason's like, so I couldn't even, I was trying every now and again, and I am obviously the talker and I love kind of going on about stuff, but it was brilliant. And the guy said, I'm not complaining, it's just there's a game of pool on.
Well, Renzi actually approached me. I was just standing, I just came down tonight for a couple of hours to watch, and Renzi said, fancy helping out with the comms? And my reply to him was, I'm only doing it if I'm on with Stevie. So there you go,
Well,
take that as a compliment
There
as
we
well.
go. As Mr. Lee Shepherd actually walked over to the window and he peeked in and he wrote on there saying, Stevie, I'm almost in the building, if you need some help. And I says, you can help in the next match. And then I'm sitting here and then he comes round and saying, Rab's coming in with you next. And I went, perfect. I totally forgot about Lee. And then when he walked over, I was going, that's right, he has to come in. But people, I don't know what it was like before. I've got no clue. I know that Pickers, and I've mentioned this earlier, I think he's brilliant at what he does. He really is. I know the way, the details that he finds, his organisation. Listen, he's just brilliant. I don't know if he had people lining up to go and sit in, but I actually walk into the building and people come to me and say, by the way, if you need me today, give me a shout, I'll have a bit of tick. And I'm thinking, that's absolutely fantastic. And as I say, I take it as a compliment. It could be that the guys at the top are saying to them, listen, if you don't get in and help, we're not going to be happy because we want the pros to get in. But they're actively not excited about it, but they look forward to coming in.
It's good to have the balance as well. Obviously, you've mastered it over the last year, taking control of the conversations, and you're just a natural at it. But it's good to have the top boys in for a wee bit of insight in that as well. And the whole chat function, question and answers, is good.
It's great.
Keeps everybody watching.
That interaction between the guys watching, because then you're part of it. You're not just sitting at home and being maybe consumed with watching, and you might think, this is like on the snooker. You imagine if you're watching the snooker and Al McManus and whoever it is, and you get to ask them a question while it.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be
definitely.
It would be next level, and obviously because of the TV and the professionalism of snooker, that's never going to happen. I get that. But whilst we're not snooker, and while we've got this, listen, if it's the World Championship final, there's no doubting that we're more 99.9% concentrating on the match, of course, but I just think while we can do this, I think we should. I think
definitely
everybody, put it this way, there wouldn't be so many people on it if they didn't like it, do you know what I mean? So,
and you know what it's like, Stevie, watching pool. It's hard to watch the full commentary.
It can be.
You really need that commentary just to make it a bit more interesting. Greg, I am on at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning against Mark Gahuli, who beat Liam Power tonight.
Yeah, good one for Mark.
A couple of folks tipping Ryan to win, and Mike Leaper goes Jake 10-8.
Mike, how are you? Mike was on the pool chat and banter page. There was a guy, I think he was a relative of Ken Boone. He never had a good thing to say about the IPA or any other federation's commentary or TV stuff. He said it was all cringe. And I said, thanks for that, my friend, much appreciated. And he said, just being honest, whatever else it was. And that Mike was saying, listen, I think you do a great job. And I was taking it light-hearted. I don't know who the guy is, do you know what I mean? But I thought, why are you... He's went out of his way to...
Why even comment?
Yeah, I'm like... And I actually wrote, there's a trick, and it can massively help you out. You'll find it on the remote control. You can either turn it off or press mute. You don't have to listen. If you want to just watch it, fire away. And he said, you could learn a lot from the Moscone. And I'm like... No, I don't think we could. It's just totally different. Well, that was a quick fire one. That's the kind of thing we've been waiting on.
Yep.
6-all and Jake goes bang.
Big frame
and all of a
miss.
sudden,
Big break for Ryan.
it's going to be dry. And look at the chance for Jake.
Oh.
What are you thinking in this moment, Robert? 7-6 down in Ryan's case, and in Jake's case, 7-6 up, presented with his chance.
The frustrating thing is a dry break. See, when it gets close towards the end of a match, you're just begging that your break's going to stand up, because you know how massive it is. But Jake here probably fancy yellow straight away. The one down the left-hand side cushion's probably his toughest one, but looks like he can just roll that in. Another one goes to the middle. So this is a good chance. I'm going to make a prediction that Jake will take these away.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the one closest to the black, and it looks like it flies into the right middle, even the top. So I think you're spot on. I think that's the only one real positional shot he's got to play. Is he a bit short on this?
Yeah, he's left his sail a bit thinner than he wanted to be here, probably. So his next yellow is going to be a tougher one. Ideally, he would want it to be kind of straight here, just to screw down for the one on the left-hand side cushion.
Yeah, it's
No,
became
he doesn't like it.
a bit more tough than it had to be. And
I'm surprised he's played it that way.
I tell you what, the minute he played it the way he was dicing with the on-off.
I know.
So much so.
Do you know, Jake obviously has been playing a bit of 9-ball, and that actually reminded me of a 9-ball shot there.
It really is.
I mean, he could have just dropped that in and took not an easy shot, but an easier one than where he's left himself just now. Sometimes you just need to take your medicine.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to force the issue a bit, trying to get too greedy, get closer to it. And thanks to that, Ryan is back at the table. Nothing easy, but the alternative is that Jake went 8-6 in front, but instead 7-6 still, and Ryan can maybe try and affect this frame.
Jake will be disappointed with that effort. And obviously I predicted him to finish it, so that'll be my last prediction on a frame tonight. Elliot v Farnsworth tomorrow. Obviously we know Elliot is a cracking cueist and a good potter. His break, I practiced with him on Sunday night, and his break was massive at times. But it's a tough ask against Mr. Farnsworth. We all know how good Mark is.
Yeah, I think Elliot's one of the crazy shot makers coming from a totally different discipline. What he finds, I suppose you can say it's a bit wild at times, but he seems to find some of these mad shots, and it's exciting to watch.
It is
if you're a
exciting to
neutral, it's really exciting to watch. So
obviously he was your teammate when we won the counties.
Yep.
And when we were at the sidelines, we genuinely had no idea what was going through his head and what he was going to try next. But thankfully he played well, and he pulled a lot of them off.
yeah, he does take out some of the most obscene finishes, and yeah, listen, it's unorthodox the way he plays the game, but that's because he doesn't play the game. So if he gets ahead of steam, he could be a bit of a menace to Mark, but it is a tough ask.
Stevie Windies retakes the lead 4-3 against Ross Fernie.
Listen to Paddy McAllister out there. I need to try and turn him down.
You know,
Yeah, but
Paddy's in the building at all times.
You would think he was on the microphone there. He was, and
He's louder than us two.
Crazy.
He's about 15 feet away.
Yeah, Mike, I have to agree with you, mate. Getting to see a couple of tactical battles, different to what we're used to when it's the break dish, but the balls just haven't opened the way these two would have liked. So there has been a few kind of fudgy frames. Jake with a slender lead. Ryan There's some work to do here. I think he was playing for that red he's closest to. Unfortunately, he's not on it. But he's still got a chance here. He can leave it to last for the black.
Yep. In the middle. This is where you really need a good white ball. Tricky wee finish. Want to leave the one in the right middle, second last, wee screw back for the other one in the other middle.
Looks perfect.
Does look perfect. Just a wee stun screw through the gap.
Still a tough positional shot.
It is, and this is the thing, see with the new cloth, and if you've not had a lot of time on it this week, he's going to need to take it long now.
He maybe just decided to take his medicine there.
Yeah, just to make sure. You're better over hitting that than under hitting it.
As if he comes wrong side of it for the middle, all of a sudden he's chasing the cue ball. So I think he's deliberately played that for the top.
Big shot in the match. And
Oh,
he's missed it.
Wasn't easy.
I would be disappointed with that, Ryan. It wasn't easy, but a player of his class, he would fancy himself to get that.
Yeah, should be getting that.
So a chance for Jake to go too clear here.
That's one of those instances. Over the last while, I've noticed, John Higgins in particular, he's had his cue shortened. He's cueing a lot closer to the white ball. I know that's snooker, but you see a lot more players. Mark Williams has been doing it, and there, Ryan had his hand on the edge of the table. The cue ball was a fair bit for. He could have got his hand on the table, maybe got a bit closer, and he made that a bit easier. That yellow must pass to the right middle.
Or he could even go back out and take it in the same bag.
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to do that. That allows him to cue it. Nothing dropped in.
Big miss there from Ryan.
Yeah,
gives Jake a bit of comfort here.
A frame that got away. And one step closer to number 10. And that wasn't an easy pot from Ryan. But a player of his standards, he should be getting it. It is 8 frames to 6 here. We're getting to the business end.
Yeah, massive frame this.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Stevie Windy's 4-3 in front of Ross Fernie. If only that was on the TV.
Not a night.
Sorry guys, a lot of fans outside the booth looking for autographs at this time in the evening when they're half sozzled.
So a big break this for Jake to go 9-6.
The break that had eluded him until the one that sent him 7-6 in front.
Oh,
but
he's
wow,
lost it white. Kicked in off. And just what we were saying earlier, at this stage in the match, you're just begging your break will work.
There's a couple of obstacles here. I think
if he could actually play down onto the yellow next to the black just now, it would be perfect. And it looks like that's what he's thinking. Or do you put that yellow down over the bottom left bag so you can get on it easier?
he could kill the red at the same time.
Yeah, that's what he's done.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's That's the right shot there.
Yeah, that's not
100%.
bad. And I like the fact that he hasn't touched the red, because he's not thinking about killing anything. He's not thinking about making anything awkward. He's only thinking about taking these yellows away.
Positive thinking. Sometimes when you've got a free first shot, you start overthinking.
Yeah.
And you see problems that you don't need to. And I think that's when somebody made the point earlier. The shot clock will probably help you in certain situations.
Definitely. Yeah, sometimes having too much time can massively go against you. He's okay.
It's amazing how easy the game looks though on a screen there, compared to being out there and playing it.
It was somebody said to me a wee while ago there, like, Stevie, I think it's great, you seem to know a lot of the shots and this and that. He said, but it's impossible to miss when you're sitting here, because no matter what shot you predict, whether it comes off or not, you're not missing. And I mind in here it was one of the IMs, and Liam was playing Gibbsy in the final, and he looks round and shouts, Stevie, what do I do here? But I was like, oh no, he must be hearing me talking about the shots. But he said to me after it, he went, no, I honestly didn't have a clue. He says, but every now and again on the stream, you get it right. He went, so I thought, maybe Stevie will know. He said, so it was just a joke. And I was like, because Pop and Rammer have come out at different times and says, listen, the guys can hear everything you're saying. And me and Mark Boyle are sitting here going, what are we supposed to do then? But it turned out they could hear voices, but they says we could hear people talking around the table as well. It wasn't like, and he's like, no, it was just a joke.
Ryan left himself just slightly the wrong side here. That looks a bit careless. Needs to just avoid the black. That was a bit careless there, but looks like the black still goes.
Yeah, but what does he play here?
I think he needs to take the one in the middle, but a left-hand side. Bring the white back down. But his body language looks as if he's no lighting.
Yeah, I mean, is he going through the gap here? Off the side cushion, top cushion? Is he just screwing towards it? I always played exactly that shot.
So the black obviously must go comfortably. Matty Rowland goes 6-2 up on Dale Lawrence. Richard Swafield has a decent chance to go 7-2 up on David Rooney.
Yep.
Can't believe the snooker shootout is on a TV in this booth with us. In the last frame that we watched, I couldn't believe it. The guy won it 18 points to 15. I'm coming out of retirement.
It is carnage, and I like it.
It is.
And it's like, it's one of the setups where if somebody gets a 30 break, their favourite, because they just keep hiding the cue ball. It's mad. Oh, he's went for the... Oh, wow.
What? So it didn't go?
It looks to me like it flies in. But Ryan played the treble.
Wow, that's a great shot. He did say he was good at doubles. He didn't
Unbelievable,
mention trebles.
Yes.
But what a shot.
Absolutely unbelievable shot. I wouldn't be surprised, mate. You need to start using that fancy chalk that everybody talks about. You don't miss cue with this stuff.
Chris Millen, I will go 10-1. I fancy Gareth to win a frame. It was an incredible treble there.
Yeah, that's some shot.
That's what we like to see, watching pool shots like that. That's a shot for the crowd.
Regardless of whether he's in here for an interview or not, I need to ask him. He's going to obviously say, listen, Stevie, if it went, I would have just dropped it in, but it looked like it flew in. It really did. It looked like there was a gap, but obviously there wasn't. But then it looked like he was going about his finish, where he was going to go the one to the bottom right, the one to the middle, one to the bottom. It looked like that's the way he was going about it, so I don't know.
Ryan's went for a cut break and he's hit them quite soft. And it's dry. but he's not left an easy table.
Yeah, I think that's...
Do you think he's just played it sensible there?
I think that's by design. I think he's saying, if I get a ball, I'll try and get control, maybe by some kind of fortune. There's a finish, but if not...
Make it tough.
Yeah, what to do for Jake.
Keep a cluster. Looks like he's just got to play a safety, white back on the top cushion. Plenty of pool to be played in this frame now.
Yeah, if you are one of the purists and you like the tactical stuff we've got here and the stuff we've been seeing, then stay tuned, guys, because we've got another one. And it has been the story of this match. There is Gizmo. Gizmo and Fiona walking out there. Where are they going? That's right. There's some kind of photo shoot happening outside the front of McGoldricks. Go on, Gizmo, son. I need to make sure I get out for my pictures. Oh, he's back. He's back.
That was quick.
The camera has malfunctioned. That was rather strange. Yeah, good shout, Paul. The one where he flicked the black to stone dead and then played the snooker. And the shot just played previously. What a treble. And the guy on the snooker right now, one of the top designers in the game, Tom Ford. If anyone wants to put a face to the designer, stick the snooker on right now.
I've never heard of the guy who's playing. I don't even know if he's a pro or an amateur or...
Paul DeVille.
To be honest, that shot that you're talking about of Ryan killing the black, it was 100% the right shot.
It won him the frame.
Yep. And that is what they say, play percentage pool, and Ryan played the highest percentage shot available.
The right shot at the right time sometimes is the biggest difference in any match. Some tasty ties tomorrow. Preston McKinnis, Paul Harness, Robert Stephen right next to me against Mark Bohully, David Kadir and Corey Reese. That'll be some match. Lee Shepherd, Morgan McKinnis, Mark Farnsworth and Elliot Sanderson, as we've already mentioned. Some tasty ones to get us underway tomorrow.
I was speaking to Corey earlier, actually. I was telling him David's a dangerous big player.
Yeah.
David can pot them off lampshades, as we know. And his break at times can be massive. So
yeah, if David's on it,
yeah,
he's capable against anyone.
Definitely.
Really is.
Corey will need to be at his best tomorrow.
This frame has plenty of life in it. Who will come out on top? That's another one of the things. If someone says the longest match of the day was Ryan and Jake, people go, that's to be explored. They were on a 30-second shot clock.
I know.
And they had so many frames where the balls just did not break for them. They weren't in the positions to go and take out finishes. And it's not been for lack of trying.
I spoke to Renzi at the last Isle of Man event, and he was asked to go and put a ladies' match on the shot clock because it was 3 each after like 2.5 hours or so. But see, the thing is, they actually weren't playing slow.
No.
The frames were just tactical, every single frame. And they weren't actually, they were probably playing the shots in under a minute.
It was quite a funny story with Renzi when he he was telling me about it, and he went, Stevie, I think I only said to him 30 seconds about 3 or 4 times. And I says, what do you mean 30 seconds? I said, it's a 30-second shot clock. And he went, no, the outside tables are a minute.
Yeah,
it's just
you
a
get
TV.
a minute on the ones, I know.
And I'm like, well, not that I know of. And he went, are you sure? So then there was a couple of people there, and they says, no, it's 30. I've been on the shot clock and outside tables, and it's 30 seconds.
Oh, really?
It's 30. So the refs will come out and say, you've got 30 seconds, you've got one extension,
And
at 10
10
seconds we'll give you your and then they count down. And he's went, well, somebody should have told me, because I was giving them a minute, and I went back and said, they're not playing that slow. He says they were, compared to the 30-second shot clock they were. But no, it's definitely 30 seconds on the outside tables as well, and the referees will count you down 10 seconds, and then they'll give you the 5, 4, 3. Yeah.
I know some of the players were giving some feedback that they don't like not having a visual shot clock. So if you're playing the outside tables,
Yeah.
they don't feel comfortable with just a referee calling out 10 seconds, obviously. I think just having that comfort of being able to see it.
Yeah, and I get that. I think, but one of the reasons I like when players get put on the shot clock, and listen, I've had it a few times. I was actually put in the shot clock after one frame, and it was like a break. I can't mind that the boy I was playing, it was like a break and finish. I don't know if it was him or, and they came over, right, guys, you're on the shot clock, and I'm like, we've just started. He said, no, the actual problem isn't yours, it's your side of the draw, and your match is behind. We need to get it back in line with the rest of the draw. I was like, fair enough. I was lucky enough to win that match. It was in Newcastle. And I mind after it thinking, do you know what? I don't actually mind that, because there might be times where we're at tournaments and there's empty tables and people can go on. There might be times where maybe a certain side of the draw has fallen so far behind, and the only way to get it back is maybe have 1 or 2 matches on the shot clock on the outside. So I had no complaints about it. It didn't really make any difference to how the match was played, apart from it was a wee bit quicker, but I liked it because it got the draw back into roughly where it should be. Even if you're a touch behind, if one match can send a draw miles back, and everybody waiting and waiting and waiting, whereas just getting a couple of matches on the shot clock on the outside, and before you know it, you're back on time. So I don't mind it, but I get the comfort people get of having a glance over and seeing the time, but it's the same for both players. So yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, unless we get the referee to sit with a big giant board with the numbers on it.
I think they are working on something. Oh, Jake's tried to take that top pocket there, and he's potted the red. So could be in a wee bit of trouble in this frame now.
Well, I seen, actually, do you know, you mentioned it, I seen Craig with a remote control type thing, and if you're getting put on a shot clock on the outside table, let's say it's on an iPad or a tablet of sort, if that tablet gets sat on the table and the referee just presses the button, you can look round and see the tablet and it'll give you an idea.
Yeah.
So something as simple as that, because I seen Craig doing it this week. It was on a laptop, but I'm pretty sure it could be converted to what he was doing, and it seemed to be something along those lines. Then all of a sudden you're ticking the boxes. So,
And that is the biggest thing I'll say for Paul and Santa taking over. They're asking the players for all the feedback, and they're trying to make the improvements, and they will make the improvements. They're taking everything the players are saying very seriously. That's a great shot with Ryan. So that is high on the list for one of the points of improvement.
what is going on out there?
Wee bit rowdy in the background, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we've got some carnage out there. No, it's no surprise that it's Stevie Windy's involved in some of the things out there. But what a fantastic shot that was from Ryan to start it off, and then another very good shot to keep these yellows going.
Looks like it's going to be 8 apiece, and like I said, it's going to go to the wire.
Yeah, and I think if we were to fast forward and say that, by the way, guys, what a match that was, it went all the way, I don't think anybody would be surprised.
I know. And the thing is, neither of them have hit top form. It's kind
No.
of just been eachy peachy all the way through. The
I think-
break's not been the best for both of them.
exactly. The break's been massive. That's exactly what I was butting in there to go. I think the break has been huge here, and you've hit the nail on the head. If these two are, I mean, it's not like they're not trying. It's not like they're not having a go at it. It's just sometimes the balls just don't break.
And obviously it's Jake's break next at 8 each. And I don't think he'll play a tactical one. I think he will just go hell for leather.
So things might quieten down a touch now that Paddy has left.
Great first shot with Ryan to get this
Fantastic.
finish. As soon as he played that.
It is 8 frames apiece here. What a match we've got.
Stevie has just jumped away for a comfort break. So he's stuck with me. Appreciate that, Kevin. They are doing a great job. Craig has done an amazing job since he's took over in the last 4 or 5 events. He's improving all the time. And obviously Stevie on the commentary box is a massive difference. So a best of 3 now in this match. Jake will be desperate to get a good break here. I think it was his last one who get kicked in off the top corner pocket. Here we go. He's hit them really well. He's controlled the white. First glance, yellows are looking good. If that one goes bottom left next to the red just now, he either plays it now or he guarantees yellows with this easier one and then he plays it. So this looks a really good chance for Jake here. That's all you want for your break is a chance. All about the white ball here. Couple of wee positional shots required, and it should be 9-8.
Couldn't wait any longer. This match, I think it was 2-2 when I needed to go, and I thought, it's all right, somebody will break this for fun. Time ran out, I had to disappear, and I've come back, and I'm going to guess Jake's on yellows.
Unbelievable break from. I think he's just overscrewed this shot slightly, but you still fancy him for this. Oh, he's missed it. Wow. So the chance and advantage is handed to Ryan.
Now he's got one massive shot to play, Ryan.
Jake will be really disappointed with that.
Just watched it back there. Obviously, we get the luxury of seeing what you guys see, but we get to see it just a few moments later from what we see the live because of the difference in the feed. He looked like he just tightened up as Jake played the shot. Yeah, it was strange. It looked like just as if he couldn't let go of it, and it just just was very, very unlike Jake Dillon-Newlove. That was a uncharacteristic mistake. It's such a crucial point.
See, the thing is, I know he's been getting a wee bit of coaching off Elliot the last couple of days, and it's one of these shots that you'll practice in the coaching session over and over again, just to make sure you're cueing well and you're cueing straight. But the thing is, when you go into a match, it doesn't feel natural and it's in your head, so you're constantly thinking about it.
Yeah.
Whereas in practice, normally he would just go down and he'd pot that 9 times out of 10.
Well, both of us have had different sessions with Elliot. We've done different things, and I've said to loads of people, if you're going to do it, don't do it the week you're playing a tournament, because you feel crazy.
Definitely.
Some of the things.
And it makes sense for these guys because they're up here for the
course.
tournament. So, but it's mentally tough. It takes you a wee while to adjust to it.
There's no doubt it will help Jake if he sticks with whatever Elliot has worked on with him, because it's made a difference to me. Whether you've got problems on and off the table doesn't matter. When it comes to cueing, I've just felt 10 times better. And I mind John Joe said to me not so long ago, oh my word.
Oh, it could not have landed any worse.
He said, I was struggling a wee bit, and he went, Stevie, I think you need another session with Elliot. The last time you got one, you were unbelievable for a few months.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fair enough. But I wasn't noticing that myself, but obviously he was. But then I've just had some issues away from the table that's made a difference this year. But I must admit, I've enjoyed any time I've been in with Elliot, and I feel like there's something there to work on and improve on, but it does fry your brain.
But it's important to have people around about you, because they'll notice things that
of course.
you don't really, you're not aware of yourself. So it's important.
Yeah,
I've
definitely.
always had my granda. Anytime I've had coaching, he'll sit in, so he's up to speed and he knows what the coach is expecting and stuff like that. So he'll point things out if I'm not doing that. And it's massive.
Just thinking about your granda there. We were in Newcastle, and I was going in to order something to eat, and he just came over and sat down and says, do you mind if I have a wee word with you? I says, no, definitely no. And he says, don't take this the wrong way. You're off your head. and I was like, what? He went, no, Stevie, I don't mean it. Just don't take it the wrong way. He says, but you've got some serious ability. I've watched you, and you can play this game. You've got as much as anybody else out there. But your head is fried. And I'm kind of looking at him, but he said, the reason I can say this to you is because I know you can take what I'm saying to you. He went, you just...
Wow, what a shot, Ryan.
You need to forget about some of this mad stuff that's going on in your head. And I said to him, do you know what, I've not got a problem with that, because I know you're right. I mean, it's no you opening my eyes here, because I've already known that there's things I need to get a grip of. But then he goes, and see, as for that Rab, see him, he's doing my head right in. He went, see that, getting over and talking to people in the middle of matches and stuff. Because he actually says to me in Coventry, and I said, I know you already chinned me in Coventry. He says, aye, because you came in and sat in a seat which was next to me, and you've leaned over and went, what would you have done there? But the frame was finished. I think you ended up taking a finish. I can't mind exactly. I think it's when... Remember you played Jake? Yeah, you beat him. He beat you, and you'd beat him. And it was that nice. And you says you came over one of the frames, and you took a finish, but it was a bit. And I remember saying, well, you've obviously got away with it. You could have played a double up and down, and then if it drops in, I think it was like a double plant, then everything's all you. And you went, I didn't even see that. But I mind looking round, and he's basically went like that. And gave me as if get away from him, and I'm like,
absolutely hates. He thinks if you talk to anybody during the match, your concentration's gone.
Aye. And obviously, I said to him, I went, obviously that's the difference between like the pool and snooker type
100%.
thing. But I said to him, I went, I get that. I went, but it wasn't like the frame had been finished. I said, Rab's obviously thinking to himself, could I have made that a bit easier for myself, even though you went on to win the match? And I mind after it, and you've given it a wee yes, and you'd said, he went, he absolutely scalped me last year. But just your granddad, when he looked at me, and I went, I'm sitting 5 seats away. He came on next to me, and he's giving me daggers, and I'm like, and then mind we went out to the car. You ended up digging him. It was like maybe the match after it you'd lost or whatever, and he was saying you've ended up saying, Granda, listen, you don't. And I was scared to open my mouth. I was scared to even talk in the car.
I know, he gave me it stinking. He's like, you call yourself a professional, you want to talk to people during frames and stuff like that.
But I love that about him. I love the fact that he's he's not mincing his words, but it comes from a place of caring.
100%.
Do you know what I mean? And I just think it's, when he said that to me, listen, do you mind if you're off your head?
Listen, he travelled everywhere with me. I remember if I had a really bad defeat at snooker down in Wales, and he would obviously be my driver back up the road years ago, and I'm not joking, we would go 5 hours and not say a word to each other. Honestly. Like, but you know it's because he cares so much.
No, exactly.
And they give you your full support, and they just expect you to obviously do your best at all times.
There was one of the drives home. It's Windy's shouting.
Stevie Windy's shouting me. Stevie Windy's wants everybody to know that he's just equalised and it's 5-5.
Crackpot, isn't he?
That's your last pint, Stevie. Thanks.
That I can't remember. It was Coventry we were driving home. It was that time driving home. You went to sleep in the back, and I'm sitting there going, and he did not say a single word, and the conversation didn't start till you woke up a couple of hours later. And I'm going, thank God for that, man. You could have cut the tension with a knife now. But I mean, I made a wee joke. I went, thank God you woke up now, and he's went, no, definitely, it's not like that, but you could feel that. And I'm like, but it's, as you say, it's because he cares and just wants to see the best. And the thing is, he's saying to me, he went, Stevie, I just want to see you do well. Like, ever since coming to these and travelling and you playing with Rab, and he said, I just want to see you do well, but you need to kind of get a grip of yourself. And I don't even know what I was doing. He's obviously seen me for afar.
You were just actually talking to people during frames and stuff like that, and I think you were on a table and it was quite busy around about it. And instead of just trying to blank it out, you were like just talking to people, and he actually said to me, he went, Stevie needs to stop that.
Aye, it's mad. I'm seeing right now, there's times where I'll be, I don't know, maybe it's all came for your granda, but there's times now I'm kind of like, I need a way for these people. See when somebody says to me, oh, Stevie, what's the score? I don't want to answer. And I feel like when I start doing that and I start engaging, that everything seems to change. I don't know if it's my demeanour on the table or my opponent gets better. There just feels like there's wee tiny things in there, and it could be going to the toilet in here, and on the way round to the toilet, 10 people want to have a chat with you, but you're playing.
I know.
Just allow somebody to go to the toilet. You don't need to know the score. You can look up at the screen.
Definitely.
You don't need to ask somebody. And over the last while, and that might be from that conversation, I don't know, maybe it's just put a mental thing in me, but it actually bothers me right now if I'm at the table and somebody, listen, if it's between frames and you're on table 8 and I'm on table 9 and you have a wee
chat.
What is going on here?
There's
Here it
Stevie
comes.
Windy's.
You
Stevie
don't
Windy's
disappear,
is
mate. I'm
5
going to
each
drop you like a bad habit.
in a match, and he's over asking Stevie if he can give him a lift home later.
We're going to have to get security. Security.
Tell you what, if you win, he'll drop you off.
Should be 7-5 up. How can you be 7-5 up and it's 5 each?
Played 10 frames, and Stevie should be 7-5 up.
What? I'm absolutely frazzled here. This is a chance for Jake, though.
Just needs to kick this out. It's a good shot.
I think it still goes, Rob. I think it still
it's
goes.
fine. So it's looking like it could be a decider. Aye, Paul.
Aye,
Totally agree.
definitely. Yeah, I think that still goes. In fact, he's going to just drop on it in the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like he's straight to go through. So Ryan chose to go a wee bit tactical with this break as well in this frame, and it's not paid off. So Jake is going to have a bust for the win.
Wow. Well, did this game deserve a decider?
We kind of thought it was going to go. There's not really been anything to separate them as the score shows, but the way the matches went, it's kind of felt it had a decider wrote all over it.
Right from the off, they couldn't be separated. and 9 frames apiece. IPA Masters, McGoldricks Pulling Sports Bar, Walker and Rab here to keep you guys entertained whilst this slugfest has continued, and it boils down to this.
Fraser, that's a good point. Don't know if you know his opponent, Stevie Windies. He's definitely one of the characters of the club.
Aye.
Unbelievable.
He is listen, he's just come over. He's 5 each with Ross, and he said he should be 7-5 up. So you guys can figure that one out from where you are, because I am still none the wiser.
And Ross has just come back to the table there, and they don't know whose break it is.
Oh, Stevie's broke.
Stevie's broke. Hopefully they're right.
Yeah, unbelievable. Can't believe it. I should be 7-5 up. It's 5 each. Wow. And here we go. This is box office. He
Controlled
smashed
the
him.
white well.
He's got one.
And the reds look lovely.
Yeah, this match should be over.
Should be. But we've fought that with a couple of Jake's finishes, and he's just fell short on them. So we need to give this full concentration here. Just played that perfect.
Yeah, it's tough to see where it goes wrong here, to be honest. Has he landed a touch?
I think the red in the middle of the table, he can take to the top left next. Yeah, that's what he's played, and it's perfect. You can't miss these.
Yeah,
You really can't miss from here.
It's game over. These are so well set out. It's just a case of drop, drop, drop.
That's the break you dream of on either side of there.
It's probably the best break of the match. And it looks like it will be Jake Dillanulov coming in for a 2-minute chat after this match. I don't think there's any more matches going on. There won't be.
No, I think that's us for tonight on the mainstream table. But you've got tables 8 and 9 still currently in play. Richard Swafield's 7-3 up on David Rooney, and Matty Rowland is 9-3 up, and he's at the table with a chance to win.
So it is all over, mate.
Jake wins the decider. Stevie, it's been a pleasure.
It's been absolute class, mate. Having a wee blather, watching that slugfest, the fudge fest. There's some good stuff in it as well, but unfortunately for Ryan, it is Jake Dillanulov who gets a monster in the decider.
I'll predict Jake won't be too happy with his performance there, but he's got over the line with a dream breaking the decider. That's what matters.
Cheers
for
Rob.
watching, folks.
Top man.
Thanks.
And no doubt Renzi will bring Jake round. If he does, we'll have a wee 2-minute chat with him. If he doesn't, it might be the end of Walker the Talker, because we'll get a game first thing in the morning with the kids. And then I'll be back over to do the job that is needing doing, and that is Walker the Talker in the commentary box. We'll see if Renzi comes round with Jake. We'll have a little peek to see what's happening, but he was excellent. It was a tough game.